What I thought was kind of funny with the Katana Melina fight that is worth mentioning, when the room starts rotating and Sektor doesn't fucking float. Dumb it. That was pretty funny. But, and like,
fuck, that's so funny. Okay, 3, 2, fools! You think we're gonna have a normal intro? You've learned nothing. Chaos is unknowable, unpredictable.
Oh, I get it. He's making fun of mainline Havik's stupid haircut. Unfortunately, this is a different Havik. He doesn't even show up in this story for some reason, even though he should.
True. They do mention him though, at least.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a bit. It's probably going to be one of the few things we will be able to talk about, because there's a lot of stuff we won't be able to talk about. We have a list, and we're like, yeah, we're not going to get to talk about all that. Not
Indeed. So welcome everybody.
It'll be in future videos. We could just talk for 8 hours.
Absolutely, yeah.
3 videos out of it.
So welcome everybody to the Combat Kings podcast. Today is a big day because there's a big update that happened in Mortal Kombat. The main topic we're going to be talking about today is our Khaos Reigns story mode discussion, which I know a lot of people have been looking forward to. Should we just get right into it, or because I was going to talk about something funny that happened on the Combat Kings podcast recently, or should I start with that?
We'll start with that and get it out of the way.
Okay, we have a lot of lovely people who have left. I think especially the last episode we uploaded with the Sektor thumbnail, we got a lot of very great comments. Just to like list out some of these comments. That was the episode where we did the bit where basically me and Dog like left at the same time. If you guys remember that.
It was not a bit. That was just a great coincidence. It just was hilarious. Yeah.
And now we got some people in the comment section be like, "Oh, I guess we've never seen Trinidad and Sonic XD in the same room."
It's true.
Same people theory.
We actually, not to spoil too much, but we're a result of the same thing that happens towards the end of story mode. You know, Havik's ability, or SpongeBob also.
That's true.
Sonic XB. Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta pull this off. Okay, I'm gone. Mm-hmm. And I'm back. That was actually my arm that came back here or something.
It was an accident, really. I just bumped into something, arm fell off, and I was going to put it back on, but before I could do anything, Sonic just grew and scuttled away. And I was like, shit.
We got a comment that says, you people spell color wrong. Like before Snake said that. And then the comment says, no you.
That's good.
English is weird like that. I wonder if other languages have that issue where there's like an old and new way of spelling the same words. Like a lot of. That's a very funny issue.
I'm
with
sure
English.
they do, but there aren't that many countries that likely where you have this one, basically a spin-off country that thinks they're really fucking cool.
Spin-off country.
We're the Havik arm. The USA is like the Havik arm. It scuttled and grew and ran away.
Oh no! I just had the worst idea ever. Imagine if what Havik did instead was he ripped out a rib, threw it down, and then a girl Havik grew out of that. Because we all know the current NetherRealm meta is everyone needs a gender swap, a female gender swap. They never do the other way around, so everyone has to have a girl version now. It's like now we're doing girl Havik. Her name's Havika.
Havika.
There's something really cringe and terrible.
They gender swapped the dragon, Snake. They gender swapped the dragon.
Snake.
But it still sounds like a dude, though.
You left a tweet saying there's like, you found out 2 other NPCs got gender swapped. I'm not sure, other than like Orin, who else you were talking about. Like in the arcade endings or in like the invasions mode ending or something like that. You found 2 other characters.
Yes.
Okay, who?
Madame Bo.
The Fire God.
What?
Yeah, if you Dog's not seen the endings, but basically.
The Temple of Elements. I didn't notice that. Wow, that's funny.
One of the endings has a scene at the Temple of the Elements, and so the other god, not Fujin. Fujin is absent because I guess we have to wait and see if that is Raiden's sister. But
that's so funny.
The other 3 gods from mythologies show up, and the Fire God is no longer Fiery Raiden. It's just like female Human Torch, which.
That's so funny. I didn't notice that.
I need to look into this.
Just constantly on fire. That's funny. Just like
the Temple of the Elements actually appears in Onslaught. I forgot about this. It's in Onslaught, and you see those 3 in the background. I don't know if it's just statues or if it's actually them, but I think this may have been a thing there as well.
Oh, interesting.
I might have to look into this.
The game has not shut down. You have a month before it shuts down. You can hurry up and look into this.
Because I made a tweet where I was saying, so
You found two.
Seems like before that, it's like there seems to be like a fetish for someone at NetherRealm, like a bit of a joke. Some people took it way too seriously, but he got like 2,000 likes, and I'm like, oh no. It was showing because Nightwolf. The whole thing was like, oh yeah, Nightwolf's a mantle. Both other mentioned Nightwolves are women, and there's Madam Bo. Well, I don't think.
No, you didn't put Madam Bo.
No, I didn't put Madam Bo. Some people do think she's at least like kind of a female equivalent of Bo Ride-Show, but there's still room for him to show up.
You put Janet Cage and Cyrax Sektor.
Yeah, and then it turns out now there's a couple more who've been added to that list, and I actually forgot about all the gender swapped ninjas that show up in Chapter 15. Max Zero, Reptile, and
the ninjas,
the Scorpion. Yeah, it's like, why is this so common now? I don't like. They never do it the other way. I'd be interested to see what they would do for like a male Sonya Blade or a male Katana or Melina. Like, what would they do with those characters? I think it could be really interesting. But so far, it's just been, let's make them all girls, and it's like... and so, of course, you get those dipshits who are just like, well, yes, it is a fetish for someone, and they post pictures of guess who. And it's like, guys, you need to let this go. Just let trans people exist. Oh, my God.
I have one more funny comment to mention about this.
Hell yeah.
This is actually the whole reason why I wanted to talk about these funny comments. So, I have a clip here that was from the previous episode. I'm going to post this clip, and then while you guys are watching this clip, read this comment. It's going up right now.
At the same time?
Or either way. Go ahead.
But yeah, Sonic didn't go here, and it makes me sad. Now, to be fair, I know Japan is bigger than people give it credit for, so you can't go everywhere. But, damn.
These women are bigger than people give them credit
for. We went to the more like rural place of Japan. All the cool technology shenanigans is like at Tokyo and stuff.
Yeah, that's where I would go.
Yeah, well.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm so depressed.
It's true. I've read this comment too on past videos.
I'm glad Chododog's loving the clip in the comment. It's just like someone describing that whole thing in the comment. I'm just like, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, the hand. Yes,
just for you.
It's very relatable. Just for you. It's very relatable.
Thank you, ManGrunt1229 for noticing that. That made our days. Wait, actually, I just realized that name.
Do you guys think that after the big fallout with Sektor and Cyrax and all that NetherRealm is now hastily rushing to make Fujin back into a dude because they were planning on making him a chick and a bunch of assets are already done, but they're like, fuck, we still have 5 months.
I mean,
change it back.
Considering some things that feel like they were rushed in or put in immediately. I mean, considering Snake, you probably know this. Or actually, I don't know if you know this. Did you notice what Sektor says in the arcade ending?
What specifically?
Oh, in the intro, she's shit-talking Cyrax, but she calls Cyrax a he.
And Cyrax's defection to his Shirai Ryu.
That can't be right.
From one line. It was there. Like, if you do notice. I remember hearing that too. I'm like, is that a mistake? I feel like there are some things that feel like they're cut, and you can actually hear them in the intro dialogue, which I'll get into that later on, but...
To be fair, Sonic, this makes sense because of your video that I just watched yesterday, where you bring up how the writer made Sektor into a woman just so there could be a romance between Bihan and Sektor. But now I want to go even further and imagine that originally they were going to be in a gay relationship, but somebody told him, no, you can't do that. The fans aren't ready. And he went, well, then I guess it's a chick then.
Sonic, you're just wrong. She says,
really?
To his Shirai Ryu. She's talking about Kuai Liang.
Kuai Liang's betrayal and Cyrax's defection to his Shirai Ryu.
Oh, okay.
Get community noted, you fucking dumbass.
Because I remember I heard that, and I'm thinking, is he talking about Kuai Liang or is he talking about like Cyrax? It could be either.
Giant fanny hole.
Okay, shut up. I read a comment about that. And you know what? If we're gonna find people to shit talk, then there's actually one more we can do. Because that's before we get into the story mode, I got one more thing. This is actually the whole thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got demonetized again. Woo! Let's go.
It's so sad. We're such a humble, innocent podcast. We're just like talking. We're not even covering raunchy topics. We're not like the whatever podcast where they make fun of people the whole time. We're just talking about
video games. This reasoning for demonetization is really funny. So first off, who do you think the culprit is?
Me.
Oh, Snake, do you think it's yourself? Oh, you guys are so humble. You guys are pointing at yourselves. That's very adorable.
You?
It's actually dog.
Oh. It would have been way funny if it was you, Sonic. It's like
It would.
The least little puppy dog, the one least likely to get us in trouble, and it turns out, oh yeah, he said some heinous shit. In his
I
own
was the
language.
one.
I'm so careful.
Yeah, I said the
What did I do?
First off, dog, this was the episode you edited too. It was the episode where we talk about the guest fighters. But the reasoning for the demonetization is genuinely so funny. We talk about Mr. Arnold playing Conan the Barbarian, right, in the video. So we say his full name a couple of times.
No.
In one particular case, dog says Arnold sort of, and it sounded quite
it
like the
thinks that.
N-word.
That's why in my own videos I never say his last name, because YouTube for some reason thinks I'm saying that. Yeah.
Yep, that's the reason we got demonetized. Even timestamps, Chona Dog saying his name and it sounded like the N-word. Bam, that's it.
Well, you reviewed it. You got a review, right?
Can you not challenge that and say, hey, this is clearly not what was said?
I'm not sure how to challenge these, actually. I mean, I could look into it, but it's always been very tedious.
Must be different on your app, because for mine you just legit press the button and it says manual review and you go yes.
Yeah,
I manually reviewed it, and that's what they gave me. That's what they sent back to
They
me.
confirmed it after that? Like after watching it, they still confirmed that I said a naughty word when I'm clearly saying a celebrity's name?
Yes.
Burn this website. Burn it to the ground. They clearly are outsourcing this crap, or it's a robot. That's been my theory, even in my YouTube video.
Even
about,
the manual
it has to
reviews,
be.
probably.
There cannot be a person on this planet who doesn't know who that man is. He's only one of the most famous celebrities of all time. You can't not know who he is and know that that's his name. You fucking idiot robot. I'm going to be...
robot, stupid.
I'm going to be generous
robot.
and assume it's a stupid robot and not a stupid person. Give us a stupid person. They should feel horrible about what they've done. Because they are so stupid. So goddamn idiotic. That they honestly, something needs to be done about them. I think YouTube should put them through re-education, and so they go back to fourth grade that they skipped, and let them learn
and make them appear on that
language
TV
so
show. Are you smarter than a
they're
fifth grader? And watch them lose.
You make a very good point, Stink, about re-education, because YouTube will re-educate you if you get a strike. Did you guys know about this?
What?
Okay, so if you can get strikes on your channels, and it'll affect how your channel is going through and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So recently they added a new thing where it's like you can get rid of your strike if you watch like a tutorial and take a little test. Yes. I went through that. So I know about this.
Has begun. It's like a driver's class.
I can tell you guys my story here. So I've had it's not a strike, but it's like a warning strike, and it's just always been there on my channel, being like, this isn't going to affect your channel, but you got a warning strike. So if you get another one, then it'll be an official strike. Why did I get a warning strike? Because I saved a video in my favorites playlist that apparently had some inappropriate thing in it. Out of like 1,000 videos I saved in the playlist, and I'm like, well, can I see what the inappropriate is? Nope, you just get a strike. Can I get rid of it? Nope. And then they have this new method that they gave me, which is like, okay, take a little test. And the little test is like, okay, so which one of these 4 options is an inappropriate thing to put in your videos? And I'm like, yeah, I learned a lot from a fucking video I put in a playlist like years ago.
Dang. Did I tell you guys, I think I explained to you guys why my video got demonetized, and turns out it was not showing the fatality from Deadly Alliance, which if it had been, I was going to laugh, because it's like a really old game with like dated graphics, clearly not realistic, and they're killing Cyrax, who bleeds black oil. Yeah, it's the cyborg version of him where you can see his human parts, but it's still clearly a robot. Well, I got to talk to my actual YouTube agent, and for some reason he gets to know why I got flagged, but they don't tell me. Like in text format, they never told me why I got in trouble, right? He told me. Turns out it was for my Gamer Subs ad, and it's because one of the cups, pretty small, overall if you were to do a percentage of the screen, it was probably less than 5% of the pixels on my monitor, right? One of the cups has a bikini woman and rock hard abs. So that's already funny, but even funnier is the description they gave him, because he asked them and they typed a response of why exactly. So funny. I'm going to try to read it word for word from memory. So it said...
Okay.
It said, cartoon breast revealing, more than 50% of breast exposed. So apparently that's the rule. You can't show more than half the titties. That's the rule, apparently. And it's a cartoon. They even acknowledge it's a cartoon. And I still, like, if it was hentai, I get it. You can't have it, like, going, wee, just, like, bouncing their stuff up and down in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I get that. But it's a still image, and it's what you would reasonably wear at the beach. It's not even like a lewd outfit. She's not wearing lingerie.
Just today, I saw a video that's like, because I wanted to look through like the min-match dialogues in story mode. You know, when characters fight each other, they have that. Yeah. And I was watching the compilation of the story mode min-match dialogues for Khaos Reigns. And when I got to the part where Sindel and like Shao Kahn showed up, Sindel, for some reason, the person in the video just blurs out Sindel's breasts, and I'm like, it's not that what? And then when they got to the Empress Li Mei part, just like censored the entire bottom half. Why? What? It's like, now that you mentioned like that, I'm like, oh, maybe it's not that exaggerated anymore. Snake, what were you gonna say?
People in the comments, post below. I want you to name one company on this planet that isn't headed up by just the dumbest motherfuckers on Earth.
It would have to be a new one.
Just one. I want proof that you can, in fact, have a company where the person at the top is actually intelligent and not so goddamn stupid. Holy shit. We all got examples of ones where they're just like the biggest, stupidest assholes, like X. We all know, like that. And then, like, Warner Bros., of course, is another classic. Thanks for all the trouble you've given us with your terrible decisions for this game and others. I want proof.
Thanks,
I want to restore my faith in humanity that decently intelligent people can in fact succeed in this world, and it's not just the stupidest assholes with the most money.
Oh, wait, here's the overall image that got me in trouble, though. Just so you see how small it is.
So that one on the bottom right, that's the one?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So now we know
like
for
Street Fighter
a fact
6
that someone reviewed it, in my case at least, but we also have it confirmed now that they're embarrassed to explain the reason because they know that we'll make fun of it like this and just expose it. So they just don't tell you sometimes, like why they got mad at you.
You know, it's kind of funny. I'm going to have to censor that just to showcase on the pod. Actually.
Oh, you're right. Well, you can still like blur that one spot. You'll still get an idea for how small it is. Like, because this was never even the whole screen. It was only like this big. Like how big my screen is right now. It was only about that much of the screen, the whole image. So then imagine how small that one part is. And someone still zeroed in on that. Asmongold said it the best. He brought up, well, it's because somebody was hired to work there whose entire job is to point this crap out. And if they don't do that all the time, they'll get laid off. So they'll find any little thing to complain about. Because that's their job.
That's such a good point. Oh my gosh.
I feel like there needs to be a push for the idea that if you do this as a job, this is your profession, you are making money from doing this, that it should be illegal for them to limit your ability to make money without telling you why.
Yeah, I agree.
We need to push for this to be the case.
It's been like,
if they're going to say that, oh, you don't make money on this video or you make limited money from it because of something, they should have to legally tell you why.
And then
it's been pushed for like, I don't know, 6 years now.
If I can prove, like, if they review it and reject it, and I get it reviewed a second time, and I can get it confirmed, then the first person who reviewed me should lose their paycheck. Or take a cut. How about that? That way they're less likely to false report people because they're like, oh crap, if I get called out, then I lose money. And it's like, yeah, how's it feel? How's it feel to just have money taken from you for no good reason?
Well, anyways, that was a nice warm-up, but are you boys ready to get
into the main topic that everyone wants to hear? Hooray!
Hooray!
Woo! Yeah! I feel like to start off with this topic, we should all, on the count of 3, say one word that describes how we felt with this story mode.
Oh, one word? Okay.
Can I do 3?
Wait. On the count of 3. I'll do 2.
All of us
say the same.
I'll do 2 words. Mm-hmm. At the same time? I know what Sonic's going to say. It's a 3-letter word, but that's good.
What am I going to say? It's a 3-letter word.
Let's go. I'm ready on the count of 3.
All right, let's just say whatever we want in the count of 3. How do we feel about Khaos Reigns? 1, 2, 3. It's poo.
Big budget
First draft.
You both said it at the same time. I couldn't hear what you guys said.
But
did you, okay.
I thought that was the beginning
first draft
at the same time, which is why you did the countdown and everything.
Yes, I said it, but no one said it with me.
I know, because we're so polite. We're just such nice dudes.
I heard first draft, and I didn't hear what Snake said, though.
Big budget invasions.
True. Yeah.
I said it's poo because I wanted to say it with Snake at the same time because Snake always says it's poo or it's wank, so I couldn't get that unfortunately.
It's wank.
Yeah, he says that. It's a poo wank. I remember he said that before.
I don't remember saying poo wank, but
You did.
I do call things
poo.
wank a lot, but
It's
I don't
poo.
think it's even that bad to where I'd say that. It's just so nothing. I guess we're all expecting like aftermath, like the next big chapter, and then what we got was so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
Exactly,
I have a theory
yeah.
that they have a part 3, which is why this feels so nothing, because there's a finale that's going to
Which
be a
is
part 3
weird.
story or something.
Because there's no setup for anything new.
There's
after
not.
this.
Yeah,
There
Which
really is
I have
no,
to
yeah.
imagine. I have to imagine it's because they were like, we don't know if Warner Bros is still going to be around like a year
Funding
from now.
this.
So, in terms of how the content's going forward, we've got 3 characters here. The next 3 characters are going to be released individually, the guest characters.
Yes.
And it's 2 months from now is when the current season of Invasions ends, which it tells us that's when the next content drops. Which Ghostface, I think, is confirmed the next one.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, he's in
October,
the trailer at
baby.
the end of
Yeah,
the launch
we've seen
trailer.
a glimpse of him. So that's going to be the first.
We've seen him do the wrong animation.
yes,
Really?
beautiful.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't watch the trailers.
I'll
That's
explain it.
right!
So Snake, to make them animate perfectly in sync, it looks like they quite literally copy and pasted Ghostface.
Oh no.
But then when they mirrored him, they forgot to mirror the object he's holding. So one of them has the knife like this and just goes and cleans nothing. Like cleans no blood off the knife.
Fortunately,
Yeah.
they do have 2 months to fix that.
They
Yeah.
will fix
and
it
even
too.
the
But
animator came out and said, "Hey, it's just what happens when you're rushed to get something out last minute for a trailer because Ghostface is not ready." But
so
they said put him
Ghostface,
in.
here's the
Yeah.
blade, and he does this. That's like his iconic move. In the fatality he does, there are 2 Ghostface. One does this, but the other one does it like this.
Why is he explaining what I just explained? I'm confused. I
I
just
don't
not
think Snake
explaining
understood
it.
it good enough, because you just said, "Oh, you didn't get the blood off." I'm like, he hits a handle. That doesn't make
I,
sense. You know what I mean?
I held my brush. Like I did
I understood
this.
the concept from the fact that he was mirrored. It was,
Yeah.
All right,
But they did
fine.
mirror the knife. Yeah.
But it's
Which
pretty
makes
funny
it
though.
No, you're
Yeah,
okay, Sonic. I just was worried that
I thought it
did
wasn't
such
a
bad
mistake.
job
I thought it was like
explaining
a
I was like,
cool
holy shit, how
aesthetic
bad did I
thing.
do that? He's just walking us through it a second time. Shit.
anyway, so
I'm doing the thing that Dog did before, repeating the same
So
thing.
anyway, the
over
point
again.
is, so that's 2 months. That's 2 months away. That presumably tells us that each one's going to be 2 months apart, which means we're going to have to wait 6
Yeah.
months from now until we get the last character, which will probably be Conan. I imagine they'll put him last just in case they can get Arnie in. They're probably still negotiating now. Plus, if they did get Arnie in to do the voice, that would be a way cooler point to end on than just the T-1000.
True.
Even though I imagine Conan is like the least hype as a character, but if they can get Arnie's voice, that'd be great. So that's gonna be 6 months from now. So what they're gonna do after that? Will we? So we might be hearing about the next expansion or something by then, or maybe they're just gonna keep things going with cameos. Because Ed Boon did say there are plans for cameos. We should talk about
mention
that
that,
interview,
yes.
but probably next time. But Ed Boon did say there are plans for cameos for year 2. It's
Yes.
wild that they've not shown that off yet, and the fact that it wasn't in the pack suggests we're probably going to pay for them separately. But are they just going to spread things out with that and go, here's the next 6 months, just cameos being added, no new characters? Oh no.
Yeah, it's interesting to try and think of what the next expansion could be, or if there is going to be one. Because like you said, maybe WB will just be like, okay, scratch it, just move on to the next project that they've already hinted at, they're already working on. Although it seems like from their words, it seems like they're still working on this game. They're still going to be pushing out more stuff.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
You know what'd be really funny is if what they were holding off on was, because everyone wants a lot of people want Injustice 3. Imagine if what they were setting up was the next content batch is going to be DC characters, and it's like now we're going to do a story mode that's like the DC universe invaded the MK universe. So we get Injustice Superman following the bad ending. Yeah, Injustice continues the good ending. MK gets the bad ending. Evil Superman comes in with his mind controlled murderous Batman, and Wonder Woman's there. And then we're going to get a sword fight between Asherah and Wonder Woman. Or they probably won't actually, just because that'd be too obvious and good a thing to do. And NetherRealm likes to miss out on obvious opportunities, as we saw in this very expansion. There's some really funny things that they missed the chance to do.
Do you want a
imagine
Rain
that
and
was what they were
Tanya
doing.
chapter instead of a Takeda and Ermac chapter? No? Well, you're getting it.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
The
The
but
costumes
it's worth
look dope.
noting. It's worth noting that because every invasion season comes with a preview for the next one. This season does not. There's no preview for the next season, and I don't know if it's someone leaked it or something, but someone has said apparently that they're going to do Scorpion next again. So it's going to loop back around, which is really lame when you look at it and go, "What we got Shang Tsung, who already was the focus in the story, but we didn't get Cyber Smoke, we didn't get an invading Shao Kahn, they didn't wait until we could do Noob Saibot with Wraith versions of everyone. Nothing cool like that. It's just we're done. That's it."
Listen, Snake, during the merger, they had to lay off some people, and they fired the art guy. So they can't draw any more pretty pictures. Invasions is done.
Oh, you mean the person who drew Sindel alongside the good guys, even though she's been dead since the main game came out?
Oh, yeah, I love stuff like that. I live for that kind of funny stuff, though. That was in MK11 also. Like, Scarlet's pixie cut survives in her arcade ending, even though they changed her hairstyle.
Well, okay, but I think that's a result of them just already working on the art assets in the early development before they changed the design, because that's what Scarlet looked like originally.
Yeah.
But here it's like no one noticed. It's been a year and no one noticed. Sindel shouldn't be here. She's dead.
Snake.
Well, maybe the arcade ladders are done first, I guess. So they did the art for the arcade ladder before story was finalized.
Another weird one is that they always depict Raiden in this mode as the mortal version, the younger one. It's like you have the Dark Raiden, so you think, oh, it's going to be Dark Raiden, God Raiden. Nope, it's just a mortal version. And then here we have Mortal Raiden showing up alongside Titan Kung Lao and Kitana. So it's clearly meant to be the ones from the story mode. But I guess Raiden's de-aged himself. I guess he was like, hey, I see young Raiden from Liu Kang's timeline. After I help save him from evil Shao Kahn, I'm going to go home and I'm going to give myself a facelift. And it's going to be really cool.
The funny thing is, Snake, when I saw that Raiden, I thought that was the Raiden from the season of Raiden. Because didn't he wear the same, right? Didn't he wear the same thing?
It's like I thought, oh, is he back? Has he
back?
Got his redemption? He's now going to help Liu Kang? No, it's just meant to be those ones who already showed up. It would have been so cool because at the end of it, where everyone's working together, all these different characters. Some of them just random, like, oh, why is Reptile here, or Johnny Cage? Good Reptile, by the way, like good alternate Reptile in his Power Rangers fit for some reason. It's like, but why not make this the culmination of this mode then? Why not have Scorpion and Harumi there, and then have the other Raiden, and then
the build up with all the invasion stories.
How cool would that have been? But we don't.
I feel a little bad for Dog because we somehow went to invasions mode and he has no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, you guys are really bad at staying on topic, but apparently people like that, so it's all good.
Wait, okay, one last thing though, because you were talking about the funny art, because these artworks were definitely drawn before the game was done. It was like middle in production as they're drawing like these artworks, because this one was pretty funny too. In Sektor's arcade, in Noob Saibot's arcade ending, basically you see this like grand finale scene of like the Lin Kuei fighting all like Liu Kang's like champions, and like we're gonna fight them now, and in that freaking artwork you just see Kung Lao getting sliced in half and dying.
Yeah.
He cannot catch a break.
Can't stop catching L's. Let's go.
Cannot catch a break.
That I can forgive just because I look at that as him saying this is what's going to happen. So it's him imagining that they're going to slaughter everyone. But
some of the arcade mode artworks
really
are not
funny.
like happened yet. Yeah. But either way, how do we start with this? How do we start with this mess? Because I had a lot of trouble thinking of how the heck to talk about Khaos Reigns, because like I'm not even too sure like where to like approach this like topic or where to like even start.
I feel
well,
like
you've already done more
go.
work than the writers because you're already rethinking your initial concept. Where to me, it really does feel like they wrote the draft of Khaos Reigns and were like, yeah, that works. In fact, I have a new theory in my head that the reason why this game has the biggest example of characters don't use their powers in cutscenes is because they weren't sure who was going to be in Combat Pack 2, but they still had to write the story and knew that Havik was the main villain. So that's why there's like Sektor and Cyrax never doing Sektor and Cyraxy things like later on in the story.
A lot of mocap fighting.
And also falling and getting hurt and stuff. And I'm like, but they have jetpacks and like she picks a lock at one point with her gauntlet, but anyone can pick a lock reasonably if they have like a key on them or like a skeleton key. So like anyone could have been picking that lock while Rain is like holding the doors, So I'm like, did they really not know who was going to be in Combat Pack 2 when they wrote this? Which is why like it's so anyone could be with Rain and Tanya
That's
in those
true.
tunnels, and it would still make sense. Yeah,
that is actually an interesting point.
Just a theory. There's no proof behind this at all. Just
but what baffles me is
head.
like, because Ed Boon has gone on interviews saying like, oh, we knew we were going to be able to do like this expansion, like DLC story mode, since we were going to make Mortal Kombat 1. We already planned this from the get-go. So we've already been working on this for a while.
Yeah.
It does not feel like that in some aspects.
I do suspect they knew they were going to do female Sektor and Cyrax, and that's why those two are in the cameo roster, to preserve the classic forms in the same way that Scorpion and Sub-Zero and Kung Lao to a lesser extent are. I think that's why they had them there, because if they were going to keep them on as just male, they wouldn't have included them, I don't think. And it does feel weird to be like, yeah, Sektor and Cyrax are going to be on the playable and cameo roster. You have more unique options, but I feel like that's the reason why. So I suspect they did know way in advance that they were in fact going to have Sektor and Cyrax as DLC. They're going to be women. They're going to be factoring into the story. Probably knew they were going to be doing this big Link Wei Shiryu push, even though Takeda, who was meant to have joined the Shiryu, was not in the story for some reason.
He's really busy with the Yakuza, remember? In his arcade ending, he's busy handling Movado and Dairu. No, not Dairu. Fuck, I forgot. Dagon, thank you.
Movado's already died twice now. If the arcade endings are canon, then like, and the story is canon, so Movado's died twice now because Khaos Movado gets stabbed.
He's fine. He's fine in the arcade mode. He just got a little stab. He'll live through that.
That's true. You can walk that off in the Mortal Kombat universe unless you're Sindel. Then it's permanent.
Yeah, unless you're Sindel.
But yeah.
Unless you're Sindel.
Well, you say permanent, but remember she's back in Invasion.
She's back.
Yeah, true. Still the most pointless death ever, but I think it's because they want to bring her back with her cool undead look or something. Yeah.
Also, they want to make Melina Empress somehow. I guess.
What it is, it's secretly set up for Ermac to be a girl in the next one, but with Sindel as like the primary.
Everyone's changing genders. Actually, you know what? Speaking of that thing, I guess this is a good way to start. Let's just talk about Cyrax and Sektor in the story mode. How did you guys feel about these two?
The armor is hilariously inconsistent, which is something that I kept bringing up. Like, even in the very start, I know it's like nitpicky, but I was giggling how Cyrax swings off a dead tree branch wearing this like assumedly heavy ass armor because it's like bulletproof and shit, right? So what? I know it's a danger room tree. It's not a real tree.
Exactly.
But we don't know that we're watching
it.
By the way, more stuff stolen from Marvel, making a literal danger room. Like, you didn't have to do that. I get that it's cool, but you're not beating the Marvel allegations with that one.
In fairness, they did already rip that off a decade ago with MKX.
Yeah, didn't they have that stage in MKX?
Yeah, the Special Forces.
There was holograms in that, though. You could clearly tell that it was like fake. It wasn't like simulating an actual.
It's fine.
It probably could have done it. Yeah.
It's not a huge deal in my mind.
Oh no. Now I'm thinking of Sektor being like. Now I'm thinking of the Sektor like meme, but from the Spider-Man comic with the pterodactyl man, where it's like Liu Kang's fighting her, like, Sektor, with your genius, you could have already cured cancer instead of turning people into robots. But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into robots.
Yes.
Can one of our artist fans please doodle that like real quick? That'd be really funny. Just little stick men, it's fine. I want to see something like that. It'd be funny.
That would be funny.
But yeah, what I find funny about the designs is is Cyrax at least has fingerless gloves in a power suit.
I love that.
That seems really dangerous and silly.
I like it though.
But also, something you may not even necessarily notice it just with Cyrax and much because of her skin color, but you notice it a lot with Sektor. Is the armpits are exposed?
Yes.
Yep. That perfect for space travel and going into the upper atmosphere where things freeze.
Oh yeah, the fatality. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know, Dog. I bet you said this when that happened too. When they were at the Citadel of Havik, and it was like when Cyrax falls down, and it's like Sektor is like, I can only boost for a short amount of distance, so I can take each one of us one by one down. I'm like, bitch, you can fly into space with your fatality. I'm definitely assuming it's one of those cases that's like fatality more OP than canon and something like that.
I definitely missed that because I was talking during the playthrough. I can't believe they have to actually state how weak her thrusters are.
Oh, you didn't hear that part?
No, because maybe they say it later because I was making fun of it when they first show up at the Coliseum, period, and like they're looking at Tanya and Rain down there, and I'm like, okay, 2 of these characters can fly, so just go down there right away, grab them, and just fly up and leave. Is there any reason why this can't happen?
One?
Yeah, I don't know if it was said at that point already, but yeah, I'll just go down there and grab it right away. But
wait, no, Sektor can fly, but who's the other one who can fly?
Well, I mean, Cyrax has the gravity boot, so she can still grab someone and like run up the wall. She has the sticky shoes.
Also, Scorpion can teleport.
True.
Scorpion is the funniest one too, because like there's that part where the bridge collapses and Cyrax like pushes them out of the way, and it's like, you saved my life, and it's like, did she? Because you can just teleport on reaction to falling and be fine.
I guess I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true.
To be fair,
I get that like
fair,
if he's already
Sonic,
like
the writers
mid-fall
never
like
think
really
about
fast,
that.
he would keep the momentum. But
The what?
sorry,
The writers never think about that. Like Dog said, the powers don't get used.
they really don't exist in cutscenes. It's pretty funny. Like they actively don't exist.
I really want when Sektor says about how weak her thrusters are, I want Nick Fury to walk up and go, "Bitch, please, you've been to space."
Nice.
Yeah, because
Good
let's like
reference.
this is the kind of thing. Because during the story mode, I do have like I don't like to nitpick too much, but even I'm like I do say sometimes. But then after the story mode, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, couldn't you do? And couldn't that? And couldn't that all that? And then couldn't it just happens like so many like times throughout like you watch the story mode. Yeah.
This is why you have to establish like in your own universe like hard rules, and it's not necessarily the new writer's fault for this, because it's never been established like how the Mortal Kombat characters can teleport, like what's required for it to happen.
Yes.
Like for example, does Scorpion have to see where he's going to do it? In MK11, clearly not, because he just vanishes out of entire buildings. But in MK1, maybe he has to have like line of sight. And is that the case for Rain? We don't know. I like how in shows like Avatar: Last Airbender, they establish how something as simple as binding their hands can like stop them from bending. And I'm like, oh good, that way like capturing someone is reasonably possible. That's the main reason that rule exists, because otherwise they'd just be impossible to contain. Like
While
they'd just be
in
constantly
this-
breaking out.
And then in this, you have Sub-Zero whose hands are bound, and then he's just like freeze break, and he could just do that any time, but he just waits for the right. I mean, yeah, it makes sense for that
he
moment.
did
It's
wait for
really
the right
funny.
timing.
It's really funny to think he could have gotten out any time. Like these restraints were pointless.
I'll tell you something even funnier. And that scene when they're like kneeling down and getting like prosecuted, it's like I'm assuming like they're waiting for their time to escape, but I'm just thinking like, why the fuck is Sektor in a full armor suit with like missiles and guns on her while they're questioning her?
And the answer is so that when shit goes down, she can already have it and assist in the combat. But, like,
Exactly.
realistically, she wouldn't have it. Yeah, it's not as bad as Ant-Man 3 when they were in prison with all their gear. That's the funniest example. Like the two heroes have all their stuff while in prison, and it's like, okay, this is just the funniest example because there's no reason why. It's only because you don't want to have to show them breaking into the armory and getting their stuff back.
One of the things that's somewhat frustrating for me is the fact that Sektor and Cyrax could have had their human designs as costumes, because they're not cyborgs in this. They just have power suits. So you could have just the normal clothes with which they have technically designed.
MK9.
They do technically have. They do technically have designs. We see Sektor without her costume on in her ending. Cyrax at the very end of the story mode has a normal human model. So they do have both these characters designed to be without their armor. So they could just do a version of them that just only has, say, the gloves and like a few bits of armor here or there. Like keep the backpack on Sektor and that's it. But you can scale it down and just have variants of them for the cutscenes that don't have the armor, and then Sektor could just be there without her armor, and then you can even just you rip it off Marvel anyway. Just have it that someone like she has like the backpack. Someone tosses it to her. She puts it on and like she blue beetles up. Yeah, just fuck it. Why not? Right? Why is she in full armor?
I like your idea because it also makes another skin, and I actually would kind of like want that skin, especially because it's not like they have unhumanized like robotic teleports or anything like that. So it's not like it's gonna like, oh, we can't have Sektor going down to the ground and teleporting. What does make sense? No, she doesn't have that. She just flies up anyways. So you actually can.
It wasn't even a problem in MK9, like we said.
True.
Yeah. It's going to be DLC. They're going to give us human outfits for Sektor and Cyrax.
Because we're talking about like nitpicky stuff. I think because we can go on for a very long time about
these
this.
These are actual plot holes. I am not nitpicking. I refuse to call it nitpicking when it's actual giant plot holes.
And one of my biggest things about this, and this has always been an issue ever since Titans have been freaking introduced, it's like Titans as a concept are supposed to be like the grandiose, like biggest, most overpowered thing in existence, stronger than Elder Gods, and they can get whacked by like a fucking Havik bat.
Yeah.
And stuff. That's the power scaling there is just like.
Well, Havok's the one swinging the bat, to be fair, but yeah.
The main story ends, and like a third of the characters you can use in that chapter are just dudes. Like Johnny Cage don't even have his god-slaying powers anymore, and he can just kick Titan Shang Tsung's ass.
Yes.
He can just do that, and then in this expansion we see that happen again with Havik.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think for chapter 15, at least it's fine just because you choose your own character, you choose your like ending. But here it's like it is 100% Noob Saibot that beats Havik. So it's like everyone else kind of beats his clones. So I guess the clones are like a weaker version of them. So I'm a bit more okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Noob is the one who defeats the Titan, the creator of that universe.
Yeah. And the
We're jumping all
merger
around,
of realms too. Apparently, like he merged different timelines, like what Shang Tsung was trying to do. So,
yes.
Yeah.
We're kind of jumping around.
It's probably just a matchup thing because he even straight up says it. He goes like, it always comes down to this: me versus another Titan, and I never lose. And it's like, yeah, but this time you fight me. But like they never explain why that's a bad matchup, except apparently he knows how he fights because like he was brainwashed by him, but. And also, that arm ability that only shows up after he wins fights is super OP. The portal of 1,000 arms.
Oh, yeah. His
just
fatality.
happens to show up. That's got to be more theming, too, because Interloco, shout-outs to Interloco, pointed out how so many of the villains have an arm theme going on. Like, they either have extra arms wrapped around their body, if you look closely.
On the bodies,
like,
yeah.
Or like even their armor sometimes has hands on it, like handprints or something. So like these hands mean something. Like maybe the theme of like chaos are the hands. I don't know, but the hand stuff means something. They just haven't explained it yet. But
I didn't think.
I can't wait for it to be
Noob's-
the silliest explanation ever.
Noob Saibot has a hand on his belt for some reason. We don't know who it is.
Yeah.
Which I thought for a split second was going to be Hirumi's when she got like restrained.
Yeah, right.
And her hand was extended for a split second. I was like, oh shit, here it comes. They're going to slice her hand off or some shit. But no.
I'm stunned that she survived that whole scenario. It was like I was thinking, oh, so this is going to be where Sub-Zero kills Harumi like in all prior timelines. No, she makes it out alive somehow and then does nothing.
The issue I would say about that wedding scene is because you kind of Dog, you said you saw my video about the review.
Yeah.
Oh, so because I kind of like get pretty mad towards like Kuai Liang a bit in that video, but I felt like a lot of the justifications for why Kuai Liang is like would be especially mad towards Cyrax is if somebody died at that wedding, like Harumi, Smoke, or Hanzo, that would be way more fucked up. That'd be way more harder to forgive, like Cyrax and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
they were still going to.
Stuff.
They just got stopped. Like they wanted, like at least Sub-Zero thought, if Harumi dies, like do it. Like I don't give a shit. So that's pretty hardcore. I just don't get like. It's really weird that the writers don't like Sub-Zero. It's not just like that he starts off bad and ends bad. It's the fact that he takes so many L's too. Like he loses to Cyrax immediately. And I'm like, how is Sektor still following this man? She just watched her underling kick his ass in like a fair 1v1.
Well, to be fair, Sektor was with Bihan, so like Sektor also got beat too. So I guess she would, Well,
that was a sparring session more or less. That's like an actual serious match, and like. I don't know.
Sub-Zero's cameo fighter was Sektor, so they both got defeated there.
You have Scorpion, don't use your cameo.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Scorpion's your cameo when you play as Cyrax, yeah. It's kind of a 2v2, yes. The cameo fighters are weird in the story mode. It's like,
I never
who
used them
helps?
because they're so bad. That was one of my complaints too. When I was playing with these new story-only cameos, they're just bad. They either have useless moves or they're worse versions, which is weird because normally the cameo version of a move is really good because they want you to use the cameo. Like, for example, Cyrax's cement toss, like her foam cement, is really good in regular gameplay, but as a cameo version, you can't even combo into it. It's too slow.
Wait,
I'm like,
can Cyrax even use that?
Yeah, it's one of her moves. She has the foam cement.
I was genuinely shocked. So when you have the Scorpion or Sub-Zero, their kind of moves are the same. I think Kung Lao as well, outside of like Chapter 1. The thing they use the same moves as their cameo versions. I was shocked Sektor and Cyrax don't do the same. They have completely different moves.
No, they don't.
Well,
only Sub-Zero does.
Yeah, they're just crappier versions. Like Sektor still has her teleport, her missile, and the straight gun, but they're just bad because they're not summons.
Are you talking about the Titan Havik's like timelines version of Kung Lao and Scorpion?
No. When the character is usable as a cameo in the story, if they are also a cameo, so when you get Scorpion as your cameo in the story mode, he has the moves of the cameo version of Scorpion.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
sure?
I think I know what you mean.
He uses get over here and the spinny move. He does not use fire in the air or overhead sword or grabbing your character back, which is what cameo Scorpion does.
I just wanted the same move.
See, I got it backwards.
It's only
I thought what you
Sub-Zero
meant was Sektor
that
and
I've
Cyrax
noticed.
get entirely new moves, but you just meant they're not cameo Sektor and Cyrax. Gotcha. Yeah, they're like their main characters, Sektor and Cyrax, but they use their moves.
Because Snake, if Scorpion can use the cameo Scorpion moves, that wouldn't make sense because Scorpion will have like a skeleton head, and Kung Lao can't even teleport yet.
With his mask still on. It'd be fine.
Really? Did you really see that? I meant it's not happening.
Well. I haven't seen it, but I was thinking he might as well do that. Nobody was caring.
Shit! Sorry, I thought you said it actually does happen.
I saw it in MK Onslaught because they recycled Scorpion's brutality animation, like victory animation from MK11, because pathetic and then breathes fire. And if you assign the fatality to M1K Scorpion, he still does it with that same voice line. It's really funny.
That's funny.
I've seen him do it.
Can you think about how fucking hard, how badass it would have been if during the wedding, like when Harumi's about to get killed and it seems like nobody can help, Kuai Liang happens to see it and just breathes fire for the first time and he's so mad and actually shoots fire at that. That'd be so fucking sick. And it's like, oh, he can do it in his human form. I get that reference. I don't know.
Oh, he's slowly becoming...
With the rising music and like the dramatic tension, extreme close-up of eyes turning like orange from fire and then just breathes it. It'd be so sick.
Something like that. Some progression would be nice.
And then
some character progression.
Rapid punches him in the back of the head, like in the MK4. Oh, and he just goes down.
Do you mean like the ending where he's like, "Oh, you are not. I was not the one who killed your clan. Who was it, Quan Chi? Ah!" Is that what you mean?
Donkey punches him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
I adore in this scene. Sorry, I adore in the scene when the Lin Kuei is showing up and they're all just in black, and they stand out so much and no one notices.
They're just all around there.
It reminds me of an MKX when like Kotal Khan finally stares at the rooftops and sees Rain, Melina, and their minions like half over, just like not even trying to hide.
At least that was a high rooftop. These just walls, just like I don't know, like
I know
2 people tall.
Oh,
nobody noticed.
I think I even make the reference. Actually, I thought I resisted, but I was not able to resist making the political assassination joke in that scene. I'm like, no one's covering the rooftop. The most obvious place that you'd be attacked from, and we know that like the soldiers are there because they all show up with like weapons to like defend the Kuai Liang and the people. So I'm like, they're there. Just no one thought to cover the rooftops.
Like, something else
crazy.
funny.
And again, there's no reason to show this because you could have just had Sektor walk up invisible and fire the rockets to explode it and cause like a scramble and freak everyone out. That
because the fight starts with the Sektor blowing up the door anyways. Yeah. So then just everybody run in and stuff.
Yes. Another way they could have done it is simply had it that all the Lin Kuei members disguise themselves as shared IDU members, and then they're like,
an actual red wedding.
I'm one of the Lin Kuei the whole time, and there's a big fight and no one knows what's going on. It's like, who's an ally, who's an enemy?
That's interesting. Here's 2 things I just thought about that's kind of funny. You're talking about the Shirarayu being disguised and stuff like that. So I gotta maybe I have to rewatch the scene though. Were there other Shirarayu members in the audience? Because I just saw like Shaolin monks.
Yeah.
I'd have to.
Because I remember because Kuai Liang was like, "Enough Shirarayu blood has been spilled," but I'm like, but the people everyone in the audience is wearing orange like Shaolin monks. It's like,
yep.
Were there any Shirarayu like members like working there? And
which begs the question. This is a fun. You can play that little fun mind game of, did they just forget to add the other soldiers, or did they think the audience was so stupid that if they had 3 different like uniforms fighting, that we'd be confused?
No budget.
Which is it?
No budget.
Well, dog, that's the thing. You say 3 different uniforms. It's actually 2 because the Shirarayu are still wearing the Lin Kuei uniforms. So it could be they thought if the two sides are wearing the same clothes, it's going to be confusing. Even if they're wearing different colours, even if one side's all in blue and one's all in yellow, people will be too dumb to get it.
The other thing I want to mention about the wedding scene that I think was kind of funny was the first fight you have in there is Smoke and Johnny versus Cyrax and Sektor, and Johnny's like, "Who the heck are these guys?" And Smoke is like, yellow and red. They must be Cyrax and Sektor. And that made me think, so I guess before they even started wearing like the robotics suits, they were already like wearing yellow and red uniforms. Wouldn't that be confusing with Scorpion?
Well, no, this one's a black woman.
That's true.
I don't really want to continue this conversation. Next up, so the thing is, the other thing that I found pretty funny.
I can't believe they retconned Cyrax to be African. What is that about?
Kuai Liang is
That
like,
is-
we get mixed up all the time. You know, they always confuse Cyrax and me. I don't know why it happens. So I never see these because I speed run the story mode, but people have already started intentionally losing to see the hilarious like slow zoom in.
I saw all of them.
The failure
yes.
description, and one of my favorites was Cyrax because I'm not sure if they always like die in the same pose or not, but she's like face down with like legs splayed like this, like her feet are even going on. It's like she fell off a building like cartoon style and smacked. That's how she looks. But it says like Cyrax was immediately sent back to her village after her pathetic performance, and no one at the Lin Kuei is even allowed to speak her name.
That's the first
Like,
one.
bro.
If you lose, it says that is the funniest one. That one. There are none of the ones that are as funny as that one. That one's just like she was just dismissed, and their family name can never even mention her name. It's like she is such a disappointment. If she loses in the armory.
That's so harsh because she was like apparently so like decorated and had accolades and stuff before even working with the Lin Kuei, like at the ninja like school that she went to. She was like honor student and all that. So just imagine failing that hard. And you'd be totally justified in blaming the fucking suits. Just be like, I'm not used to running in robot shoes, dude. Like my vision was fucked up, like no peripheral. Like it's not fair.
Not only that, that's like a training montage. That's like a training scene, you know? So it's like, oh, you failed training? Out! You can never say your names. You can never say shit. You get out. I just think that's really funny.
What Sektor does there is the equivalent of like someone who does debates for a living challenges someone else to a debate and then being like, aha, I beat you in debate. It's like, well, yeah, because that's the thing you do for a living. This other person doesn't do that, and you're going to lord it over their head that they weren't as good at the thing you do. You fucking...
To be fair, maybe Bihan was over fired her because later on he shows up and he's like, disappointed, get out, or something like that.
I can't believe they used those
be.
stupid impromptu lines for the trailer because everyone mocked it, myself included, that cringe line, which is like attacking from a distance and from the shadows unseen. There are rules. And thankfully that line's not in the actual story mode because that would have been stupid. But I'm like, whose idea was it to throw that in the trailer when you didn't have to? Yeah. Sorry.
Dog.
What?
It is in the game.
It is? Oh, not in that exact moment. In that moment, she says something different. She says, reveal yourself, and she goes, and give up the advantage. She doesn't say, like, there are rules. That line is just for the trailer.
No, she did.
Did she? When? A different spot?
The exact same part.
No, she did not. I will not concede on this part. She does not say it in that part.
Yes,
she does not.
She does.
Nope, she says something different. I'll pull it up right now. I know for a fact she does not.
She says there are rules. Yes, she does say that.
Maybe later on, but not in that part with the tree. At the tree, she says, show yourself, and then she goes and give up the advantage. But it's not like there. I don't think she says there are rules. I don't think so.
In the story mode, in that fight, while she's, running around like this, she does say that specific line. While Dog is looking that up, so I'm pretty certain that the Shirarayu were at the wedding, because I just looked up the arcade ending, and this is what the Shirarayu uniforms look like. Did you see any of the good guys wearing this?
Not that I
Where'd
can
you go?
recall.
Oh, I opened the wrong tab. I couldn't find you guys for a split second. Whoops. There's the Discord tab.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure the Shirarayu, like, at least they didn't show any of, like, the audience members, like, they're all Shaolins, basically.
The Shirarayu were at the wedding. You're just fucking blind, Sonic.
This particular screenshot's really funny because that guy on the floor with the red leaf over his head, it looks like he's just had his face pummeled into oblivion.
Yeah, she just says
I
fight
know.
and show yourself. She does not say attacking from a distance. There are rules. She just says fight and show yourself.
But she says it in that fight, though. Like, you can...
Yeah, but
you
not
keep
in that
going.
exact moment. Like the way it's paired up in the trailer was so stupid. Let me see.
Okay, I thought... Because you said it's like she never says that. She only says it in the trailer just then.
Well, I'm still looking for it. I haven't heard it yet.
Anyway.
There's one more thing I want to bring up about the wedding, though. Because...
God.
Come on! This is funny! So...
This is one chapter of like 6. We need to move on at some point.
I know.
6?
going
It's
for an
actually only
hour.
4 chapters, Snake. Yes, it's only 4 chapters.
No, it's
I'm not
5.
kidding. Oh, sorry. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, okay, 5. We
3
both
DLC
corrected.
characters and 2 base roster characters.
So we both corrected ourselves, yes.
Oh yeah, there she says it.
Yeah,
But
I remember.
at least there's Sektor explaining like that it's the tournament rules she's talking about, and it's like, no, we're not fighting in a tournament. Like there's no rules here, which is a good explanation. That makes more sense than like in the trailer. It makes it seem like because like it looks like they're actually fighting. It makes it seem like she's saying there's ninja rules, like you can't attack from a distance as a ninja,
Lin Kuei
you can't
rules.
be sneaky. But she means
Yeah.
tournament combat. Like okay, that makes way more sense. So it's still stupid in the trailer because there's no context. You just think they mean ninja shit.
Yeah, okay, and also they're training
And they still
there,
took
so
that
it would
part
be...
and put it at a different part. Like so, that's still really dumb. Oh well.
They do that on the trailer, actually. Cause
Why didn't they use the other
specific-
line when she goes, "You would have felt the noose tightening around your neck," and then have the fire go around? That would have been so much sicker. Like, it should not be this easy to immediately fix stuff. I'm just saying, like, it should not
Yeah.
be this easy.
Interesting,
Go
funny
ahead.
thing about Cyrax and Sektor is because you never see their mouth when they're talking with the... Well, I mean, when they have the helmets down. So there was a part where the trailer was like, Chameleon's like, you know... You think fighting will earn you your mercy, and then Sektor is like, "We are not fighting for her mercy. We're fighting for our lives." In the trailer, she like you know, hold up, let him cook the chameleon. But in the game, it's right before she fights Quan Chi, so that's completely used differently there too. Okay.
Yeah,
anyways, let me hurry up and finish
There's a
this.
term
What
for
do you
that
think
that Snake would know too. I don't know the exact term, but Snake probably knows that movie term for when you add dialogue in post.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Snake. Chono Dog was asking you in his playthrough too. Like, oh, what's
Yeah,
that
like,
term? I think
Snake knows
Snake
the
would
term
know.
for this.
Yeah, Snake would know the term.
Oh, shit.
Don't worry, you can think about that, and I'll bring up the funny thing about the wedding. There's a lot of people who are interestingly absent from Kuai Liang's wedding.
Yep.
Like
Including
even
the
in
big
the
man
intro,
himself, because he would solve the problem instantly. Apparently.
even in the intro dialogues, Ashra and like Syzoth both get asked like, "I did not see you at the wedding," and then they say something like, "It's a good thing I did not show up, or else the Lin Kuei would have been fucked," or something like that. Which is just like, okay, well that still doesn't explain why, you know, you two weren't at the wedding. Hanzo wasn't at the wedding. You know, it's just like they explain Liu Kang and Geras, but it's just like there's a couple of characters that just like don't show up for the wedding, which makes sense for a gameplay standpoint because if they were there, it would make the fights harder for the Lin Kuei. But then it's like that just seems kind of rude.
Well,
But
in
I
the
guess, you know-
Outworlder, it kind of makes sense why you wouldn't be there. I guess.
Yes, but I guess
So
it's because
Ashura,
it's
you
like
know, and-
some of these characters aren't really friends with the shit out of you anyways. I suppose.
I had to look at because it just wouldn't come back to me. It's ADR.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's an acronym.
yeah, you added. Yeah. Gotcha.
Added
gotcha.
dialogue retroactively. What does the R stand for?
Snake, thank you very much.
Give him more side quests.
Give
Just
him
make
more
all the side quests. And he earns XP.
Alternate. No, that's a different thing. Fuck you.
Well, you
is
said that
ADR?
less than they said it in the game.
Automated dialogue replacement.
Automated dialogue replacement.
It's,
Okay,
it's
that's
the
cool.
thing that the Madam Web movie is infamous for.
Mhm.
That one beautiful line. He was in the Arizona researching spiders
Anyway.
before he died.
Something I thought was really dumb about this entire thing was the fact that Sektor and Cyrax's chapters are over before the quest really begins. Like, Sektor gets a bit of the quest in the marketplace, but most of their chapters are before things begin. So the two are kind of useless after that, and they're the big new characters.
Yep.
How
And-
dare you, Snake? How dare you? They were cameo fighters.
And Cyrax, like, the thing is,
Just ignores me.
I feel like the Lin Kuei stuff here with Sektor and Cyrax should have been its own thing and not part of this other plot that they need to rush through, because Cyrax's whole arc, even though it only takes about as much time as it did in MK9, it still feels incredibly rushed. It's like one little scene is like, oh, you were lied to by Sub-Zero, and she's like, oh, my entire way of life is a lie. Oh no, I will change my ways immediately. I know it's a story we've seen before, so you don't want to spend too much time retreading it, but that's why you either find a new way to do it, or like what if she was like stayed loyal to Sub-Zero all the way through? Like, maybe she just didn't believe Kuai Liang until like towards the end, and then she's like, maybe there's some truth to this. Maybe B-Hunt is a huge toad. Something like, but it just feels really abrupt. Like, it's just suddenly, I'm gonna change my ways. I'm gonna be a good guy, and then It's worse later on when you get to the resolution to her relationship with Kuai Liang, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
also a dumb fact that like Snake's saying, it's Kuai Liang's word versus Bihan's. So I even made the joke in my reaction, like he could have just been like, "Yeah, you're a fucking liar, dude. Kill him," and it would have like worked.
True.
So
Bihan definitely could have like
done,
lied there.
Again, it's the whole thing is a first draft. It has to be, because a much better reveal, as cliche as it is, would have been to have Scorpion and Sub-Zero already fighting, and then Scorpion just brings up like, "You let father die, and now you attack me during my wedding. What low will you not stoop to?" And then like he admits to it, not knowing that Cyrax is like behind him after kicking someone's ass, and she's like, "What?" Oh. Like, have him admit it. That way she has to believe it. Like, oh, shit. Like, that's immediately better. It should not be this easy to fix dumb shit.
You should not pull an MK9 Shao Kahn to say, "Oh, yeah, this heinous thing that I'm being accused of. Absolutely true. Yes, I did that."
He was so proud of saying
killing the
every
person he was admitting it
word.
to. It's still dumb, but he thought
So
she
funny.
would die. So it's like, admit it and then kill her. But still dumb.
Well, I bet he wanted to kill her, but he failed.
It's so funny to have Bihan as both Sub-Zero and Noob Saibot in the same game, where there is no distinction in personality between the two. His personality does not change. All that changes are his powers and the fact that he's loyal to Havik for a bit.
This is a change of topic right now.
Any intro Sub-Zero or Noob has, you could swap it to the other one and it would not change anything. It's so funny.
The difference is only literally time. It's like Noob Saibot is like...
It's literally skin deep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's so funny, too, to think about how Havik did all that work behind the scenes with, like, Bihan to Noob Saibot just to have him lose his first fight immediately and then end up on the good guys team. That is super funny. Like, I was in disbelief. Go ahead, sorry.
I'll give 1 point to him. He was about to kill Scorpion if it weren't for Empress Tanya.
I think he was
Tanya
corrupting
and
him in
Cyrax
the
stopping.
Chaos version somehow.
I thought he was sucking his soul or something,
It's hard to tell, isn't it? When everything's green, NetherRealm, it's hard to tell what's going on, ain't it? When all the powers are green.
Oh, okay. I want to. Should I bring this up later, or should I bring? I'll just talk. Since we're talking about Noob Saibot, anyways. I kid you not. I thought this was gonna happen at the ending. I was even saying it during my gameplay commentary. I was thinking, when Noob Saibot won and defeated Titan Havik and pulled off his limbs, because what he did to Scorpion, I was thinking, oh my gosh, he's gonna fuse with Titan Havik. He's gonna be the actual final boss. We're gonna fight Noob Titan Havik, and they don't do that. That would have been fucking ridiculously funny though if they did. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah. I also think it would have made more sense instead of like the whole stupid back and forth of well, I guess we should say this for later. Well, let's stay like with the events of story mode, and then we'll talk about them as we get there, I guess.
Sure. Why don't we go to Outworld with Melina and stuff?
So after the wedding stuff, we get the scene where Empress Melina in her new outfit, and she doesn't even fight in it. We don't get to see her fight in it. We don't even get her as a cameo in it. It's just there for the cutscenes and for the player, and it's really funny because they added this costume. It's like, ooh, that's a neat costume. They added it in the same season that they added the new Chaos variant, which I think actually is a cooler costume, and
it looks
also
good. Yeah.
and also the upcoming retro costume that they put in the files. Like, I'm never gonna fucking use this again. I've got two better costumes released in the same season, and now Melina is the character with the most costumes because once this other one drops, she's gonna have 9. She's beating Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and Reptile.
Hell yeah!
Congratulations,
This really
Queen!
is my timeline. This is my
The
video.
face of MK. The female face of MK. I will say the only reason I'd still be using that skin is for lore reasonings. Because when I do intro dialogues, I'll be like, "Oh, Empress Melina."
Yeah.
You can tell for that reason. Okay, here's a really funny thing that I think
hold
is
that,
kind
hold
of.
that thought. How funny would it have been if Melina's like Empress outfit was more revealing, like her outfits typically were in past games, and then the writers could justify it by being like, "Oh, Sindel made me dress a certain way." But now I am in charge, and I can dress the way I've always wanted to.
You're not going out just like that, daughter.
And it would make sense because in this game, Sindel was dressed very conservatively. She's wearing a giant onesie, for Pete's sake.
She's wearing armor.
That too.
I just realised,
Yeah.
Melina has an Empress outfit in the endings, like in Reptiles and Baracus, but it's not the same one.
Yes. She has a nice dress. Yes.
Too much cloth sim.
Yes.
Probably.
Have you seen Sindel's concept
Oh shit!
art?
Yeah, of course, because the Switch version would melt. That's why.
True, but have you seen the concept arts of Sindel in like the game? Because she has the default, but she also has like a couple like additional cloths on her costume. Like
yeah, she's a
makes her look more regal. Yeah. They just remove all that. They remove all that shit for her base uniform in the game, but that's in the concept art too. So I'm wondering if Empress Melina's costume had like a longer like cloth and stuff, but you know, for gameplay she removed that.
It is funny now that you pointed out how almost everyone's outfit is made of the same material. It's always that somewhat thick layered cotton so that it moves but not too much, because if it was like silk or something it'd be way harder to animate. So it's always heavy kind of cloth fabric.
So this is a very minute thing that I noticed on my second playthrough. I was just thinking, I was looking at the moment Titan Havik shows up and the moment they start fighting, the moment like Geras gets grabbed and start fighting. If you look in the background, you will see a group of Umgadi ladies just running away. And I'm thinking, that's strange. You just see in the background, just and I paid attention. Oh my gosh! They're escorting Kitana and Melina out of the throne room. You just see them all like, run! It's just both of them with the group of Umgadis running away, and then I think later on that's when you saw like the Umgadis come back with like the spears, like throwing it towards Nintara. I think those are the same Umgadi that do that.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Jackie Briggs and the others, they all come back.
Yes, it's just the same ones. Even though you see them getting killed by General Shao, but they're back. The same models.
Yep.
But I think that's a cool detail you get to see. Protect the queen, or you know, we got to do our jobs now. We actually need to protect them, unlike what we did with Sindel.
The idea that these unnamed Umgadi got resurrected, but Sindel and Jared have to stay dead is so funny.
So I couldn't find the actual concept art, but I found someone who made a 3D version of the concept art, like Giga Chad. So here's how one of the concept art looks for
like
Sindel.
a Photoshop.
Oh,
that's with better hair too. Exactly.
Yeah. The concept artists for these games are good. Whoever's in charge of picking the outfit that actually gets into the game is ass. It's always the bad one. Like, ever since MKX, I've been complaining about that. Like, you see the lineup, and I've noticed, minor segue, I've noticed that in Mortal Kombat 1, they don't show you very much of the other drafts.
Really?
Yeah. Characters only get like 2 pages, I think, of concept art in this game, whereas it used to be like several.
And it's mostly the same outfits that are already in the game. Like, it's either like their default and their alternate for most of them. Like, Sindel's one of the few that we actually got to see her actual other designs, which again I'll post them for Snake to look at. They're actually good, and none of them made it in.
I'm curious to know if, because I've been seeing some more drafts recently. I'm curious to know if like is that really? Yeah. Whoa, is that actually in the game?
This could be MK11 actually, but the point is, like, we saw actual.
Yeah, I don't think this is MK1.
I think it's 11.
Yeah,
but she definitely doesn't have 7 pages in this game.
Oh, you're right.
No.
I guess the answer would be to look at that bottom UI and see if it matches MK1's UI or MK11's. Yeah.
And look, I'm just gonna turn on Mortal Kombat 1, and I'm just gonna find it for you guys.
The way the hair looks on the left
we're fine.
reminds
Let's go
me
back on
of,
topic.
You know how her hair looks a bit off, a little different in her own arcade ending in MK11 when she's like confronting Kitana? It reminds me of that. So I think this is MK11.
MK11.
Well, it says there, past Sindel.
We got to talk about the main thing about this chapter, because no one's really been talking about, which really surprised. I guess because there's too much.
Who talks?
Exactly, Chameleon, and also she literally is a character here for the first time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about Melina 2.0 voice?
It
and did you
does
say it
sound,
wasn't? Are you going to reveal that it's not actually Melina? Is it a different voice actress?
Yeah, it's a different
not?
actress. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that. It really does sound like her.
I thought it might have been, and I thought that would have been cool if it's like, well, it's the same voice actress as Kitana and Melina because she's using her moves. No. Dominic Chancholo confirmed it. It's Courtney Taylor, who is also Orin in this and was Kira in Snowblind.
Oh, that's so interesting.
People might know
that's
her
fine,
as,
but why is she doing her best Melina impression then? Because she dead ass like sounds like her.
Intentional.
Fuck.
Because she is the character who uses Kitana and Melina's moves. She's probably meant to sound like her.
Stupid.
I think it's neat, personally.
I am on dog's side. Sorry, Snake.
I mean, I guess she needed something to do, maybe. Like, she's already there, and it's like, can I record some lines? It's like, yeah, you're going to do Chameleon.
Because I think I think she's Janet Cage as well.
Huh.
That's fine.
Oh, cool. That's a
I mean,
lot
I
of
no doubt
characters
that she has
voices.
range. I'm just wondering, like,
Well,
I get that
that's the
she
thing,
copies
because
their moves and stuff, but
because she doesn't have a major role in the game. Yeah, she's the Kalima, Janet Cage, Orin, and Chameleon. So she's got loads of other small.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
lot of small roles. Yeah.
People might remember know this actress as Jack in Mass Effect, Ada Wong in Resident Evil 6, and the female protagonist in Fallout 4.
Cool.
So it's weird that she's not playing a bigger role. She's just playing these side characters. But it's neat that Chameleon actually gets to speak. Because normally when NetherRealm they don't do it much. They don't usually get unique voice actors for the NPCs. It's usually just someone from the main cast. So like the guy at the start of the game is just Steve Bloom because he's here as Baraka. But then here's Harumi voiced by Stephanie Shea, completely uniquely. Whereas the Chaos Preacher is just Jameson Price, who is Ermac. So they are
still waiting on that Harumi
shaking up a
cameo
bit.
now that you mention it.
True,
Yeah,
true.
I'm sure she will be, probably alongside Madame Bo, because like they went to the effort of giving her a face model and a voice actress.
And a voice actress.
It seems weird to not make more use of that. It's probably just a case of figuring out exactly what she can do, and that's why it was weird that she just does a bit of sword stuff and that's it. They really should have given her more to do here, where she like kicks way more ass, and then it's like, oh, I want her as a cameo. She's cool. I mean, that's what happened with Madame Bo. People were like, oh, Madame Bo's really cool. I like her. I want to see her as a cameo.
Yeah.
Like, whereas Harumi's just going to be a cameo because, obviously, right? It just makes sense. As opposed to people want to see her as a cameo because she'd be really cool. Although they could just go with the Scorpion version from Invasions and just say, there you go, that's the version you get.
I got bad news, guys. I don't think this is the artwork you guys are talking about, right?
Yeah, well, that's the
It looks
original
like
one.
it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's official. I think that's a fan art.
Based on what? Where's it from?
Well, the first one's definitely concept art. With like the one like on the right.
Here is the Reddit
is-
post, and there's like an artist name to it.
Was it
Let me see.
posted on ArtStation?
This is someone that just posted on Reddit, and it says art by the Rar Hyde.
This definitely seems like the concept art because that's
Right,
literally her
on
evil outfit
Twitter.
on the far right.
Actually, this might be, maybe it is
Both the head
official.
missing.
Well,
then.
Plus, this art
posted-
looks
it's posted
very
on
similar to the
Twitter.
art that we see in the game.
Actually,
so unless they're
I
just
think
trying
it
to
is
copy the
official.
style. Like, this
Yeah,
looks
actually,
very close.
'Cause if it
At
was
the end,
unofficial,
she shows
it
she
was
shows the
unofficial-
Union of Light version of the art, and
Yeah.
that's the same one I think you get in the game. So maybe this is official then.
If it was unofficial, there'd be no reason to post put the logo on it. You just put your own watermark on.
True.
And the
Okay,
person is
yeah,
the person is listed as a concept artist, so I think this is just it's not in the game, but these are
For some
official.
reason.
Oh yeah, in fact, page 1 and 2 even show
fuck, I
Order of
can't-
Darkness.
Yeah, because I don't play Sindel, so I didn't unlock her like concept arts, but it's not in. Yes, so I'm looking it up here. The Union of Light, like in the game, is the same as these concept arts. So this is just not all of these are in the game. Okay, problem solved.
Yeah.
Woo, we got it. Okay.
Like I was joking about, I think they're like purposely excluding them because they don't want to get roasted for picking the worst designs again. Like they objectively
Yeah.
pick the most boring
looks
design
better.
every time. Not even like I understand some designs are too complicated. They can't make it in. Like some of those Frost designs from MK11 are not going to make it in.
The arcade mode,
Arcade
ending,
ladder.
Sub-Zero.
This Grandmaster Sub-Zero looks so good.
He wore that in the arcade ending too.
Yeah.
I remember people were like showing this version of Sub-Zero, and then they're like,
Actually,
"Look at this shit! Look at this shit!" Kuai Liang wears at his wedding.
I think this might have been maybe intended as
Order of
Order of
the
like Order of like Kuai Liang, because if you look at the face where he's got the beard, like the close-ups, he's got a scar. You can't see it quite because of the hair over it, but
I
he
see
has
the
a scar.
yes.
So this could be intended to have been Kuai Liang,
Alternate universe.
or unless Bihan was going to get the scar in this timeline, which is possible.
I think that's just his. Oh, there's a scar in the. Is that a
That
scar?
is a
Just
scar,
his
yeah.
hair?
It's concept art though, so don't look too into it. You know, you never.
I know. Yeah. Some of the concept art choices were also way better though, like how
You can
Snake
share
pointed
one more,
out that
but we have to
Kenshi
get back
had
on
like
topic.
scratches over his eyes, so it was implied that Melina was going to claw out his eyes and not impale them with the sai.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
yeah.
that's so
That'd be
much
interesting,
smarter.
yeah.
Why didn't they just go with that? It's so much less ridiculous than him
face
getting
wouldn't
impaled
be
in both
beautiful,
eye holes and
dog.
living.
Be too much scars, you know. Stans don't like that.
Oh, I disagree. I think scars are one of the sexiest things a guy can have.
It's one thing for like a scar. It's gonna be like this. It's gonna be like cat scars, you know.
It's got to be the
Which are
cute Sneeko scar, like when they shave their eyebrow and pretend they have a scar there. It's gotta be the cute little
like,
Sneeko.
I mean, Melina has that too.
I hate Sneeko, that's why I'm saying that.
I will say though, not chapter 2, it was chapter
Poor
17,
Snake.
technically
His days in
speaking.
Look, let's just call them the numbers as they are. This is chapter 2 of the story, of the expansion.
Fair enough.
It's just easy to keep track of that way.
I was laughing a lot with the banter between Sektor and Chameleon, just these little like puny little banters.
Yeah.
I thought your armor was supposed to be better. It saved your sister, didn't it? Sisters and stuff like that. They just keep having this silly banter, and by the end of the conversation, finally it's like, you are a good warrior. It's just like, this is some funny little banters.
See, it's fun. See, I think this would have been neat if it was Cyrax instead of Sektor for this, because they're both the yellow people.
You know what I think would have been more neat? If it was with... Because I'm happy there's some development with Chameleon, sure. But I think it should have been Tanya. Because then Sektor could be like, our Tanya's a bit different from you, Mrs. Empress Tanya, who we hang out a lot in this story later on story mode. Yeah. But no, they don't have that bonding at all.
Even just generally for the structure, it would have made way more sense to have... If we're going to have a Tanya chapter, let's do it here. Tanya's defending the palace. She's working alongside the good guys. And then Sektor gets the chapter later, and Sektor gets to be the one to take down Noob Saibot, as opposed to Tanya, who really doesn't actually have anything special about her during her chapter. So other than one talks to a dragon, but she can do that anyway for anyone's chapter. So it would have made more sense if we didn't waste Sektor and Cyrax right out of the gates, and instead we're like, here's a Tanya chapter, and it's like, ooh, Tanya, we get to play as her, and then. I mean, this would require a bit more to go on here, or alternatively, my other idea: let this be Havik's chapter, and you beat up all the good guys.
Oh, you play as Havik? Oh,
yeah. So you fight Kung Lao and Raiden. You'd fight Liu Kang. You'd fight Kitana and Melina. Why not? Sektor and Cyrax. You'd fight Geras as the second last one, and then you fight Sub-Zero at the end.
That's a lot of fights, though. But you have raised an excellent issue with this entire expansion. I'm sure both of you have noticed this. There were 5, 6, I didn't count, but so many fights where you fight a character and their cameo fighter, and then they switch, and then you fight them again. So many times. It's literally padding at some points.
Yeah, I mean,
one
Tanya,
example was
Tanya's
just the same thing twice. Yeah.
Yeah, Tanya's chapter happens with Kitana and Melina, and with
Melina and Kitana.
Yeah, then there's also a bit where you fight
Kung Lao
with Rain, and then you fight Liu Kang with Kung Lao.
Yes.
Which is just silly.
You fight Raiden. You fight Raiden too. Yes.
Sindel and Shao Kahn. All this. It's so pointless.
Yes.
So
and they
bad.
Switch. It's padding. It literally was just like, why? So many times too. It's like they didn't. I'm trying to think if that was ever necessary. Did they need to switch? Not even MK1's ending. When you start having the multiverse version, you never switch fights. When you defeat a character with their cameo fighter, that's it. I can't think of one where it's
there are a few points in the
again.
main story, but that's mainly just because you fight those characters individually. It makes sense that you fight Scorpion
Katana
with Scorpion with Sub-Zero, then you fight Sub-Zero with Scorpion, which is fine, even though really some of those characters are supposed to be unconscious.
Yeah.
But this, it just feels, it's so common, it's so padded. It really does feel like, honestly, this chapter makes it feel like the entire game was designed to be a team-based game, but then they axed it but kept the story structure the exact same way. It's really weird.
You mean tag team? Team-based?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had that theory too. Yeah.
There was only one part where I felt like the tag team... I'm trying my best to think of every single switcheroo tag team that happens. There's only one part that was kind of interesting, but that still led to nothing. Is when they were fighting Empress Li Mei and Emperor Reiko. You defeat them first, and immediately they were like, "We're back!" And Havik's like, "I have this special thing where you have to kill them, or they'll just keep coming back." Oh, cool! But we never see that ever again. It's just okay. It's chaos.
Yeah, that was a neat idea, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll
There's
give
something.
you that.
Something.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not just literally you beat them up and then they get back up and you fight them again, but this guy's going to take the lead instead. It's going to be so different now.
The Kitana and Melina one was so weird. It was like they defeat them once, walk away. You think they'd have enough by now, right? Mm-hmm. They walk back and they're in their fight pose, but they're still in the cutscene, and the background is just a wall. And I'm thinking, what's going on? Why is it like?
Yeah,
shouldn't we just
I
get
was
back
thinking,
to fight?
can they start at different points in the arena? Is that a thing like in Tekken 8? It's just like in
Inception.
Law's ending in Tekken 5, where Paul shows up and it's like, oh, here they are in gameplay. Then Law uppercuts him once and the fight's over. It's like that. It's like, oh, I see.
But no, then after that, it just switches to like an Inception like action scene for like a minute, and then they start fighting.
Yeah,
you know, they're rotating the
to a
room.
normal fight.
By the way, fun fact. Teleportation happens here. It's like they walk away, then they walk back and get ready to fight, and then just as like the rooms start rotating. Oh gosh, how do I explain this? Okay, imagine
we're all the way here now, or this chapter. Oh shit!
Oh, we'll go back. Don't worry. Imagine this is Tanya and Katana.
I blacked out.
Getting ready to fight. Immediately, it teleports to like Tanya, Katana, and then Melina and like Sektor like this. Just pew! Like instantly in the next scene. It's like, what the fuck? You can go back and I'll share a screenshot later on. But back to Outworld. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So Havik said beating everyone up, and then. But he's not even doing anything particularly impressive, like, oh, whoa, what is this great, incredible power? It's like he's literally.
Oh, wait, really? Yeah. Unnatural way of fighting. How do we combat this? He's swinging his head. He took his head off and swinging it all on us.
It's just
It's
not that.
oh shit!
It's not. You're not fighting fucking Zafina from Tekken. Like you're not someone who's like, oh, woo, all this shit, like, which Havik could have done.
Aki.
Like, imagine if Havik had like broken his arms off with like swinging them around like nunchucks, and it's like that would be something where it's like, oh shit.
Great.
Well, he did it with his head. He did do it with his head. That's like.
They could have even had where because he's fighting all three of them at once at one point. They could have had it to where he singles out just Raiden and who else is with them? Is it Raiden and Kung Lao? Yeah. What if he like just singled them both out and did his actual move from the game where he just spins rapidly and is punching you with both hands and was like just like
use more of the actual moves.
That would have been great.
Or that thing where he launches out the blood sphere things and they're like, oh shit, dodging these things, and it's like what? But he can do way more stuff of it. Like he can launch multiple of these and he's swinging his limbs and basically doing all of his special moves at the same time. And they're like, what? How do we fight this? But no, he's literally just my head is a club now. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, he does one thing to defeat Liu Kang, which is like he like throws his arms up into the air and then like catch. I'm not too sure, but he
he didn't throw him up. Liu Kang snapped his arms clean off. Like he did a really cool little maneuver where he snapped both his shoulders off. Like Liu Kang did a cool actual dismemberment move. It was pretty epic. Yeah.
And then like the arms come back down and like he just smacks Liu Kang to like finish
I thought
him
that
right
too. He just grows new ones. He doesn't catch the same arms.
He grows new ones and he grabs like the back.
He just grabs the weapon, yeah. But his other arms go flying backward. I thought they landed back into place too. I was like, dude, you're lucky that happened, Havik. You're very lucky your arms fell in the right spot to attach. I'm like, oh no, he just it's really hard to see because it happens so quickly. They go flying off into the void, like really high up, because like Liu Kang catapulted those motherfuckers, and then he just grows new arms, which I can see that catching somebody off if they're not like used to fighting someone who can do that.
Those are like the two things I could think of at least that were kind of. I'm sure there was more, but like, yeah, it doesn't give off the fact that this is too overpowered. What the fuck? I don't have no idea. This matchup has no sense. Which fun fact, by the way, I think that's the explanation as to why Noob Saibot won, is because his unnatural fighting is something that I do. I do the chaos ways of fighting too. That's why it's like Cassie Cage with her green glowy powers to fight Shinnok and MKX. I have the chaos ways of fighting. That's why I can handle like Titan Havik. I got some comments.
That and another reason that I'll bring up later when we get to the actual Havik fight. Yeah.
Do you want to know what makes those repeat fights like really obnoxious? Mm-hmm. So I've got a list here of all the fights. So Cyrax, you fight Sektor, then Smoke, then Scorpion, Sub-Zero, right? Then Sektor, you fight Chaos Quan Chi, Chaos Shang Tsung, Chaos Geras, Chaos Baraka, Chaos Ermac, Chaos Reptile. She has 6 fights in her story.
Yes.
Why not just fight Quan Chi and Shang Tsung together, then fight Geras, then move on to the next part of the scene, the next scene, and you fight Baraka, Ermac, or Reptile, and leave one of those out?
Well, we know why. They're padding it. They're like Sonic said. They're trying to make it seem worth
really
$3.
Is padding.
So they're actually just padding it. Yeah.
Because each the fights don't just go one fight, then the next fight, then the next fight like that. There are cut scenes that are made to go in between. So like time and effort has to go into those. The money, resources to make those scenes. Yeah. So it makes you think there is kind of technically like a budget that can be split between all the fights. So if you go through these so chapter 1 is 4 fights. The next one is 6. Then it's 5. Then it's 6. Then it's 6. So Cyrax is the least by far out of all these characters,
Yeah.
but if you split that up, you could get like another chapter or two.
Yeah.
If everyone just
now, for the
kept-
record, I
kept
do
four.
want to state that I don't mind if some characters have more fights than others in their chapter.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
really don't. I think
I
it was a
liked
bit
Raiden in
egregious with
chapter
Raiden
3.
in the, huh?
Oh shit! You said you don't like it. Okay, I was gonna bring that as a good example.
No, I don't. I think Raiden's chapter was fine. I just think it was a bit staggering how many more he got. Like, he gets twice
He
the
did
amount,
get a
right?
lot. He did
So
get-
that's where it's a bit inconsistent. Like, if you're gonna give him more, then give someone else more too. Otherwise, it seems just like, we didn't know how to pad this out. We didn't know how to like structure this, so we just gave him twice as many fights, so the story still makes sense. Anyway, I wanted to bring up something funny because, like Snake's pointing out, the reasons they fight aren't even that good. They're just to justify another fight happening. Like, like Baraka walks in, I'm gonna fight you now. Or like Ermac walks in, I'm gonna fight you now, like in the
Yeah.
Chaos
Well,
fights with Sektor,
the
right?
three of them are
There's
just
no
there,
explanation. And I can't help but think back to that hilarious clip of The Last Jedi, the behind the scenes.
Okay,
I forgot the director's name. He's also the writer, which
Ryan
is
Johnson.
yes, Ryan Johnson. Yes. So he says out loud, it's so funny how they exposed themselves. Like, so much self-reporting was done before that film came out. They foreshadowed it being terrible, but it shows him walking out behind the scenes, like with his staff, and be like, "All right, everyone, so good news! I have it done. The first draft's finally done." They go, "Yay!" And the whole staff goes, "Yeah, I mean, it's early still, so lots of then they fight, but it's there." And I'm like, "Bro, that's just the final version of this." Like,
what?
Ermac walks in and then they fight. Baraka walks in and they fight.
That exact thing you described, George Lucas did the same thing in the prequels. There's behind the scenes stuff where he does.
Oh,
those exact
really?
things. He even says at one point, the official first draft, there's cheated a bit. There's a lot of they fight.
Wow, so he's
So
just
I
copying.
think Ryan Johnson is just referencing behind the scenes footage from George Lucas of all people.
That would
In
be the biggest outplay if that's the case.
Which is really
They gotta
funny
get those
because
member
his
berries.
movie was the one that made people go back and go, you know what? Maybe Lucas's prequels weren't that bad.
Perhaps I judged you too harshly. That meme.
yeah. What do you call it? Subvert expectations, the biggest famous quote. Anyways, I found it, by the way. Let me just show you guys right here. So here is right before Tanya fights Katana. Then you get immediately the next shot. Sektor's supposed to be behind Tanya. It's just like they got flip positions too, where like one shot, one frame. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's dumb, but it's the least of this story's problems.
No, I just thought it was funny when I saw that part.
The last
Yeah,
thing I
it's-
care about is that unless it's like super bad, like when Sonic pointed out the Mortal Kombat 2021 movie, how in that one Coliseum fight, like people were just teleporting constantly to different distances, and it's super funny. And I'm like, oh my god, this is
I
amazing.
think there's one or two in this game though, but I have to go back and like look at it again. But there are some fights I'm like, what?
And to be
this
fair,
shot was that though. It's really
in your
confusing.
defense for pointing this out, Sonic, Snake is right. This is the least of our problems, but you're right to point it
Yes.
out because it's way easier to fix in a video game because you can legit just open the file and change it. It's not the same as getting all the actors back together and putting them all in the right spots again. Like, you can literally just move the character.
True.
Like, yeah.
So after that's chapter 2 of the well, here's the funny thing though. Chapter
Well, that's
2
the
involves
first half.
Sector. Would you say that's the first half?
No, the first half of her chapter. 'Cause there's still another 3 fights
Yes.
after this part, which is funny
the
because
part.
I swear her name popped up twice for the chapter,
Yeah.
It did,
which I thought
and
that
it
was a
still
glitch.
said It still says chapter 17 too. I looked at my footage. I'm like, huh? Because I while playing it, I didn't notice it. I'm like, okay, here we're going to the next chapter now. After Sub-Zero was about to turn to Noob Saibot, but it still says chapter 17.
Oh, man. Lordy Lord. That's so funny. Well, now that we're at this part, though, now that we're like halfway through Sektor's, mission, can we bring up a character who I can't tell if I like that he was included for the novelty or if I think he should have been omitted from the story
Johnny.
completely because he does nothing? Yeah,
Scorpion?
military Johnny Cage.
Oh,
Yeah.
before we get to that though, I want to add something. I was having a field day when they did this. They're like, let's give some explanation. Like, Katana and everyone in Outworld are too busy with the evil threat of General Shao. And I, Liu Kang, I must stay here because if I leave my timeline, that's bad. So that's why we need to specifically pick Sektor and Cyrax for this mission. Everybody all in agreement here? No, you have like so many other choices you could pick. Why does it have to be Sektor and Cyrax?
Even just within that one stable of characters, where's Smoke?
Where the fuck was he?
Like,
this whole entire
imagine
time?
if Smoke had gone
Where the
with them, and say you remove alternate Johnny Cage, and you have Smoke go instead, then he gets a chapter.
Smoke baffles me. Like, what the fuck are they doing with him? It's like, hello? He should be in this conflict. He should be in the conflict with also his fucking brother. Sub-Zero, like, Bihan is his brother, but no, it's much more personal for Kuai Liang. It's gotta be that.
Again,
It's
first
so
draft,
baffling.
baby. Like, there's so many ways you could have, like, you could have made it to where, for example, the reason Bihan jumps into the portal is stupid. Like, there's no reason why anybody of sound mind would do that. So it's literally just the writers need him to get captured, so he captures himself, which I find super funny.
Which is funny because
also you could have had a reason for him to jump in. You could have had it to where maybe one of these random Chaos minions just decides to steal Sektor, just grabs her and pulls her in. Bihan goes in after, and then Cyrax is like, "Oh no, well I have to help him," and it's like, "But you're not with them anymore." And it's like, "Yeah, but we still have like a past. We have history. I still have to save them." So then Cyrax goes in. Boom. I just gave you a better reason why they're all three in Chaos Realm.
Oh, so you're saying that instead of them being chosen for the mission, they go through to get Sub-Zero and each other,
that's
and then
so
they get met
smart.
up with later by Scorpion and Smoke and
Who were sent in after them.
someone. Yeah, that's way better. Holy shit.
That is amazing, dog. I can't believe you came up with that on the spot.
It's first draft. It's the first draft. Well, me and
good.
Snake like writing fan fictions and stories ourselves. So
I might have to steal that as one of the things I'll suggest in my wasted potential, because it's not just one idea that I'm doing, it's several ways you could improve things about it. Like, what if Rain and Tanya actually had a better story here? Or what if they weren't here at all? What if we had Harumi and Frost and Smoke here instead? Like, let the alternate person be a Frost.
I meant, like, I will give you one around the end of the video, like how they can make the story better. And I think you'll like this. One last thing I want to talk about before they head off on the mission. I just find it so funny that Liu Kang has to specify that he fucked over Havik in this timeline. Yeah, I specifically made sure Havik was not going to be strong, so I made him this pathetic, like, Order Realm, like, Dairu guy in the meeting room. I just thought that's so funny. They canonically explain why Havik's a loser in this timeline.
I made him bad as a joke. I purposely trained him wrong as a joke.
There is another way you can actually make Sub-Zero getting captured work, is the idea that during this scene, Noob Saibot enters. And Noob here is not our Bihan, it's from the other timeline, from Havik's timeline. He's working with him, and he shows up and he abducts Sub-Zero.
I mean, yeah, there's so many, because, like, World War II Johnny Cage and, like, Emperor, like, Tanya and Rain, why not have an alternate universe Noob be, like, an important character?
See,
like, that makes sense.
There are a lot of things they do in this story where it only happens to one character or something like that, and you feel they should have done more with this. It feels like they had all these ideas. Well, wouldn't this be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we had, like, this Linkway operation where they're working together to do all this stuff? What if we had a group of resistance fighters against Havik? We're only going to have 3 of them, though. And one's not even from the same timeline as the other 2, and there's no connection between them and Havik. And then we're going to have Havik turn Sub-Zero into Noob Saibot. He doesn't capture anyone else. There's nothing specifically unique about Bihan that makes sense where he would capture him. It doesn't take Raiden and turn him into Dark Raiden, or anyone else who has, like, a dark form, which could have been an interesting approach. It's just random small things that they threw at the wall, and it just makes the thing feel bloated, and nothing really happens overall. It's really weird how they've done this. It really does genuinely feel like a first draft. Like, they should have said, okay, well, there's too much stuff here. We need to axe the Resistance Force, or axe the Noob Saibot thing, to rework that, or restructure what our team is going to be. Because as it is, it really just feels like a random hodgepodge of ideas that does... Like, you go into it, you go, this would be cool, this would be cool, this would be cool. Then you see it all laid out and you realise, this doesn't really all work together.
Can't really develop everything here.
Yeah,
it's funny because you say that it's a hodgepodge of ideas, but also a hodgepodge of, like, budgetary things. Because it's like half the characters get all these new chaotic skins, and half of them are Season of Melina.
Yeah,
I can't think of anything except budgetary reasons as to why they just did that.
Yeah,
time
and-
reasons
but-
maybe too. Like they just didn't have time, had to shove it out. But
It really does feel.
yeah.
That's why I don't think it's just the first draft. I
See-
also feel like there's some of it that feels rushed. You
See,
know.
the funny thing about that is, they could have easily worked around that with the simplest method because due to I've mentioned this on Twitter and I think I mentioned it to you guys. You realize that the big thing that was missing from this expansion, right, from this story,
The big thing
that was associated
other-
with Havik.
Oh,
I did see some people in the comments
Hotaro?
mentioning this. Yes.
No,
Right? That's what you're talking about, Hotaro?
That's I think you could do, but I mean the fusion
Oh.
fighters.
True.
oh,
Yes.
When we saw
I know.
Havik,
I
he
know what
came
you're
in-
talking about now.
He came in and he had a Quan Chi who is also Sub-Zero, a Tanya who is also
Quan-Zero.
Katana, and Kenchi's actually part Liu Kang.
So I wasn't dreaming about that. Yeah, he
you
was part
fool,
of Kang.
Snake! That was only to reference invasions. That was never to foreshadow Chaos Reigns.
Dog,
You're a fool.
dog. If you're saying that, then where the fuck is Katanya and Quan-Zero? Where the hell are
Yeah.
they? Though it's been a year.
I'm
They've
thinking
been
about that,
hyping these two up for so
How
long.
much cooler would this expansion have been if like one of the central gameplay gimmicks was every opponent you fight other than like Havik is or like one or two at the start is going to be a fusion of two characters.
Yeah,
So
That
it-
is like.
so here's Quan Sung. And like, 'cause they don't all have to be from the same timeline. Because he could have just conquered these timelines and be like, "I'll take this Quan Chi. I'm gonna merge him with Shang Tsung. That would be funny. Deadly Alliance is one guy. Haha, hilarious.
Could you
And that could be a,
just
that could be a
imagine
way
Snake and
better
Sonic?
character.
Shit.
Like,
Just
like
imagine
he's
Snake
just
and
there.
Sonic. If they had that originally, that was going to happen in Chaos Reigns, but they've already written this before the game even launches. They see the feedback and how a lot of people were split on that ending segment where you fight all the random hodgepodge monsters, and a lot of people didn't like it, and they're like, just crumples up that page of the script and just tosses it away. There goes 30
Rewrite.
minutes.
But how
The
much
test
more
audience
interesting?
didn't like it.
How much more interesting
Yeah,
would
some
Havik
fans
have been
didn't
as a
like it. We're
character?
getting rid of it.
Like imagine
Snake.
if Havik wasn't just going like, "Oh, you're gonna fight. I'm gonna watch this fight. This is fun." If instead he was like, "I'm just gonna start merging people. I'm gonna take these two nemesis and put them together. Sub-Zero and Scorpion as one guy. Liu Kang did something kind of like that. That's weird. Anyway, I'm gonna merge Kenshi with his
It was
son.
his big inspiration.
I'm gonna merge Shang Tsung with
That's
Ermac.
messed up.
And then like all these really weird ideas, these amalgamations from different timelines, putting them together. And then it's like, oh yeah, all those guys who were with Shang Tsung, that was me. I do that. It's really fun. You should give it a try. Liu Kang, you should really give it a go. It's great. And just making this weird guy who's just like, instead of just being like, I am angry. Chaos is the
know.
thing I do, which not even really chaotic. He just wants conquest. Instead, he's just like,
Oh yeah.
like, seriously, dude, being a god is great. You should mess with people. It's so funny. And then Noob
By the
Saibot
way,
and Sub-Zero get merged into one, and that's what we end up with in the story. Is like the amalgamation of Noob and Sub-Zero from the two timelines, and just
Yeah.
wild shit like that. And then of course you still have the ones we saw getting to be antagonists, as opposed to the Kenshi Liu Kang merger. We're going to ignore the Liu Kang part. He's just Kenshi, and he's hanging out with his son. Why
the
then?
Kenshi's kid.
Why does Havik give a shit about these two guys? He never even met them in any timeline before. Why does he care?
You know what's really funny is I
No,
don't
wait,
give a damn.
sorry. He did because Takeda kicked his ass in the comic. That's the reason why.
Oh,
Fair enough.
cute.
Well, no. Takeda fought him and got his ass kicked. Then Scorpio
Yes.
defeated him. Sorry,
But he,
that's what
he
Havik-
remembers.
That's why Havik likes
right
Takeda,
here.
because you tried. You tried.
Now, we'll go back to the chapter because, like Snake was pointing out, like the pointlessness of it. I wanted to kind of add on to that. So, while a lot of people don't like the multiverse stuff because it's overplayed and also clearly a very lazy way to have them fight the same characters
Everyone,
but different
pretty
this
much.
time, so it's more justifiable. There also is opportunity to like use these different versions of the
Absolutely.
characters to do something narratively, right? Like if you're going to show a new empress and a new emperor, this is your chance to actually twist some stuff, like make it different. But Tanya is fundamentally the same in this chaos realm.
Yeah.
Like she acts the same, has the same morals. She has some new superpowers, which is cool, but she's fundamentally still the same Tanya. She's even still chasing royalty, which I found funny. Like Tanya
What?
can't stop banging royalty in every timeline. Like she wants to bang Melina, who's the empress now, and then she wants to bang Rain, who becomes the emperor. So
Well, I mean,
But you could've-
they are like a
What?
couple. It's not really chasing it anymore.
But she
Well,
she
the
succeeds.
lore is
no,
that they're-
no, my joke,
they're
Sonic, is
resist-
that she's married to royalty in both timelines. Like it's even that
Okay,
similar.
okay, that's what you
Yeah.
mean. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Like
I
this
feel
is your
like
chance to do
she
something
was
different. At least with Rain, they
Yes.
kind of tried because Rain's like more powerful in this one. He has like I guess he's completed his training, which is why he has the glowy eyes and shit. which I completely got wrong. I thought he was a timekeeper, which is why he had the glowy eyes.
A lot of people in the comments were like...
Real quick, in my defense, on his arm, he has what looks like an hourglass.
It does.
It's apparently just like water going in a loop. Like in MK11, he has a little intro. He makes a little infinity symbol with the water. I don't get what that's meant to be referencing except itself. I don't know if that's some other like
water
reference to something that I don't know about. Like maybe another. Is that a famous symbol for water, like the infinity thing, or is that just another realm thing? Like I have no idea. But I'm
not.
That's what apparently it's meant to represent. But in my defense, everybody, I thought that was a damn hourglass because it looks like a damn hourglass and it's huge. Like it's big on his arm. So I thought that he was a keeper of time.
Yeah, because like they say in the story that they were in their timeline. The story is that they were resisting Emperor Li Mei and Emperor Reiko. Sorry, Empress Li Mei.
Which is actually a unique. That's actually an interesting pair up. That would have been just funnier to go with.
But they
just
never explain
from the beginning.
They never give us any explanation as to why Li Mei is evil in this timeline. That's something that they really should have done. Alternatively, one of the things I'm going to suggest in the video is the idea of just make it that instead these are just Tanya and Rain from a version of MKX where their plans worked out. They got Edenia freed from Outworld. It's like, because why are these two characters who are constantly going on about Argus and Delia and can communicate with Orin, all Edenian figures, these two are Edenian. Why did they never mention Edenia? It's just, we rule Outworld. We freed Outworld from these bad guys. Mention Edenia! That's where they're from!
Yeah.
See, this is one of the wild things about this multiverse is they introduced the multiverse, but it's at the same time as we're getting, here's Liu Kang's vision for the world, how he's going to change things to make things better. But then everyone else does the same thing. When we see Khaos, Sektor, and Cyrax, they're women too.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is his Scorpion Kuai Liang?
I will bring up, there is one thing. It may be unintentional. And if it was intentional, they should have mentioned it verbally, because you kind of got to really solidify these things before I give you credit for it, because you've failed me so many times, writers. But or just the one writer. I don't know if there's two or one for MK1.
It's actually just one writer left.
Just one writer? Oh, that's probably why it's lacking.
We know that because of a controversy recently, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, there you go then. But basically, at one point, when we see the Chaos version of Sektor and Cyrax show up, if you look at the helmets they're wearing, they look more like a human couldn't wear that. Like just like one hole in the center to look through. I'm like, that seems like that's not a human. Like they're more cyberized at this point. So if that's what they're trying to show, like here's what happens when they go through with the cyber initiative, because they have these weird like cyborg looking helmets. If that's what they're trying to show, then they should have verbally mentioned it. And also should have had Sektor and Cyrax see that, or at least Sektor and be like, oh shit, that's what it turns into? I don't know if I like my plan anymore. But they're not going to do that, you know? But that would have been cool, right? You have a chance to make foils for these characters, to make like narrative moments with these other realities, but you don't really do it. You just introduce a new version of something and go, isn't that kind of neat? Like, hey, look, it's Emperor Rain. Ain't that kind of neat? Nothing about like how he ruled and how that could help Liu Kang, or that could be a moral lesson for anybody else, you know, whatever. There could have even been a one-off line between him and Cyrax or something, or with Sektor, where it could have been like, I can't believe that Cyrax left us and all that, blah, blah. It's like, hey, if there's anything that I learned, it's that people can change, and you don't want to burn those bridges. You may need that ally again in the future. Like I learned with Tanya when we broke up. Like there could have been little tiny shit like that, but they didn't do any of it.
The least they could have done is had it that in the ending, Tanya shows up and like interacts with her counterparts and Melina and says, you know, I've heard what your Rain did. Trust me, there is good in him. Like he's potential for greatness. Maybe give him another chance.
Way better example than what I had.
If you excuse me, I'm going to go off and fulfill my promise from earlier in the story, as opposed to she just stops appearing after the final battle. Where is she?
And I feel bad roasting it because Sonic actually loves Rain and Tanya. He likes their moment.
The multiverse thing that you guys mentioned just then has been like, it's already been a giant issue in Mortal Kombat 1. Like they it's kind of funny to think of it this way. It's like Mortal Kombat 1. The whole idea is this is a different timeline. There are changes. It's going to be very interesting to see like who this character is in this like now, or how is he handled now. But once you introduce the multiverse stuff, and because of budgetary reasonings, all these changes are all throughout the other multiverse characters too. Every fucking reptile has a lizard form and human form, and not like the original Saurian. Tanya is all these like.
It's really funny because that's the thing I said.
Yes, and like it's shown, it's a bigger issue here because like, wow, Sektor Cyrax. humans too, huh? Gender bent too, huh? I guess male sectors. I was thinking about this during when I was thinking about this topic. Does that mean the base universe of NRS and Midway is the anomaly? Are they the outcast? Is this the unique situation? And every one of these other changes is how it works for everyone else and stuff.
It would have been really funny if they kept doing invasions and then we got to, here's Titan Sektor, who is a woman, and it's why? Sektor by definition would have to have been from MK11 where he was a man. This doesn't make any sense, NetherRealm.
Oh, I wanna actually get into that about the whole timeline, basically Havik's plan. But the other thing I want to talk about, since we're talking about the multiverse characters, because we kind of glossed over Johnny, because you guys really like him.
Well,
right?
we're not really advanced through that chapter yet, so we're not really glossed over. We just got sidetracks.
we do that a lot. But yeah, if you guys, we can continue on with that part, since I got some stuff to say about the resistance group and stuff. So
basically, for anyone who is not familiar with the story and is somehow still trying to keep up with where we are now, Scorpion leads his team of the two enemies into this marketplace in Havik's realm, which is not really clear what realm this is supposed to be. I guess they're all just in one or something. Whatever, it's not a big deal. But we end up in this marketplace, and they find Johnny Cage as a World War II soldier. I thought he was going to be Johnny coming off a film
actor.
set.
Yeah.
But no, it's actually Johnny from World War II, which is the most interesting idea this entire expansion comes out with. And all we learn about his timeline is, yes, he was in fact over in Europe fighting Hitler, and also that his CO is Sonya. And then all we learn, you see no one else from his timeline, and he's part of this resistance force that's opposing Havik. And this resistance force also consists of Rain and Tanya.
From another timeline.
Presumably, yeah. I mean, they could be from the same one, but it's random ideas. They could have expanded this resistance to have more people.
Yes.
Why not just have here's Deadly Alliance Natara, she's part of this, or here's
that would have been cool.
Or here's Ajax, just a World War II Jax. That could be fun. Or all kinds of ideas. Here's good Kano. He shows because I'm Kano. I'm a good guy. It's pretty fun, innit, mate? And just have a bunch of characters from other timelines in this resistance force. Which again, if that had been the focus, it would have been way cooler. As opposed to here's just Sektor and Cyrax. I mean, that could have been where they're from. They could have said Sektor and Cyrax, they're not main timeline, they're alternate timeline. They are gender bends from another timeline. Maybe from Janet's timeline. Hell, fuck it. You probably could have had more interesting stuff if Janet was the character palling around with us instead of Johnny. Because we don't have to be able to play as them, because we don't play as Johnny anyway. Because he already had his chapter.
Absolutely. You make a very great point here. Because they did that with Chameleon. Right? That's literally a cameo fighter having a character arc and all that kind of stuff in that chapter. I definitely feel they could have done that.
I wouldn't say a character arc, but she talks, yeah.
Sorry, not character arc. Just she has scenes.
She warms up to Sektor. You're a pretty good fighter. Yeah, there's something respectable there. That's it. I mean, but it's something. It's more than most characters get in this thing. No one else fucking changes other than Noob.
Does he though? But anyways, would you like to see? Would you like to see some awesome concept art that's in the game about the night market scene? Check it out. Look at that. It's World War II Johnny Cage.
Sonya?
It's a blonde lady.
And her,
man, I think Sonya would have died. I get the feeling that she would have. I'll shock Johnny didn't get fucking obliterated several times.
I'm shocked we didn't get to play as him.
He would have been an easy person to kill off for no reason. Yeah.
He got very lucky.
What is that Death Star in the back?
I know. Wait, that's an interesting concept.
An actual Death Star.
I think it's an eyeball.
Yeah, I saw the concept art. That was one of the concept arts for Chaos Realm, where there was an actual living organic eye, a gigantic eye made of weird material, but it was on the ground. It wasn't flying. So at some point they were just going to do Star Wars too.
I definitely feel like a lot of these stages are great, by the way. I love these new stages that we got in the game, but I also definitely felt like these stages were completely not utilized for like the scenery and like how interesting the place is for a lot of them. It's like, yeah, they do talk about the Citadel. It's like, what the fuck is this? This place doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's the Chaos Citadel, baby.
What the hell is this?
So they in the concept art, you see a lot of like chaos like creatures and stuff. You do see like the slug, like you see like one scene, but they don't really like get to show too much, unfortunately, for like the Khaos Reigns like realm. I hate using this as a comparison, but it does start to remind me more of Quantum Mania. Now that dog, you put it that way. Look at this cool shenanigan. Anyway, plot.
I'm actually not a fan of the one in this picture, for example. I'm not a fan of the Outworld market or the Chaos Realm market, just because it looks like every generic rundown city I've seen in like every single video game ever. It looks like Brink is what I joked about in my playthrough. You know that game Brink?
It's interesting because
like that.
Because you look at the variety of stages on offer in the main story, and you do kind of get the vibe that, to at least some degree, the stages were chosen, and then they started to figure out how to work them into the story. That's how this stuff is usually done, I'm pretty sure. Whereas with this, it very much feels like the stages were designed to suit the story, which is why there's so little variety visually in them. They're all just got the same like green, misty kind of vibe. I feel like.
Well, no, I just mean that one stage in particular. I just don't like that one stage in particular.
Snake is going on something else.
If I was picking stages to just to play on randomly, I feel like the Chaosium where you got Havik in the background is probably the only one I'd actually pick, because the rest of them are just, other than the ones that are variants of the existing stages, they're all just the same thing. And I think
they do look similar, unfortunately. Yeah, they do look similar. Oh, actually, I know, dog. You saw my video, so Snake doesn't really know this. You gotta give the new soundtracks like a listen, Snake. The new songs they added for these stages.
Bomb.
They're so really good. They are like goodness. I'll send you one right now, actually. But what were we since we're on the you mean like the wasteland feel night market? Like this is like
just Borderlands / Mad Max, which is definitely what they're going for. That was definitely like their inspiration, because even the outfits that the bad guys are wearing are like straight out of Mad Max. Like Katana and Chaos Katana and Melina are just like straight out of Borderlands or Mad Max, which is fine. I don't mind. But it's so funny. I don't want to go. I kind of want to mention this, but I know it'll just make us like have a longer video. But Snake brought up Snake and Sonic, you both brought up how ridiculous it is to have multiverse, but so many similarities. And Sektor and Cyrax are the most egregious example. But Tanya is too. So they're 3 for 3 on that. Of like, you should not have included these characters at all in Chaos Realm, because it just makes it not unique anymore. You could have even, but I wanted to extend on that and go, you could have had like Havik when he first comes in and is like being all intimidating. You could have had a funny moment where he just like is staring around, like just looking at everybody, having fun, and he focuses on Sektor and Cyrax, and Honk could be like, "What are you staring at?" He's like, "They look different where I'm from." Could have been a funny like line. It was like, "It's interesting here." I don't know.
But if he said that, if he said that, they wouldn't have been able to use the girl versions as fightable opponents. Because one thing I think they were trying to do with this was make sure that you fight everybody. I'm pretty sure you fight everybody on the roster at least once.
Yeah, I did notice that too.
Do you fight Ashra?
Yes, Ashra. You don't fight Natara, actually. You only fight her cameo counterpart.
She shows up, does one cool thing, then gets owned immediately. That made me laugh pretty hard.
You mean the spear? The part where she gets hit with the spear?
Yeah.
I think Natara you don't fight. Even though she shows up in 2 different scenes and doesn't speak, it's really funny.
Ashra and Natara, you fight them as the first ones in the Colosseum.
Yeah, but you don't fight Natara herself. You just fight Ashra.
Natara doesn't get a single line. Yes.
I think she's the only character you don't actually fight herself.
No. Yeah.
But instead, you fight Scorpion twice.
Oh yeah, one's from the base universe and the other one is from the Chaos Realm. True. So while we're talking about this right now, Snake, you might as well just listen to this right here. You can just listen to it while we're talking about it. So, I wasn't the biggest fan of World War II Johnny either. He just kind of was like a okay-ish comic relief character. I just felt like base Johnny Cage was already funnier in Chapter 1 already. But I will say though, I do want to give some defense to like Emperor Raid and Empress like Tanya, because out of everything in this whole entire like chaosy multiverse shenanigans, it's like I do feel like even World War II Johnny, like those are the more interesting things about this game. It's like, oh, here's a different version of a character, and let's see what they come up with and stuff. You know, has there ever been a good guy Reign?
No.
So that was something that was kind of interesting to me, being like, finally, the idea of like an Emperor Reign, like it's always what he's wanted, and this one is actually like trying to do good and all that kind of stuff. It seemed a bit more interesting. I would say Empress Tanya is done like a bit better than base form Tanya.
Yeah.
Or, like even more like different like personality wise, and like she's not like bound by the Umgadi like rules and stuff.
Yeah.
Here is something that I bet none of you notice, but finally, thanks to this Empress Tanya, we have like a little bit of like of Tanya lore like brought back that has never like. I don't think anybody really even remembers about this. Do you guys remember Tanya's Armageddon arcade ending?
Not specifically, no.
Oh, I mean, it's just so iconic. How could I not?
But it's very interesting how they implement this. But yeah, basically in her arcade ending, after she gets the power of Blaze, she gets the power to like summon dragons.
Oh, okay.
In the Armageddon ending, it's
Yeah,
like,
she
oh,
does.
she's like
Yeah.
the dragon caller, and now she uses those powers to like rule and stuff.
I guaranteed that was an accident, and they didn't.
You think
intend to
so?
reference it.
I do think, because even like the name is almost similar, because they call her a Dragon Knight.
I feel like if they were going to do a reference to Armageddon lore, it would have made way more sense if Rain, the son of Argus, was the one who spoke to Karo, who was the guardian for his brother.
What?
No,
'Cause
Snake.
Orin
Tanya has
and
to have the moment.
remember,
You got to give
Orin
all the
and
cool stuff to Tanya because Tanya.
True.
It is
Orin-
definitely weird, but sorry, go on.
Yeah, Orin and Karo were protectors of
The
Taven and
dragons.
Dagon.
Yeah.
And Taven and Dagon are Rain's brothers.
Yes.
If they're going to reference Armageddon lore through this dragon connection, it would absolutely have been Rain. I think it was just an accident that they did this. I think it's just we want to have something cool for Tanya to do because Tanya sucks. So we're going to give her this.
I'd like to choose to believe that they reference the smallest thing about Tanya's lore in an arcade ending that nobody would really like notice. I choose to believe.
In a way, it does kind of feel like they you know, 'cause, you get people on Twitter who complain constantly, incessantly, like, oh, why are there not more women DLC characters or what have you, or women fighters? And then this expansion comes out, you get 5 chapters and 3 of them you play as women. It's like it does kind of feel like it could have been like an attempt to address that, because fundamentally nothing would really change if you swapped Tanya and Rain's roles or just had Rain live.
Yeah.
No, yeah. It just makes it like tragic, I guess. But here's the thing though, like I'm not like super big fan of this expansion, but I just think those 2 characters were like the most interesting part, like what they can do. Of course there's way more things you could have done, but for what we got, that's why like I wasn't like too like I don't think they're like amazing or anything, but like out of everything else that happened in the expansion, I thought those 2 kind of like stood out a bit more. And I'd also mentioned in my review being like, why should I care about like multiverse like Empress Tanya and Johnny Cage when I'm pretty sure they're not gonna fucking matter in the next expansion or in the future at all.
That is broadly the one of the biggest issues with multiverse stories at large is it takes the stakes away, because they can have, oh, here's a big heroic sacrifice moment with a character who doesn't matter because they weren't going to come back anyway even if they lived, and it means you can kill off a character but without killing off the actual version of the character from the main timeline. You know, that's why we only lost 1 character in the main story, which I think is the least deaths in any of the NetherRealm stories for MK at least. I think even Injustice tends to have more deaths in them.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, like, we just lose Sindel and that's it. Everyone else who dies is from an alternate timeline. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if some alternate Sindel dies or if alternate Shang Tsung dies. They don't matter. They're not going to come back anyway. And so they get weirdly protected with the main characters in a sense. But
Ever since MK9, they've been way more like careful with how they kill off characters. Because after that Sindel massacre, they were just like, yeah, okay, we gotta be. People love these characters way too much, so we just gotta be. We gotta be.
It definitely just had that vibe of that's not the reason people were mad. Why do you not understand that? People weren't mad that they killed off loads of characters. It's the way they did it.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, yes, you will always get people who are upset that their favorite character died. That's always going to happen. But it really does. A lot of things in MK really have the vibe of NetherRealm understands that people are mad about this, but they don't understand why, and they take away the wrong lesson.
They should have Ed Boon do more polls on their behalf, since they're too afraid to actually ask. Just have Ed Boon like,
who to kill off next?
What did you not like about the story mode? Let me know. Just as a little poll. Or like, why? I see a lot of people are upset about this death. Why in particular? Like, has like the poll option.
You know, what's really funny is, Snake, I was going to say this later on, but I think it's a good time to mention this. This story mode, weirdly enough, it almost feels like what... This is going to sound weird. It almost feels like what people have, like, wanted or have commented about... Oh, Doug has a phone call there. Yep. Listen to the song, Snake. Click on the link. Give it a listen. That's fucking Mortal Kombat right there.
Why does it suddenly go so hard? The gameplay isn't that fast.
This is like almost like Devil May Cry music here. The Citadel, Night Market, and also Coliseum, banger soundtracks. Like they're like songs like this, and they also remixed two songs in the base game. One is the Corrupted Forest, which is the beginning, and the other one was the Wuxi Academy. So Wuxi Academy was one of my favorite songs in the game. Now they made like a tech demo, very fast-paced ding 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 song like in the game now too. For some reason, it's awesome. But yeah, like
I didn't hear the song for the forest because when I record footage and stuff when I need to get voices and that, I'll turn down the music. So when I got to that point, I didn't realize until after the fight. No, well, it's thinking about during the fight, but I realized, wait, there's no music. Oh, I did turn the music back on. So I didn't hear it at all. Holy shit.
True Underdog, he did the same thing, dude. He just turned on the music, and he's like, "Oh shit, I don't have music here." And so in his editing, he plays like music over it, but it's the exact same song for every single fight in his playthrough, if I'm not mistaken.
Dog, no.
We can ask him about that in just a bit.
You know, one thing I thought was actually kind of neat was the fact that Khaos Raiden is in fact the God Raiden at the older version.
I noticed that, yeah.
So he said, "Yeah, we got Travis Willingham for a few extra lines. Hooray!"
Yep, just a couple. There are a lot of characters who just got like one or two lines like in this story mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I talk about this with you guys, it really is, because I didn't think of this as like a complaint, but the more I talk about with you guys, it really is just more and more wasted potential. You know, wasted like they could have done this, they could have done that. There was like so many interesting angles you could have taken this to.
I might actually have to split the wasted potential video into multiple, like I did with 11, because there's a lot of a lot of things you could fix. Instead of just being like, here's how you could fix things in various ways, it might just be better to group them into smaller ones, because some are just like one paragraph long. You could have done this, whereas others are like, hey, I'm going to explain this other character who should have been in the game instead of the gender swaps.
Nice dragon shirt, by the way. I just realized that.
All right, what chapter are we on now?
It's my anime now.
Wait. I wanted to mention, because Snake talked about how he's complaining about the writers doing things but not doing it the right way that people like wanted to, or something like that. Because I have a bit of a thought about this too. I do think this story mode almost feels like it is giving exactly what people have asked for throughout the years. Like, Sektor Cyrax barely have any like relevancy in the story, so we're gonna do a whole entire expansion for them. Noob Saibot has always just been a sideline character, doesn't have much to do, and he never gets a redemption arc, and we're gonna do that for him here. It's like, maybe you guys want more Lin Kuei lore. Maybe I just feel like there's a lot of things that it's like they decided to give it to us, and now those are like the new problems we have in this like story mode and how we feel about NRS. Because one thing also, because Snake, you also constantly love bringing it up, is like people they always revert back to how it was. They don't like expand. They don't change. Like Heihachi's back and Bison's back and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But this story feels very unique. Like, I can't really think of anything else NRS has done that's like similar to like this like story that they've shown here, and it sucks. So it almost feels like now there is like a new issue that is like arising instead of like reverting back to the original of how they've done it.
A new villain.
It almost feels like this story mode. is like they had to make it in order to cater to people, and because they didn't really felt like really wanting to do it, now it just feels like, oh, that wasn't really good though. It almost feels like they didn't want to write this, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like Snake said, there's lots of bloat. I had examples of that too, but I'll save it for my own video probably, because then we're just going back to chapter 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, believe it or not, I have more I wanted to say about those, but I'm gonna make a giant Slugs video about that.
There's too much
eventually.
ammo. There's too much to critique and, and talk about.
Exactly.
For now, I think we should move on. So they get ambushed
Coliseum.
They get ambushed by Baraka, Ermac, and Reptile. They beat them easily, and John is like, "Oh yeah, there's this resistance force I'm a part of, which consists of literally 2 other people, and one of those been captured. So we're gonna go meet with Emperor Rain." And he's like, "Oh, we need to save my wife Tanya." So they go to the Coliseum where she's made to fight, and we get an amusing scene of Deadly Alliance Quan Chi, Deception Li Mei fights into the death, while Frost just murders Chaos. It's like an alternate color. Yeah, it's an alternate color for Frost, which is funny because they added new colors this season that give her like an MK11-ish Chronica look.
Yeah,
they should have used that, I think. Yeah, but so she kills Movado easily, and then Quan Chi just kills Li Mei, and then it's like Frost versus Quan Chi. Who's going to win? I'll tell you who's going to win. The one who doesn't have her model made in such a way where she can be dismembered.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think it's also the fact they didn't want to have Quan Chi take 2 W's in a row because that's just less interesting.
What's really funny is that Quan Chi, he gets frozen in a pose and then his head like smashed off, and then he falls over. But when he's lying down, his body's in a different pose.
Oh,
love it.
That's funny. No way.
He's frozen solid, guys. He should have shattered like Chronica.
Million.
But yeah,
you know what? Congratulations, Frost. Your first W in like a decade or something.
I know. I even had to bring that up in my playthrough. I was like, oh wow, she's a good fighter in this timeline? Oh, that's funny, because in ours she never is.
Gotta give her one at least, in this multiverse scenario.
I was a bit sad that Li Mei died at first, because I'm like, oh man, she always gets fucked over by the Deadly Alliance, or like
that was your
at least one of
dog.
them.
People were pissed in your comment section. You spoiled her death. What the heck? And it's like,
oh no,
who the fuck cares?
I mean, I was like 3 days late to cover the story mode, so if you haven't played it by then, you don't want to play it. Like, I'm sorry.
No, you need to wait for a week before you go spoilers.
I mean, to be fair, it's a minor, it's a very small part.
I also don't say who dies. I say they killed her.
Like, the winner of those fights don't even matter. We don't even fight them.
I wanted to fight Frost. I was like, where is she? Come on, bring out the champion.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. Fight whoever wins this little tournament. But so
could have been
Tanya's
someone funny for Johnny to beat up.
They wheel out Tanya here. She's going to have to fight to the death to try and survive, because Havik has taken interest in these two for some reason. I think
the resistance group.
I think it suggests that their timeline got destroyed by Havik or something, and so they're remnants. Kind of like the those other characters in Deadpool, which obviously they didn't rip off from Deadpool.
No way.
There wasn't enough time, but it is funny how it's a similar idea.
It's like I like the idea of Havik just going around collecting different multiverse characters, and now they're just here to be like, fuck, what do we do kind of situation. I like that idea. Yeah. It's just unfortunate it's just 2 timelines and that's it.
Yeah. So the heroes go to free Tanya, but then Kenshi senses them, so he just pulls them. They pull them all in with the telekinesis, and then
that random ass ability he's never fucking had. He does it twice. He does it later on to build the structure. So, yeah.
So then Rain helps Tanya to fight off a bunch of dudes, a bunch of losers who are it's really funny to me that Havik's whole thing is, I'm going to raise an army of like messed up versions of all these characters. I'm going to put them all in the same coloured uniforms. Why is the Chaos guy giving them a uniform?
Oh yeah.
And it's half the characters. Half of them get the uniform. The other half get unique, cool, chaotic skins. But the other ones
you have to win a fight.
In the case of Quan Chi, it's literally skin.
Oh yeah. By the way, did you? I wonder if you guys noticed this, because I laughed
Quan Chi
really hard.
and Havik have that weird skin pelt. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that for Titan Havik too. It was like, oh, interesting. When they were about to fight, there was like a big gong sound. Gong! Did you notice that, like, in the subtitles it says Gong Havik?
Okay, I had the subtitles on and they pissed me off so much because it describes things you can see. It's like like metal whirring. It's like, I can see the metal that's whirring. You don't need to describe it. You only describe
screaming off screen.
Yeah, you only describe sound effects. You only describe sound effects if they are off screen or if there's something particularly prominent about the sound effect. If it's just, you might well say while the character's walking, footsteps. No shit. Oh
Did it
my
actually say that
god.
once?
No,
Wow.
but it's on level with doing that. Why?
I do look forward to the descriptive audio now that you're talking about like that.
You have to do
Okay,
it, Sonic. You have
that'll
to
be
watch
fun.
it.
It's gonna be very fun.
Gong Havoc.
Gong, yeah, it just says Gong Havoc when he does that.
That stage is amazing, though. Like, the fight on, like Snake was saying, it's very fun. I like how it is a twist on an old favorite with the Emperor being in the background, but there's a twist where like people will randomly fight him in the background, and he'll just like beat their ass and shove them up and go, ha, and like sit back down. I'm like, that's awesome.
That's really cool.
I also laughed
like
how in the same scene, to show praise or displeasure, instead of throwing tomatoes at the audience, they tear off their own limbs and throw them.
I like that.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, can all of you grow them back? I know that Havoc can, but can all of you? Or are you just down an arm now because you were upset?
I liked how the two Havocs like pull their arms off and then like clap, clap, and then they toss their arms into the audience. I did really like that.
One dude pulls his own head off to get a better look. Like, you can't see over somebody, so he pulls his own head off and he's like doing this. There's a lot of funny shit that's happening that I'll give credit for creativity.
That is good. I did like those parts. Yeah.
They also do that thing that like at the tournament when Sindel's the announcer, they have Havoc as the announcer for these fights.
Yes.
I like that.
I did like that. I was like, oh shit, Havoc, nice. That's
right. And you unlock him too when you beat the
I gotta ask this, especially to the Force Snake, because you are well known for this. How did you feel about the power couple coming back in the arena?
It's dumb, but I don't really care because it's just alternate versions.
It's just a reference, but I think it was funny though.
I think it would have been beneficial if, because they're referencing an older, I think like the older timelines.
Yeah.
If Shao had his mask on, like here's the more classic look.
Yeah.
Hell,
good point.
Fuck it. Why not just go all in and say, hey, since we're using these other costumes anyway, like Li Mei and Quan Chi, use the Shao Kahn costume.
Yeah. And use the Deception the Deception Sindel too. Fuck it.
That's going too
Why
far.
not?
Don't use Deception Sindel. Don't besmirch her memory. You use some dog shit Chaos Palette or Dark Sindel. You do not besmirch the Queen. Fuck you. But they should have just used that costume. Like, why not just use it? These are all alternate versions anyway. Just use the other costumes from the other universes. Just do it.
By the way, we don't have time to go through all of these, but I did go through every single intro dialogue that's new here. One of them I will mention here is pretty funny. It's between Sindel and Noob Saibot. Sindel would say, "You encountered under the me who was Shao's wife?" And Noob Saibot would say, "She was smitten with him, Empress."
Which is funny because, which is a weird thing because she knows. She knows there's a version of her that was with Shao Kahn. Liu Kang showed her.
She didn't
pictures
comment
of
about
it.
that. Maybe she's just like, well, maybe they were just dating, or I don't know. This is copium. I don't know.
Sindel huffing the copium with a K.
I will say this though, because despite Shao not being classic, I love the fact that he had his hammer.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too.
it's weird that we still don't have that. It's bullshit.
I know. I was thinking, do I have it in my inventory now?
But
Is it in my gear slot?
Yeah,
Where the fuck
good
is it? I want it.
point. We got a different gear thing, but at least it shows us there's potential for that in the future because there's no reason why they can't give us a hammer because it would still be fundamentally the same attacks.
But I think it's because
it's in the game now.
I imagine it's probably because of cinematic animations. Like, it doesn't make sense for him to throw you down onto his hammer and like split you in two that way. But to that I counter, when you do any brutality on Shao, like say do the uppercut for the classic, his whole hood and all that robe part just disappears in a flash, so that his head can fly off.
Interesting.
It doesn't matter, guys. No one cares if things are a little inconsistent between the cinematics and whatnot. Things don't line up perfectly. It's fine. Just do it. I don't give a shit.
I'm sure they will give it to us.
God,
though. I really do
guys.
think they will. I'm sure they will. I don't see why they wouldn't.
They have to eventually, but like, when's the right time? Because we've had the main game. We've had when they did a DLC off him from classic games, like that costume.
Well, this is the first time we saw the hammer in game. You know, like this is the first time we actually see him using it. So that's why I think.
Well, Dark Shao had it in the main game.
Well, in the cutscene, and so did Goro, but that's a cutscene, you know. So it's not like gameplay. But now we do see it in gameplay.
Did Dark Shao not use it in gameplay?
No, he goes back to an axe when you fight him.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure about that one, but I'll look it up right now. Like, I'm pretty sure about that one.
Yeah. So,
here's the funny thing, though. From the Colosseum all the way to the Citadel, do you guys really have anything to say about that part? It's just a lot of running around and fighting that's it. I guess Emperor Reign dies, but
there are little bits of like attempting to give the character a little bit of character, but there's not really much to it. I mean, the fact that we split off from half the team and we don't see what they're up to while our side's doing stuff is quite telling of how little actually occurs here. The only substantial thing is that the Reign and Tanya they get to kill Li Mei and Reiko from their timeline. That's cool.
Yeah.
And then,
by the way, love that Li Mei skin. Like,
oh yeah,
I think that's a great Li Mei skin. Me and you, dog. I saw your reaction. We were like, "Who is that?"
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
to me, that's the mark of a good skin. When you don't know right away, you're like, "Wait a minute. Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, see, I was shocked about that. I'm like,
it's
"That's
all right."
Li Mei.
I actually prefer the Reiko one because it pairs very well with the Shao Kahn helmets.
Yeah, it's good. I also like the Reiko skin too. They're both great.
So
I'm very happy to learn that you unlock them when you win that area because I was so worried that we would have to wait for those to be in the shop or something. I was like, oh,
this is something very interesting, and I actually think I'll compliment NRS for this. Yeah, like you said, we gotta wait for the shop. We gotta wait for it to be a shrine. Gotta be like a whole entire fucking year before we get these skins. We still have a lot of them that we don't have, like Kalima, the festival, Johnny, Shaolin, Raiden still isn't in the game. But the moment you complete these story modes, you get all 12 skins, 12 of them. And I also find it very interesting because they never mention this in the marketing whatsoever. You can only get these skins if you play the story mode. They are story mode unlocks, which means you have to buy the DLC in order to get these story modes. I mean, in order to get these skins, which means that's something that you get by buying the DLC, these skins. But nowhere in the marketing does it say that. It's like, oh,
yeah,
you would unlock.
It does somewhat help to justify the cost of the
pricing
of the DLC. If you look at it as you get all these extra costumes, it's like I said at one point that if it helps you to justify it in your head, just think of it as you get 4 pre-order costumes that are going to be like $5 each in the shop. So that's like 20 quid knocked off. So. You know, if you look at it that way, it helps. And that's like all these costumes that they made for this expansion that you get in the expansion. It's weird that they never said that was going to be a thing.
Very dumb move on their part. Like, I hate to be
it would have helped their
extreme,
marketing
but
so much.
Yeah, it would have helped with the price point because when you realize that even the other games are selling costumes for like $4 or $3 a pop, like including 12. Even if you lowball, it would be like $36. No, I don't like that's the reality, but yeah. What?
All right, sorry. I feel like I've made too many mistakes in this video. You're right, the Force Snake. You are right. He was holding the yes, he was holding the hammer in that fight. So it was there in the game for the past fucking year already. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was some epic thing. How the hell did I miss that? Oh my gosh.
No, I mean I still noticed the hammer though. It was still cool that they brought it back, and he's even named Shao Kahn again. So like, that's been done before. Yeah.
How did I not know it was in the game for like a year?
I could have just forgot.
Yeah, no, I really didn't remember that.
We don't love you for your intelligence, Sonic. It's okay. We love you for your comedy.
This coming from you.
We love Snake for his intelligence.
I take that as a compliment. Thank you.
People love me because I'm drop dead gorgeous Snake. Let's not get it twisted.
Oh, okay. I mean, so I'm the brain, you're the face, and he's the mouth.
That's cute.
I stole that from the Ghostbusters cartoon.
Okay.
So
I was going to say, I'm not sure if I can call Sonic the Mouth when for his videos he uses the robot most of the time.
He's the hands.
Anyways.
He edits the podcast. He's the hands.
There you
go. Come a long way since the
Ghostbusters.
First face reveal, where he still hid most of his face.
So to get us back on track, Reign he gets split off with Sektor and Tanya while the others are off doing their thing, and
yes,
then walls start coming in on them because they get trapped in this.
Well, I mean, they also kill Li Mei and Reiko there, but yeah,
and then
that's the little bit, the most least like effort, but at least a little bit of effort of something like that's not just from Chaos Realm and a bit of a lore. Oh, the Li Mei and the Reiko from their timeline, so there's a little bit there at least.
So they're trapped in a corridor, the walls are closing in on them, and this is another example of things being rushed because this scene is very rushed. Reign's like, I'm going to use water to keep the walls back. It's like, oh, that's interesting, and then Then Sektor, after bashing on the wall, she thinks, I can pick this lock. Should have done that from the start. And then immediately Reigns like, I can't hold it back much longer. He's been doing it for like 5 seconds. I can't hold it back much longer. Sektor, if you can get out of here, get Tanya out. I will stay and die so you can get out. And it's like, he's so quick to be like, I'm going to die here. Don't worry.
And they force this big emotional scene. It's like, it's already heroic. Just let it be heroic of a sacrifice because the emotion feels very forced. I will say, though, I like the water effects when they got close to each other and they were all doing like water on them. I'm like, that's pretty cool. Nice waterproof makeup, Tanya. But yeah, that was a cute, that was cool. At least it looked good. I mean, the visual people are really killing it in the whole time they did great. I want to make sure that we're making fun of the writing, but almost everything else I feel like is good. Like the set design is badass, the lighting is good, the effects. Like
you're gonna hear a lot more compliments from me by the time we end this review, but I am definitely on the shit-talking, nitpicking side currently.
Yeah. Even though I make sense that Rain can use his powers, right, in this scene, I found it very funny that Tanya did not. Because Tanya has an extendo staff that could probably help a little bit,
hands.
But also she can summon the deity hands.
That's true.
She could have summoned all 6 of them to help, but she doesn't.
I think the end results would have been the same, except Rain would have pushed her out and then get squashed. Oh, that'd been really sad though, like that, which would have been better.
Tiny detail I noticed upon rewatching is that Sektor actually grabs her out. She does not leave voluntarily. So that's interesting.
It would have been way better actually looking at that way. Is they're both holding it open for Sektor, and Rain can see the strain on Tanya. Maybe Tanya got a wound fighting Lee May or something. She got stabbed or something. And so now, and it's like she's struggling.
Ooh,
and so then Sektor's like, it's open, and Rain just goes, I love you. Blasts her with water and sends Tanya flying out and gets crushed because you can tell they can't keep it up, so he's going to save. Of course, what they did
little drafts.
What they did is perfectly fine. Just a bit rushed. They could have stretched out just a little bit more, but there are ways you could have made it. I think better.
Yeah,
or at least an alternative way.
With that being said, to me, that scene throughout the entire expansion was the most emotional one. It was like, okay, a little bit of something here at least, which is why I try to defend it. But even I have to admit, because dog, you bring up the portal, which I'm like, well, here's the thing though. If they could portal, they could totally just portal out of the freaking maze, right? They all that kind of stuff. But literally, I'm also thinking it's never been shown on screen how Rain teleports and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you can't teleport with someone else. Literally in the same damn expansion, when Khaos Reigns shows up with the to fight Empress Tanya, you see him in the background. He does the dog goes down into the puddle.
Oh, does he? Oh, yes. So I'm just like, hooray!
I'm trying to defend
you guys. But she can only teleport a short distance, and I was like, well, she can't take them with her, so it'd be selfish for her to go by herself. But yeah.
Remember when Cyrax falls down and then it's then they fight the Chaos characters. So it's 2 levels of differences. So Sektor has to grab Empress Tanya all the way to the bottom level with her rocket pellets. Rain teleported from the first floor to the B1. So he is able to teleport that much distances. Again, that's Chaos Rain, but
darn it, Sonic, he can only go vertically, not horizontally.
Maybe.
Damn it.
I've got a couple of points. So one is it's funny how Sonic said this is the most emotional scene in the story. A story that is not about those two. It's about Scorpion and Sub-Zero and Sektor and Cyrax. Cyrax is in love with Bihan and he gets turned into this monster. Kuai Liang has unresolved animosity with his brother, and they have their big fight and all this stuff. And Cyrax has these feelings of regret over what she did, and she gets that she gets resolution at the end when she's forgiven in the end. And yet somehow it's these 2 AU versions of characters who show up for a couple chapters who get the most emotional scene in the
I said this in the review too. It's why the fuck did they give Tanya and Emperor Rain this emotional scene, and later on Tanya gets the best cinematic scene in the whole story mode, or maybe even recent years for NRS, when she goes into the black screen and talks to Orin. It's cinematically high budgeted fucking scene right there. It's why for her the AU Tanya, you know?
Yeah.
It honestly would have been. They probably should have just had the main Tanya do it. Have her go with them alongside Chameleon or something, there's so many ways you can make this better.
Okay.
Should we bring
when
up
the
how
trailers,
Orin? Should we just skip to Orin, or is there more stuff we want to bring up before we get to Orin?
But there's one more thing I want to say.
in between is Melina versus Katana, but yeah.
It's jumping forward a little, but we already mentioned it. Is the bit when they go forward and they have the fight with like the Chaos guys. You fight Chaos Kung Lao, but who's got Rain in his as his cameo, and then you fight
and Liu Kang.
Yeah, you don't fight Rain.
You don't.
In Tanya's chapter. The evil alternate version of her husband that just died to save her shows up as an enemy, and she has nothing to say. She has nothing to say.
You make such a. Oh my gosh.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he's barely you barely notice him because he's a cameo fighter, and Johnny too. Johnny Cage, vegetable Johnny Cage, was a cameo fighter, so you don't notice him too. But you make such a good point. But no, they had to give the focus to like Liu Kang, so she gets to say, "Take your brothers out of here," because they're Shaolin brothers. Haha.
Just go.
Clever.
Just get out of here. What I thought was kind of funny with the Katana Melina fight that is worth mentioning. There's two things. For one, when the room starts rotating and Sektor doesn't fucking float, dumbass. That was pretty funny. And like.
Fuck, that's fucking.
Like narratively, the funny part is you could have had her do a throwaway line like, "Oh, I used all my thruster juice up earlier. Like I have only so much fuel," but you didn't. So having her just go whoa, whoa, and like stumbling with everyone else, which you just like.
Well, considering she's fighting Melina right at that point, while Tanya fights Katana.
Yeah.
So just have Melina just animalistically jump on her back, and then she loses control, and it's like, whoa,
like flying all around and stuff.
Wow, fuck, boom, hits the ceiling and like it's knocked out. But yeah, that was kind of goofy. Also, I thought it was hilarious how I think there's a throwaway line of dialogue that they had to fatality Reiko and Li Mei for some reason.
Yes.
I guess like Havik made them immortal or something, or made them like
some time
have infinite
loop
stamina or some bullshit. Okay. I thought the same thing was happening with Melina and Katana because there's a repeat fight with them. But no, then they're just vanquished. Like, they're unconscious and all tuckered out. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
It's so weird
it's only for Li Mei and, like, Reiko for some reason. Yeah. They don't do
I thought every villain in there was going to be immortal or, like, really hard to kill. But no, they just no.
It's only Reiko and Li Mei.
It's weird how few characters actually get killed from the other timeline. Considering they're just evil alternate versions. No. You know what would have been really cool, actually? Would have been if they made it a gameplay challenge that you fight the opponent, and if you just take all their health down and you just beat them normally, they get health back, and you have like a third of the health, and you have to beat them again until you do a brutality. So you have to learn the character a bit and know what their brutalities are, and you have to kill them with it.
At least.
Yeah.
And the screen toss.
Yeah, but with characters who jump around a lot, that can be tricky to. Nitara's a pain in the ass to get the classic on because she's always jumping.
True.
But this is the idea of here's a little gameplay challenge: do a brutality to keep them dead. Otherwise, they're going to keep getting back up.
That does sound like fun. Yeah, that does.
And
sound
since
like
it is a video game, God forbid you incorporate gameplay into the narrative somehow. God forbid. Yeah, good point.
So that's two amazing ideas. Bringing the hybrids to put it for like Titan Havik's like idea.
Oh, they could have also had stage bullshit.
And now brutalities.
They could have had stage bullshit. That's what I thought the maze was
going to be.
Fire traps and stuff on the floor, but they didn't do that just for the Havik stuff. That could have been fun. I would have hated it because I hate stuff interrupting my combat, but. I hate the AI can use combo breaker. That shit was getting really annoying. They use it the first chance they get, and they don't spend bar on anything else, so they always have combo breaker.
Same as year one. I mean, same as last year, Tronadog. Like that was what you were annoyed with in the story mode. Like, stop.
I think one of my biggest fears for this expansion was that the final boss fight was going to play like an Invasions Titan battle.
It almost did. Almost.
I think they used a few of his moves. They did take a few of the moves he has from there. I think
his
not that
bullshit
many
body explosion.
It mostly just felt. To me, it mostly just felt like here's normal Havik, but you can fire a laser from his chest every now and then.
Yeah.
So I'm glad it wasn't some dumb bullshit, but a bit of dumb bullshit would have helped to make it feel a bit more climactic. Because at least. Because you look at the main story and it's like you're fighting Quan Chi and Shang Tsung, and it's like the Shang Tsung from who beat Liu Kang in the other ending of MK11, and you're fighting them at the top of this pyramid, and it's all epic and it's stuff like your guy you chose. It feels very climactic. This is just Noob Saibot beats up Havik in a canyon.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is this Titan Havik has more interesting moves compared to Shang Tsung, where he's just base form.
Yeah.
Actually, does Shang Tsung even get to turn old? Like, does he ever even turn old in his moves when you fight him? I don't think he does. That's something that I was noticing.
I think he can at least when you're playing the classic arcade tower. I'm not sure if he ever does it in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they meet Orin, which is
Orin.
apparently supposed to be the big climactic end, because I guess it's kind of implied the maze goes in a circle and everywhere always leads to Orin, which
Apparently.
is clever. Redesign. How do you feel about that? It went from a Eastern dragon to a Western dragon.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure it was Orin at first, because it's like, well,
Yeah, it looks so
wait, is
different.
it that oh no, it's just.
I
a
knew
very
it was
different-
Orin because someone here like spoiled that, but okay.
I had to mention how funny it was that they gender bent a dragon.
It was
I
kind of
just had to
funny.
mention how funny that was.
The other thing that I want to mention is, do you remember the thing that Ed Boon said in an interview saying they're going to add some secret thing into the game and no one's going to be able to like.
Oh, is that what it
Apparently,
is?
people are determining it might be Orin. Like
Aw,
that
man.
might just be it. Like, look, it's that obscure dragon from the Armageddon game. Oh
So-
my
so
gosh!
What exactly did he say?
He specifically said that they're gonna add a secret into the game, like how they just like the first Mortal Kombat game where they just add a reptile. It's like nobody knows about this, but I just put it into the game. We did something similar to that in this game, but when people find out about it, they're gonna start talking about it. Either they haven't found it yet, or it's Orin.
My theory, somewhat facetiously, is that it's the fact that when you clear the expansion, you actually unlock Titan Havik and his announcer voice. The game just doesn't fucking tell you. You have to go to the notifications tab that's squirreled away in this other menu to get it, because the game doesn't tell you.
Hey, it's a secret. It's a secret. Snake, you gotta find it. Isn't that awesome that you found it there? And isn't it awesome that everybody has the Sub-Zero announcer voice without playing fucking Onslaught?
I'm sure glad I didn't do that.
Which they've done, but they've also added a Noob Saibot voice.
Yes.
So you have two from the same guy who plays the characters the same way.
So
It's different enough.
yeah,
Like, you know what would have been cooler? Fuck it, right? If we're going to just add random voices, give me Janet Cage, and she has different nicknames from everyone, unlike compared to Johnny.
Well, I'd be using that for sure. I would have used that.
I mean, you have some basic ones like he, me, or Sonya's like, damn, she's kind of sexy, something like that, and or maybe Janet is a thing for Jax instead. Like add little bits of character to them.
yeah, thank you.
And then it's like we can flesh out Janet Cage by making her a fucking announcer. They brought the voice actor back to do a couple of roles in this, like Orin, so why not?
Oh yeah, good point.
So
As opposed
they
to
meet Orin.
literally two that are the same guy.
Yep. They meet Orin, and it turns out Tanya can speak to dragons, which is interesting.
yes.
I'm not sure, but it sounded like she was speaking an African language for a brief moment there.
Oh,
but it could
you
also
think
be a
that's
made-up
actually
language.
like a real? I would assume that's made up because she said, Orin says it's like you speak of the ancient like dragon tongue or something like that.
Good. I sure hope. Well, he could be saying that, but then they still actually used a real language to do it because they didn't want to make up a language. It's kind of hard to do.
Or use a real language as the base and just change it up a bit. Like
Yeah.
like Simlish is based on English,
Yeah.
So if you compare the songs done in Simlish to the original songs, like the words are clearly still basically the same. You can do that. So
Yeah.
they could have just picked out an existing language and said, we're going to use this as the base, which would be neat.
Yeah. I hope that's what they did, because if they actually made her just straight up use an African language, that's technically it's a nitpick, but that's a plot hole because she's from a different planet, so they shouldn't know that language. But
Yeah, I definitely think it's a made up language because they had to put effort into making it up. Because right after she's done talking to her in the native language, once she like meets Orin, she starts speaking English again.
yeah.
But I was thinking like, wasn't the whole point speaking like different language so she can't like understand what you're saying?
Imagine if when she spoke to Orin, she like takes a deep breath and goes "Foos."
Actually,
She
I
speaks
don't
the
think
dragon tongue.
I don't think it was to throw Kenshi off, because I don't think they were even thinking about that. I think
No, of course, but
think
in the
it's
plot.
I mean, I think Tanya's motive is just to like calm Orin down. Like, look, I speak your language. We don't want to fire anything. A sign of respect. I think that's what it was. And then once the relationship is established, she can then speak English.
Yeah.
God,
well,
burn this
yeah.
thing
Okay.
with fire. I hate this image. It actually gives me nightmare fuel. Like, what the fuck?
Which one? The one I just
The
said.
first one, where he looks like never-ending story, but like he's been turned into a nightmare. Yeah. I hate
Actually,
that
now I'm
first
looking
one.
at it. It does look kind of
The
uncomfortable.
huge
His
Yeah.
eye
Those
is
are in the
so
concept art.
unsettling. Yeah.
I
The
think
rest is
these concept arts are pretty cool. I think Orin is cool. I don't really have much else to say. I would like it if she actually was like a background like character. I mean, in a stage or just in the background.
That'd be sick.
That would actually be a cool stage. Just her in
I
the
guess there's one
background.
thing worth noting, story-wise, that I found interesting. They don't need to explain this, but it does, again, create more plot holes. When Havik sees that Orin is creating a portal to help them escape, he does this sort of magic thing where he can torture Orin from a distance by just, like, zapping her. And I'm like, what is that ability?
Draining her powers. What is that ability? It's the same thing he does.
It's magic. It's whatever. It doesn't really matter.
It's the same thing he does when he opens the portal. It's like the purple things.
Yeah.
And
like,
stuff
or
like
making
that.
portals is fine because they've done that in Armageddon. They could make portals for Taven to go
Havik.
through. So I'm like,
I would say Havik when he makes portals is a purple thing too. I'm saying it's similar to that color. So something. It's chaos
purple,
magic,
yeah.
Trona Dog. It's chaos. It's chaos. It's
Well,
unpredictable.
then why is
I
Noob
think-
Saibot purple?
You know, I think could have been a neat little thing. So in Armageddon, spoiler alert, Orin dies there. He gets blasted by Quan Chi. Yeah, during the story. So
Hilarious,
it would have
by
been
the
cool. It would have been cool if, like, when Havik's guys all tried to catch up, like, Orin's just there. Like they don't show it, but like, they stop in front of Orin when the portal closes, and Havik's like, I'm angry. It would have been cool if, like, she just started fighting all of them. If she, like, started blasting them, and then just to make it particularly funny, there's like a Quan Chi in the enemy forces, and she just obliterates him or eats him. No, she obliterates him. There's an evil Liu Kang that she eats, MK2 reference, and then Havik kills her with his magic.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Snake. That would require budget, and since they didn't have the budget to have Sub-Zero fight off a bunch of those Havik minions before he gets turned into Noob Saibot, so I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, they should have, like, had less cutscenes to bridge the gap between these pointless filler fights, and they could have used that on something more.
Those
worthwhile.
are cheap, so you can do a bunch of those.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought what was super funny was when Orin, like, opens the portal to, like, the Citadel, and it's like, Havik is draining my power. You must go now. All of them are just standing there. Thank you, Orin. I will come back for you. And then they run in. I was just shouting there, "Go! Run!" What the fuck? That portal's not gonna open. You can say it while you're running, you know? It's like,
It would have been justified if for some reason
Orin.
one of them didn't make it in or something. Or like one of them gets, like, their leg not quite in, so like gets chopped off. Like, it's like, yeah,
That would have been Johnny.
Been faster.
That would absolutely have been Johnny.
Exactly.
Every time.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Dan, I ain't got no legs.
This place got me foobar. So then they go to the
love that.
Citadel, which they give like a bit of an explanation. But actually, I know I said I like all the stages, but I will say the maze is kind of a boring stage. Sorry. I just feel like I gotta put that out there.
So I just had the dumbest
ahead.
idea ever. So Johnny's from World War II. So if he and Sonya get together, that means that Cassie would be born. And then, so she would be an adult around, like, the 1970s. So she could, and so instead of joining just being a soldier, she joins the CIA. Then she's one of the people implementing the MK Ultra project. She's the MK Ultra girl.
I thought you were going to just bring up that she could have had a cute 70s outfit, but you went way darker with that than I thought you were going to go.
I thought you were going to be like, so this Cassie, like, this World War II Johnny actually is a time, it's like a, it's the past of the main universe. So Cassie was the founder of, like, the MIA or whatever it's called, where Jackson, like, Kenshi working together in the arcade. And, like, she's the founder of that or some shit. And she's like an old, like, lady there and stuff like that. Your mission. I have a brighter outlook on this situation. Anyways, so the Citadel.
Yes.
This is kind of off.
So no, okay. So I gotta bring this up.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to go? Or did I cut you off? Sorry.
What I wanted to say was basically before this, but basically, I kind of wanted to talk a bit about Kuai Liang just because I was
Not
very.
again.
But I wanted to apologize a bit with some of the things I said. But basically, I'm kind of pissed at Kuai Liang in this story mode, but I have to really rein it back. I feel like I was pissed for, like, a lot of too many things for him, but
You're tired of seeing
I'm
everyone get mad about him on Twitter, so you already have a deep-seated hatred for him. The well's been
no,
frozen.
but, like, the thing is, now I kind of agree. But okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You bipolar bitch.
the main thing I just hate about him is the thing with him and Cyrax. You know.
Yeah.
Like, that whole ordeal, how it happened. That shit pissed me off because you clearly see in Mortal Kombat 1 how much he's like, there's no going back anymore. Like, they're determined to be with, like, the Lin Kuei, you know, like, that's it. And like when Cyrax started going off being like, you vanished, it did not make sense, but what do you call it? My grandmaster gave me an explanation. It did not make sense, but you not being here did not make sense either. So of course I trusted him, and that's why I don't even want your apology. I just want your understanding. And Kuai Liang is like, is this what it is, huh? You blame me, huh, for your actions, huh? It's like, nowhere in the story mode does he ever like reflect and like think. He literally says Sektor and Cyrax is like what's the word, like not obedience, loyalty to Bihan is absolute. He fucking says that, and then like this whole entire story, and I kid you not, he really does not apologize for this aspect about it. In fact, at the very end, he's all like, I don't really know what I want to do with Cyrax, honestly. And Liu Kang had to be like, you know, listen to your wife, maybe give her some compassion, and then finally we have that scene. So I'm like, geez, like, okay, asshole Kuai Liang.
And to me, it was so weird because having had family in the military and the way it's done in the U.S., like you never refuse a commanding officer anyway. So even if you disagreed with it, you're not allowed to say no. Like that's the whole point of like military rank, is you can't say no. So that'd be like her go-to excuse. Like in reality, it'd be like, Kuai Liang, you realize that he's my boss, right? Like I don't get to say no. I'm quite literally a hired weapon for the boss man. That's what I've trained for my whole life, and it's pretty. The weapon doesn't really work if it questions every command. So you're kind of not allowed to object. But you know, but that's how it is in our military. I'm not sure if every military is like that, but you're really not supposed to question anything your superior officer says.
I feel like there is the seed of a good idea here. It's just, like again, the fact we don't see Cyrax, Scorpion, and Johnny for like an entire chapter, chapter and a half, pretty much. Like, that would have been a good time to have some of this stuff happen. And the fact that it's literally just she saves him once by pushing him when a thing is collapsing, and that's it. That's all it takes for him to change his mind completely. It should have been little things. Like she's helping out. She's shows compassion. She saves Johnny from nearly dying or something. Just little small things over the course of the story. But the character chapter thing stops us from doing it. And I think this is the most egregious instance of the character chapter systems being a detriment to the narrative. Because here, the next thing that happens is Tanya fights through a bunch of dudes, and then Noob Saibot shows up and he fights Scorpion. But it's not Noob Saibot's chapter, so when he fights Scorpion, it's just a cutscene. And then we go to gameplay and we fight him as Tanya.
That blows my mind. I think that's so funny.
Not Scorpion, not Sektor, not Cyrax.
Not even Scorpion as with a cameo.
Yeah, not even that. It's just Tanya with Sektor backing her up.
Cyrax.
Cyrax even. Not even Sektor.
Yeah. They change partners.
Yeah, partners. This again, this like I said, even within the story chapter system, it would have worked if they just moved Sektor's chapter to here and either gave us our Tanya for chapter 2 or had Havik have that chapter. Either way, you do that, and then Sektor gets to have a fight here. She defeats Bihan. You can even explain why Bihan jobs out to someone here, and then he's good enough to take on Titan Havik. If it's Sektor, maybe he feels the same way, but he holds himself back because he needs to be stoic to be a powerful grandmaster or something. And then, but like it's like the love is like making him hold back to some extent. No, something like that. But like, whereas like if it was anyone else, he would have fucking killed them. As opposed to jobbing out again.
Very good point. You mentioned a chapter system here. Like one of the things I felt like when playing through it was definitely like, because not only is it still the chapter system, you're playing the same character over and over again. You're playing it more than the base game, because the base game, the less was, at least it was like 4, I believe. Yeah. Where the Raiden was the exception. Where these are like 5 to like 6. So it actually kind of started becoming a bit like, halfway through the story mode, I just felt a bit zoned out a bit and bored a bit while I just kept fighting these like variants. Yeah. Which literally is what you said before, like it feels like invasions in that aspect. It's just like, okay, we're just fighting variants. We do this in invasions mode. Yeah. Okay, I want to go a bit back to the Kuai Liang thing just because I got some pretty funny comments. Here's the thing though, I feel like I'm gonna like have a better narrative and like how I talk about like why I dislike Kuai Liang. But there were some comments, because there's a lot of Kuai Liang defenders out there too, that I thought were super funny. Someone just like, not multiple people by the way, came up to me and be like, you see, the reason why Kuai Liang is like this, is like more of an asshole here, is because he's going back to his roots of being Scorpion. Because what's the thing that people love about Scorpion? That's right, anger. You can't take that away. And that's what they're doing here. I'm like,
No.
him?
I
What?
could see it being the case. It's silly and dumb and I hate it, but I could see that being a thing because people have been complaining about Kuai Liang Scorpion the whole time, and
Yes.
like it's not been a major thing, but there are certain plot points like why is Raiden seeking out Scorpion to teach him to control his rage when it's Kuai Liang who is as stoic as he was when he was Sub-Zero. So now we're going with the idea that we want to make him a bit more like the traditional Scorpion people like, so people will finally stop fucking complaining about it. Jesus Christ, guys, you're just like the Jade stands. Shut up.
Yep.
But
Take the damn catching strays, Jade fans.
Out of nowhere, you just had to bring
You
that
thought
up.
you were safe.
it's whatever. But yeah, I could see them doing that just to try and win the fans back over, make them stop complaining and whatnot. But it is definitely stupid if that is the rationale. Like, hey, we're going to make Kuai Liang just act like a different character.
I'm just telling you now, this expansion just literally fueled the Kuai Liang hater stands out there. Like, more people hate him now, and I don't even like disagree with that. I'm like, yeah, I can understand because it's like he just was an asshole to Cyrax. It really, like we said early on, if somebody died at the wedding, 100% understandable. Everything you do later on, 100%. But yeah. Wait, what was it? Oh,
well, they don't even need to die is the thing. Like, even if it was just something as simple as Smoke is crippled to set up him getting a power suit of his own later on.
Something like that, yeah.
Smoke is crippled.
I mean, come on. But like, come on, dog. If someone like snapped your brother's spine in half and he was paralyzed forever, you would say, "No, fuck you. You don't deserve redemption. You're a bad. You were part of this." Like,
Yeah.
I
Well, they should have had
remember what I was
Harumi
gonna
lose
say
the hand and give her a badass little hook. And then that'd be why. Kuai Liang is so bad.
She gets a cybernetic prosthetic, and it's
That's
like
the arc.
like the one from Ghost. No, from
Sekiro?
Yes,
Devil May Cry?
and she's got like it's got like a grappling hook in it, and she fires it out and grabs people and goes, "Get over here!"
Oh my gosh. Sekiro grappling hook. I remember, okay, I just remember what I want to say. So you guys haven't been really following the intro dialogues, right?
No.
Nah, who gives a
Well,
shit?
I think you're going to give a shit about this field day because, you know how there's a lot of... This expansion, this motherfucking expansion has made so many ships happen. I don't know if you guys probably realize that, right?
I love the Bihan art the Bihan Serena, where they just traced over what happens with Sektor and Noob Saibot.
They're so fucking bad. It's so funny. It's like
it's
right
good
now.
Art, though.
It is good art.
I've not
it was
seen
like an
this.
impulse reaction had to be made.
I will get to that. I will get to that snake, and I'll find that artwork. But we'll get to that when that happens. We're about to get there. My point is, there's so many new ships. Like, Rain Tanya, Beyond Sector,
Reiko.
But here's the thing. Reiko Lime. Here's the thing, though. In one of the intro dialogues, Sub-Zero Noob Saibot, I think, will say to Cyrax, "If Harumi knows about your if Harumi knows about you and Kuai Liang or something," and then Cyrax is like, "Harumi knows about me and Kuai Liang's past."
Yeah.
Yep. So there's that. Gender bends is not gonna. Don't worry, guys. The gender is not gonna matter about the gender bending. It's not going to matter. Don't worry. It's okay, guys. Don't worry about it.
They won't say it. They won't say it because people look at that and go, "Oh, I see. He's defining the woman by a man and her relationship to a man." But that's probably the rationale now for why Cyrax wears the same color as Kuai Liang.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, just infatuated
But
with
you can't say that now because now it's like, she's defined by her relationship to a man. That's sexist. Cancel NetherRealm. So they can't say it, but that's probably the rationale at the studio.
Someone brought this up, and I thought it was very funny. I believe I can only think of one, and not the cameo fighters, but every single female character in the roster right now has some love interest.
Oh, nice.
Other than Natara.
I'm a sucker for romance. So
let's see. We have Ashra and Reptile.
Yep.
We have
Katana.
Sektor and Sub-Zero.
Yeah. Katana either with Liu Kang or Raiden.
Yeah, and there's also she has like a bit of stuff going on with Johnny. Like Johnny took her to see a movie, so
there was some like flirting there, little flirting there. Sindel with Ermac. Well, Jared.
Yeah.
Melina with Tanya, and Tanya with Melina, and Tanya with Rain. Lee May thinks this expansion with Reiko.
Yeah.
And then Cyrax also, I just told you about Kuai Liang. Cyrax also flirts with Takeda in one of the intros. She's like, "I hope I
Jackie.
don't hurt
She
that
is.
beautiful face."
She is Jackie Briggs. She is Jackie now.
Also, since we're just talking about interactions and that kind of leads tangentially into a gameplay thing, because that happens after the intro, I wanted to point out that it looks like Cyrax is shorter than everyone else.
Really?
Like her character model she's actually even shorter than Reptile. Now, to be fair, she is like leaning forward, and so is Reptile. He's hunched, right, for his classic like MK3 kind of reference pose.
Yeah.
Sorry, MK2. Sorry, it's kind of like referencing his MK2 like little thing. Well, Cyrax is still shorter than him. And I think there's like for some of her like end of the round taunts, she stands up, and she does seem shorter than everyone else. I'm like, oh, she's a little shorty. But yeah,
that's interesting. But yeah, so after the Noob Saibot fight, we finally get. I just realized something really funny. The whole entire plot point of why everything happened, and we never even talked about Geras, the guy who gets captured. And
we finally get to fight Geras in the story.
I forgot about that. That's true. We
because
fight
he's
him
he's the one character
Outworld.
we don't get to fight in the main game unless in chapter 15 you get like Crocodile or Quantum Chi. Other than that, you never get to fight Geras in the story. But now we do.
Congratulations.
We get to fight this Chaos Geras, and it sucks, but it is what it is.
I got a question for you boys, because I'm not even 100% with this answer. What the fuck is Titan Havik's plan? Or how does he achieve it?
Yeah. Apparently, when he gets the Kamidogu with the use of Garrus's blood, like he gets like dragon crystals from him, and
he says the time crystal or something.
Yes, time crystal. Sorry, I call them dragon crystals. That's the new currency. I got them mixed up. Yeah. So apparently, Garrus has actual time crystals in him, and apparently any timekeeper can. But Geras in particular is who he needs because he's never changed throughout all the timelines. He's constant. He's never been reset. So apparently his time crystals are extra potent, and that's why he kidnapped him in particular to merge them with the Kamidogu and make that weird thing that can then be stabbed into him.
It's funny because by the logic of how the multiverse works, literally every Geras is the same Geras. Every single one is
right?
The Geras from 11 branching off into another timeline. Each one, like the one from Shang Tsung's timeline, is the same deal. It's just Geras rebuilt in Shang Tsung's image, but it's still the same one from 11 within that version of events. So any Geras could do. Even Havik's Geras could do.
True.
That's what I was thinking too. It's like, so does this confirm like? Here's the thing though.
Oh, that's a huge plot hole. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've always thought like, okay, the ending is every one of these Titans exists because Kronika died, and then that's how they make their own universes. So I'm just thinking like, does that mean everything before Kronika dies, is it all the same or is it all different? That's always been one of my like questions.
That's the tricky part because
see what I mean? See what I fucking mean here?
Well, the multiverse split wasn't the fight with Kronika; it was the fight between Shang Tsung and Liu Kang. But that leads to other timelines where other people beat Kronika. So it basically this branches off and creates timelines that branch off from the base game, where like Kitana would fight or Kung Lao would fight Kronika instead of Liu Kang, and somehow emerge victorious rather than being wiped out of reality. It's almost like the way they went about doing this was fucking stupid.
Absolutely, but the thing is though, like multiverse stuff has happened. It's just that Liu Kang and Shang Tsung found out about the multiverse, and that's why he invaded Liu Kang, and that's when it started. Like the multiverse happened because that's what everybody started fighing out. But the multiverse has existed. Titan, Kitana, and all these other characters have like had their own universes, but it's when the multiverse happens when
Oh my god! I just have two things I can combine now because we don't know what Havik's plan is. It makes no sense.
Havik's plan is just to merge the realm. Like, I want your realm now. Come to mine.
It would genuinely work better if Havik just wanted to fuck with people, and that was it. It's like
That's what I was
going to
go
to this. I'm going to go to Liu Kang's timeline. He wants things to be this way. I'm going to turn Sub-Zero into Noob Saibot. I'm going to do basically kind of like Shang Tsung was doing, but without like a real end goal at the end. He's like, I'm going to mess with this. Going to change this. Bye bye, and then he just leaves.
You could even still keep the merging of the realms element because maybe he sees merging timelines with his as spreading chaos, because then you're stuck in his chaos realm. That makes sense, but you could keep the classic like Havik mindset of him being like, I like to see how they fight, how they resist. Do your best. Try to stop me. They never do, but I'm curious to see how this timeline will resist. And that would fit his character way better, right? Because then whenever his plans get foiled, he'd be happy about it. Which was my biggest gripe with this version of Havik. I hated when the portal opened and he was mad. He should have been like, yes, interesting. Like, they're doing it. But then I realized, this is Kano. This is King Kano.
Yeah, I was about to say,
he likes
just King Kano.
God.
Yeah. So I wanted to put on Twitter, like, a week from now, I'm going to put, like, enough time has passed and just show, like, King Kano greater than Titan Havik. Like, better, like, timekeeper.
Here's the thing that I really... Because Titan Havik, well, I guess I could talk about them. Like, this guy is... I think the issue with NRS's writing here is they completely don't understand the concept of chaos.
No,
or like
really
the fun
don't.
of it. Here, let me just read this, by the way. In chapter Sektor, like when they go to Outworld, there's apparently like this person called the Chaos Preacher,
yes,
who starts preaching the chaos ways. Let me just read what he says here. Obey no rules, follow no laws, all that your heart desires is right, all that your body craves is holy. From the time you were born, Order's minions have poisoned your mind, and then parents telling you what to believe. Yeah, like, don't believe in what your parents say. I'm listening to all this, and it's just like, this literally is just telling you to be selfish.
Yeah.
What the fuck is chaotic about that shit?
It's trying to convey the idea of, like, rules as a concept is at the antithesis of chaos, because it's order. And so it's like, just disobey all laws, which is funny because Havik has followers who follow his orders.
Although I will admit something, but I mean, it's not even that really clever, but it's like Noob Saibot says that at the end, being like, oh, so when chaotic things don't happen in like the way you like it, then it's not good. You're not a Zelia, you're a hypocrite.
You're
like,
not
even
a zealot,
the game itself,
you're a hypocrite. Yeah.
Zealot, sorry. Even the game itself is acknowledging this.
To which
doesn't make
I
it
have
clever.
to say, yeah, Snake has
But
brought this up. Just because you point it out doesn't mean it's still not stupid. You can't get around it that way. It's still dumb, even if you draw attention to it. Yeah, it's such
Doesn't
a shame.
that mean like even
you
the
could have
writers
tried
know?
to like argue like, oh well, because he became a keeper of time, and maybe he's reset the timeline multiple times. He's become like twisted, and now he's like more of an order guy because like that's what happens when you reset the realms over and over again and keep remaking stuff. Like you become orderly, so he's like he's a messed up version of chaos. Doesn't get it anymore, but that's still dumb. You have Havik, such a fun villain. Like just make him Havik. Like, such a great opportunity for a unique type of villain. But, like, you and I both agree, he's just Shao Kahn. Like, he has his plan, he wants to merge realms, and when you stop him, he gets angry.
It's like, how hard is it to write? Like, I would kill to be on the writing team just to write Havik. That sounds so fun. Just to try and come up with all these insane, interesting ideas you can do with him. Instead of just evil. Go ahead, Stick.
Yeah.
I mean, when I wrote Havik, I didn't be like, yeah, I've got this grand plan. And Cabal's like, no, you fucking don't. You're a fly by the seat of your pants kind of guy. And he's like, true.
Yeah, you got me there.
He's a huge weirdo. Like, that's how he should be. But you could make this whole hypocrite thing work because Noob just beats Havik by just like ripping his arms and legs off over and over again until.
No, he only rips it off once.
But I guess he just stops.
He rips his head off for a split second too. I noticed. He just grows it back right away.
He rips it off.
It grows back. It's like he just kind of. They don't. He's not like killed properly. They just defeat him, and he just gives up. I guess. But you could make it work. The idea that Havik is so powerful that they just can't defeat him until they point out he's a hypocrite, and he's like, "I became Order." Oh,
it's a mental victory.
It's like, kill me. He begs to be destroyed because he's become an agent of Order. He's become the thing he hates, and so he wants.
Many ideas that are so
good. He like begs Liu Kang to just destroy. Because the idea that he can die if he chooses to, he can choose not to regenerate. He doesn't have to do that. So he's like, he can keep regenerating if he wants to, but if he doesn't want to, he can just say, Liu Kang, kill me, and Liu Kang just like obliges.
All right then.
That would have been cool. Also, I think they could have just kept pulling him into the portal.
Noob can just go gladly. Head rip. Classic head rip.
Oh, the classic spine rip, yeah. Well, because we have no idea where those portals go that Noob Saibot makes. Like, where do those hands take things? Like, you could have just pulled all of Havik in there after he tore him up. Just pull him as a torso. He's like, no, and he just drags him in as like a torso. Where am I going?
Technically speaking, Liu Kang did say, like, desist or I'm going to throw you into the void, That's sort of like
he brought the void
case.
back, yeah, from MK11.
He did bring out the void.
Which is really funny because, like, yeah, I'm going to punish you by throwing you to the void. It's like, you can come back from the void. Shang Tsung did that, and he wasn't even like a god. He just came back.
Yeah.
Well, no, he came back because Chronica died. So technically, I'm sure Liu Kang is like, I'm not gonna die. Haha, I'll be fine.
I guess.
What's also funny too is they mentioned there's so many ways you could kill Havik, but the writers just for some reason, we'll bring this up when we get to it, but they wanted to have some dumb moral like conflict between Liu Kang and Noob, which does not need to exist because they're saying there's the same enemy. But anyway, they could have also like tossed Havik into the void, not the void, sorry, the over the side of one of those bridges, because it's explained very briefly that you fall forever in the Chaos
One
Realm.
of the
So
the
like
lost
they could just
dialogue.
toss him fuck.
Which really, it's just like it's basically just the sea of blood again.
Yeah.
Just
Only
without the
way
water.
scarier because you can like swim in the sea of blood, I guess, but you can't
Well, you
escape
drown
falling.
there, you know.
Well,
You drown eventually.
actually,
But there's
that
fish
could
in
have
there and
been
shit, so-
more interesting because Chaos Realm is used to worship water.
Yeah.
So the idea of like there's water everywhere, but it's high oxygen, so there's no buoyancy. So you go in, you just fall in water, and you just like drown, falling in water forever or something like that. Like that could have been a cool visual. I mean, we do see water.
And we do
going
see
up,
water. We didn't mention it earlier,
Yeah,
but we do
just
see
going
water
up
in
upwards.
Chaos Realm.
Cyrax being like, "This is
Which is like the
weird,"
one
like the
thing they
water.
do to reference it. It's one of the reason why Rain could have been really cool as like a minion of Havik. Like it's like water. Yes, you are incredibly. You are incredible. You're a denizen of chaos. Even if you don't realize it, you are this super important guy. I mean, that would have given Rain and Havik some kind of dynamic. It would have been something instead of, oh yeah, I'm just a guy who's here because Havik blew up my timeline or something.
Merge my timeline, yeah. But now let's get to like the most, I guess maybe the most entertaining part of this whole entire story mode is when Noob Saibot is brought back. You know, they save Geras and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel, Shona Dog, being completely right about that leaked intro dialogue that you posted on your Twitter page?
Oh, about Sektor and Bihan?
Yes, you know how much he means to me.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought they might do that, but I also thought because it's like it's not progressive to have the women like chasing men anymore. So I'm like, oh, they won't do that because that's not strong, independent woman. But no, they just totally did that.
Oh, they totally do that.
What's
They
funny though is
100%
like
do that.
if you watch my reaction to that moment, I'm so busy contemplating how maybe now Liu Kang and Noob Saibot will be in an actual team and this can be a full arc for Noob. But I don't even mention. I saw it. I don't mention the little head nuzzle they do because I'm like I
Yes.
didn't even. Yeah. But it was kind of
I
forced
love
out
the
even in the
reaction for
first
that.
part of the new story mode where like he's really glazing her up. He's like, Sektor, you continue to just impress me over and over again. Like, god damn, even your dad's ambitions weren't this great. Like god damn, and that ass.
Yeah.
I mean, but your ambition though, yeah. It sucks just be like, get a fucking room, god, Jesus.
Yes. When I saw that scene, I was just like, oh fuck. Like, oh my gosh, they did it. Holy fucking shit. And I was just like, no one's gonna be happy about this.
It does feel, I guess, well, it's a new timeline, so you got to be different. But yeah, did you find the artwork to show Snake or not? Did you find the artwork?
Oh yeah. Here, look at this. Serena fams are crying right now. They literally drew the exact same scene, but instead of like it's a Sektor, they just shit. It's Serena.
It's such good art too.
It's good, yeah. I tried going online to look for like opinions. I either see half of them just fucking hating the shit out of this couple, and the other half just not giving a shit. No one likes it. No one's like clapping, like fuck yeah, finally, this is what we wanted.
Yeah, it's like you would genuinely get more of a positive reaction from people if you paired like Kung Lao and Jade for as like generic and basic as that idea is.
Yeah.
People would be happy with that. It's just funny to think. Imagine someone you go back to 2011. And you show someone, here's the scene of Sub-Zero and Sektor and Cyrax, and you're like, yeah, these guys here, these cool ninja assassin guys, 13 years from now, two of them are going to be fucking.
You know what, Snake? That's the new standard. We're going to call that like the Snake rule. If you want to make a change to an existing story, any writers that are watching this, imagine yourself time traveling and pitching the idea or just showing the scene, like a drawing, to a fan of that current time period, like 10 years in the past. And if they would flip their shit and get mad about it, don't do it.
Yeah.
That's the test. Yeah.
What an interesting thing to try.
I love this. Make them gay. Yeah, do it.
I mean, like, I said in my video, I was like, so like 10 years later, when they inevitably will reboot this fucking franchise again, it's like, are they gonna be like gay now because they did this when she was like a female?
That's the thing. The funny thing is, if they had not gender swapped Sektor, but they still did the romance thing, and there'd be more people angry about it because that is always going to happen. People would say they've changed the orientations, but they've not. They would never had any idea of what their orientations are. But it would have been. But there would actually be more of an interesting idea if they were gay than what we get. Where Sektor's a woman now, so she can fuck Bihan. Even though
immediately Cyrax Sektor, when they're changed, it's like, okay, now Johnny start flirting with them. Cyrax, start flirting with Takeda and having a Kuai Liang pass. Sektor, now you got him with a Bihan.
Yeah.
It does feel just like we changed this and now we're gonna utilize it.
Musical chairs. To be fair, everyone, it could have been worse.
It's one thing, but we have to justify the
Cyrax and
change.
Oh, sorry.
Like we've made the change.
Were you
and
about to say Cyrax
it.
and Sektor together? Was that what you were about to say?
No, I was not going to say that. No, that would be so hot. Like the little AI that I did. No. No, I was going to say it could have been worse. We could have gotten Cyrax and Sektor competing over Bihan.
True.
And that was like an actual big
That would've
story
been so
plot. And the
funny.
chapter ends with them fighting each other like, no, only I can have his heart.
That would have been so funny though. Oh my gosh.
It could have happened. It
No,
could
I
have
mean,
happened.
you know what else could have happened? They could have given Harumi more of a role, and then how she knows about Cyrax and Kuai Liang, and she is like angry about it. She's bitter. She's like, he's mine, Cyrax. You can't have him.
Wait, Wait, you mean Harumi wants Cyrax? What are we going with here?
No, Harumi's like, yes, Cyrax. Kuai Liang is mine. He's not yours anymore. He's mine. Like she's really snippy about it.
Oh my god! Imagine if we got a ReZero moment where
worse.
Sektor goes through all that bullshit, rescues. The exact same scene's about to happen where she tries to like nuzzle his head, and he goes, "Stop! You know my heart belongs to Cyrax." And she's like,
the real thing is the real version is a meme where she's like nuzzling up, so he goes. When you do parodies of Noob Saibot, he's like super edgy. Goes, "Fuck off, I'm gay."
That'd be so awesome. Like, excuse me, I'm gay. It would be a fun, like, imagine like Liu Kang has to explain that, like, and fixing the meddling of his mind. I got some neurons fucked up, and now long story short, I made him gay.
Not even that he's closeted. It's that he turned gay because of Havik. Oh my gosh.
That's part of Havik's chaos. I made him gay.
So the thing is, you have to wonder how much of the stories are dictated by Liu Kang. Like, did he make Sektor be in love with Bihan? Because that's really weird that he chose to do that. Like the idea, like, I'm going to rewrite these. Like, imagine you're rewriting the world, and you decide these two people who are like they work colleagues or something. I'm going to make one of them woman, and they're going to fall in love. Yeah, that's so hot. It's like
that's how everybody feels about this right now.
What are you doing?
Right? Yeah, that's just how everyone feels. It's just like that. Really, just the first thing you gender bend is just immediately get her to like, want to fuck his colleague. Here's a
maybe they felt like they had to justify the swap, and they were like, what's the best way to justify them being women? They're in love.
I really think that they think that this is a great couple. They're like, damn, people are gonna celebrate. We're gonna make like
the Lin Kuei power. That's what it is.
Power couple.
It's because Sindel isn't with Xiao anymore, so they want to have Sektor and Bihan be the new evil power couple, leading the Lin Kuei as a force of evil.
Couple.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Like, it really is funny how they can't do anything new. They just keep recycling the same thing, but with different characters. They really can't do anything new.
So funny.
Cue the Tolkien quote: "Evil cannot create; it can only twist and change what exists."
Here's an interesting thought. I don't know if this is a tangent or not, but when Kunjin inevitably comes back, because he's definitely coming back with Jade in the next combat pack, do you think he's gonna have like a new partner from an existing character on the roster?
No.
Did you ever think about that?
I don't think he's gonna have an existing character on the roster as a partner, because gay men are not as accepted as lesbians are. So I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
I just think the idea is really funny. Just like he gets with smoke or something, you know.
It could be interesting. The problem is that Russia is one of the big they all do those Russian costumes, like the Russians, I guess, love Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
They would not be able to release the game, or at least have to heavily censor it if they were like, oh yeah, Kung Jin is gay with Smoke, just as an
somebody,
example.
right?
Those two
That's
are,
also
are,
why we're
are
never
gay
gonna get a
couple
kiss
now.
or anything. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, what we're gonna get is the most we'll get is there'll be just some guy and Kung Jin's like, yes, I'm in a relationship with someone. That's the thing, and it'll be mentioned in a few intros. You might see in the background of Kung Jin's ending, and that's as much as we're gonna get ever.
This is a really good prediction from Snake here. I agree.
And, well, they also like they can also just do it in a way that like it can easily be explained as just brotherly and not like romantic, like little things, like even this little head nudge that in this art, right? We know it's romantic because of the scene, but like this is something that like two warriors could do if they just got through some terrible shit. Like, oh man, fuck, so glad you saved me back there, dude. So like they could do stuff like that where it's a bit ambiguous, but
They did it in Mad Max recently. Yeah, I still remember.
I don't know if there's a term for this or not, but Disney gets made fun of it all the time because they try to act super progressive, but they always include it in a way that it can be edited out for other
there is a term.
countries. So
Exactly.
It's not an officially accepted term, but Mike Stoklasser from Red Letter Media coined it passive progressive.
Oh, that's fine.
It's so good.
Aggressive.
that is
Passive
good.
progressive. That's
I love
that's a
those guys.
funny
They're
word.
so fucking funny. Yeah.
I forgot he they made another term that I love too. It's like, what was it called? It's not what I'm saying here is not correct, but it's like not religious blasphemy. I forgot what they said, but it's like this feels like not religious blasphemy, but I know it's like a different word. Sacrilegious blasphemy or something? No, I forgot. Anyways, that was a really funny one too. But anyways, so they get the Chaos Emeralds. I mean the Kamidogus back, and then like,
I mean they are crystals now. They from the Chaos realm.
Straight up
They basically
look
are
like
the
Chaos
Chaos
Emeralds.
Emeralds. I mean, it would have been really funny if it was like, because technically Shinnok's amulet is considered the 7th Kamidogu.
yes,
Officially. So it could have been funny if Havik was like, oh yeah, there's a 7th one. It's like straight up he has 7 Chaos Emeralds. Is that like something Johnny would reference now that he's not just quoting aliens, he's name dropping the exact episode of Game of Thrones that the Red Wedding was.
yes.
So like it's not out of the question for him to be like, put down the well, it'd be our Johnny, not the other one. Put down the Chaos Emeralds, Havik. Or calls him Eggman or something, and it's like just outright referencing Sonic the Hedgehog.
That would be awesome, actually.
You know what's funny? Until you pointed it out, I didn't even realize those were the Kamidogu that they took. I just thought they had their own Kamidogu, and that's what Liu Kang was using.
Yeah, the Kamidogu
Because they're in a
whatever
pretty
the
box
writers
and
want it to
everything,
be
so I
now.
thought those were his. I was like, oh.
I forgot where it said, but something the Wikipedia, so this might not be true, but it's like Liu Kang doesn't have Kamidogus in his timeline. I think someone's like something was like said like that, so that's why.
It would make sense to get rid of them because they're very dangerous. Like, if you get those bitches together, you can summon the one being and literally undo all existence.
In fairness, if he did have them, there'd be 4. It'd be a pointless thing to have exist because there's only like 4 realms in Liu Kang's timeline.
True.
Because he merged the rest of them himself.
True.
Quick question, because I did not notice how this happened. How did Havik get them back?
How did he get them back?
Yeah,
I'll explain it.
While Liu Kang is with Noob and Sektor,
Noob Saibot.
Havik, he shows up and just beats everyone up and then just takes the box. He's already holding the box because like I think Kuai Liang takes it away. So he's already holding it when we come back to it. So it's not as obvious what happened. Like if he'd picked it up, it would have been more clear. It's just a bit of a lack of clarity, but it is explained.
So this is how they explain it also in the beginning part. Liu Kang's like, we're going to need you to take the Kamidogus to the Temple of Elements to lock it there so nobody can get him. Now go down and prepare for your journey. Now, Noob Saibot, what can you tell about... Oh, shit. And that's taken.
Yeah.
I will say...
Well, I think it's very funny. He said that we're going to lock it in the Temple of Elements where nobody can get it.
Yeah.
And then Sektor goes there and retrieves Noob Saibot out of there.
Well, no, the funny thing is like the Temple of the Elements where no one can get it. And it's like, when did the Temple of Elements debut? MK Mythologies, what happened there? Oh, yeah, Bihan broke in and just like beat everybody up on his own, just him. Not even like a Titan, just one guy beats up the gods and takes the thing that's there. Like,
it's just member
this is not a secure
they're
place.
Just name dropping. Yeah, they're just name dropping shit.
Yeah.
And what bothers me the most is that I had to immediately ask in my playthrough even like they go, take it to the Temple of Elements where like no one can get it, and I went, why? Like you have to explain why Havik of all people who can just summon portals can't go there.
One of the funny things is that
they don't explain like some sort of special element there or something.
Well, the Temple of the Elements is also where the artifacts in Onslaught are stored.
Ah, there you go.
And it's really funny because when they do that, that becomes a problem because when those artifacts are together, they create like a big aura of like hate that everyone starts succumbing to. The more that are together, the bigger it gets. And that's why like Jade has to fight Sonya, Liu Kang, and Kung Lao. But it's just funny, like both these games are pushing the Temple of the Elements as a place to store things, and like we're constantly shown that it's a bad idea, and no one should. Even in this game, we see it in one of the arcade endings. It's a bad idea.
Very funny, ha ha ha.
But yeah, so instantly like Havik shows up, and then now we start fighting more alternate versions, which involves a Sektor Cyrax, who are humans with different armor headgear, and then the ugly ass, the fucking horrendous ass Scorpion and Bihan variants. And I gotta say though, I was laughing my ass off about this part just because of how Noob Saibot was acting.
Oh yeah,
it is so funny. Literally, when they're about to he gets these clean shots on like Scorpion, and then after it's like getting ready to fight, he then turns back and looks at Kuai Liang. If we lose, it'll be due to your incompetence.
Well, to be fair, I think he does bump into him or something. Like it does, but it's like it's not really Kuai Liang's fault though. But they do bump into each other, and he's like, if we lose, it's your fault. Yeah.
Noob is written
in the middle of the fight.
Noob is written honestly like the parody that I and others have of Bihan in the game. Like, fuck you, Tomas. Father-in-law. He's like, if we lose, it's your fault, Kuai Liang. You're the one at fault. Don't get in my way. I will kill them. And it's like, no, Tempest brother. Fuck you, Kuai Liang. Like,
I like to imagine Snake. You were like, he's fighting all of a sudden, and he's like, fuck you, Tomas. Oh, he's not even here.
It's such a weird dismissal of like potential ideas. I can just picture them in the writers' room being like, what if Noob Saibot redeemed? It actually got better. That's interesting. But what if he didn't? What if he just stayed the same the entire story? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Well, here's the thing though. Here's the thing I will say that is different, but again not the best, is they revert him back to Bihan, but he's still like Noob Saibot's powers, but he's Bihan.
Yeah.
Like they've never done this before yet, but like so that's interesting, but here's the thing I want to ask you guys about. Do you think this Noob Saibot currently is like, oh, he's angry because of the effect of like the dark magic thing, or is this just Bihan just being more angry?
It's just Bihan.
It is,
it's
right?
Bihan,
That's
but more
what I think
importantly,
too.
it's the writers not understanding Bihan and thinking that he's always been just a bully jock character, which is like,
oh no,
not him, but whatever.
Your ego is getting in the way.
It was so annoying to see them just do the same thing. Like they had the perfect excuse to change his personality, and they just didn't take it. They just kept him the same.
Okay, Snake. Let me say something. We didn't mention in this video, but Snake has released this absolutely amazing video called like what we want for fighting game stories, or like the best things of fighting game stories. And it was a great video. We get to see all these amazing collab entries in there. I love you. Love yours too, dog. And in the end, Snake. At the end credits, Snake starts like talking about, oh, I want to see better fighting game stories. I want to see resolutions for this character. I want to see King's arc continue. I want to see the redemption of Bihan. When I heard that, I snorted. I just kind of like, oh, I was like, oh, oh, you poor summer child.
There wouldn't be any need to redeem him if they didn't write every character so black and white and just made him on a different side of the fence. They didn't make him bad. I
did write and record that part before. The expansion
absolutely.
dropped. Like, most of it was edited before then. One of the few things I actually added after the expansion was the shot where I'm like, I don't want to see these same moments be reimagined, and it goes from MK9, Cyber Sub-Zero, and Noob Saibot, which actually was a really good scene, to Kuai Liang and Bihan encountering each other in this.
That was cool. Yeah. I was thinking like, oh shit, that's right, because even though they're both Sub-Zeros, but that's Kuai Liang and Bihan, and now it's like because Kuai Liang's Scorpion now. So it took me a while to like. That's right. That's actually quite an Bihan. That's cool.
And on the flip side too, that's why fans had to point out like someone was trying to get hype, like, yo, we're finally gonna get Noob Saibot versus Scorpion. That's what we wanted in MK11, and people went, no, we wanted that in MK11 because in that timeline he killed him. So it's it comes full circle, but this is not that same relationship.
On top of that, it's like it's what wanted in MK11. Yeah, we got it. You can choose to have Scorpion fight Noob Saibot in Chapter 4.
The Frost chapter,
right. They mainly wanted, if Scorpion had to die, they wanted Scorpion to die to Noob Saibot.
To Noob Saibot.
Complaints. Yeah.
Yes.
And you got to do the spine rip. No, I'm just kidding.
I do think it's funny that how because remember Dog was saying, it looks like they might have brought back QTEs because there's two different outcomes to the spear thing.
No, he just throws it twice. Yep.
Yeah, it's like that's it's like it's such as why did we not consider that Scorpion can use his special move twice? I guess because they never normally use the moves anyway. So the idea of a character using the same move twice in one fight scene is just really out there.
But it also just feels dumb. It's like they just wanted to let Scorpion land some hits because that first dodge is so clean, and you're like, oh shit, this is definitely a different fight because Bihan never would have done something that graceful. This is a different kind of opponent. Like he fights differently now. But then sure enough, oh my fucking hand! Okay, time to cheat. Summons his clone to grab him.
It's kind of weird when you think about it. The way it's structured is that he does the move twice, and you get a perfect dodge the first time, but then the second time it succeeds.
Should have been the other way around.
There was a reason for that. I forgot why. It's like Noob Saibot had to get up or something, and that's why he succeeds.
Noob Saibot has the funniest plot armor because he either has terrible reaction or, like when Cyrax throws her bomb, he just immediately separates with the clone to have the clone take it and explode and
That
take
was
no
awesome.
damage.
Yeah.
It was
That
great,
was
but I'm
awesome.
like, then he loses immediately after, so it leaves a sour taste. Like, oh, all that cool build up to just like getting owned.
Dog, it's because he lost to Empress Tanya. He could handle Cyrax. Wait, no, actually Cyrax like also beats up Sektor and like Noob Sub-Zero.
But the Tanya thing could have worked with the whole light theme because like she's like got the sun theme, so she could like use light on him. I just want to quickly point this out is that when you did that bit where you're like, fuck you to, oh he's not here. I was thinking, wait, yeah, is he? And it's like, check, no, he doesn't show up for the final
He's
battle.
not-
Ashra
he is
and Reptile
actually not.
show up.
Yep.
They show up with Kung Lao and even Johnny and Kenshi and like everyone's there. Get up. Smoke is not there.
Yep. Smoke is not there. Outworlder characters being not there kind of makes sense because they're handling General Shao. But Smoke, it just completely does.
It seems very likely they didn't even want to add Smoke, but they added him to the game because they knew fans wanted him, but they never wanted him, which is why he's not allowed to do anything.
Yeah.
That's such a weird thing because it's not like okay, Smoke fans want him, but it's like it's not like Smoke like was a gigantic like the biggest highest priority list of characters, so they still like added him in, and it's like oh great, Smoke is back, you know. So yeah, keep going.
Well, the thing with Smoke is I forgot what it was. They could have easily justified his entire absence with one simple line, and that's to say, because they don't kill all the Lin Kuei, they beat them back, they retreat. So even though none of their commanders are present, they could still attack the Shiryu again. And so just say Smoke is staying behind to guard the temple or to keep the Lin Kuei in check while this mission's going on, and just having like, I just have one little bit where Scorpion's like, look, please look after Harumi. He's like, of course, brother, you don't even need to ask. And just mention Hanzo because it's weird that Hanzo didn't even get mentioned. Where is he? Does that take place after? No, it can't take place after this because Smoke calls Harumi Kuai Liang's friend, not his wife. So it has to take place prior to the expansion.
Yes,
so
this is
Hanzo is around. Hanzo doesn't attend the wedding of his mentor.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everyone. In story mode part 3, Hanzo's gonna show up in a cutscene and still body Bihan. Like Bihan's still gonna get folded. He's gonna lose to everybody. He's gonna even get knocked out in the Peter Griffin Family Guy pose.
But the sad part is, if they do want to do the same thing again and be like, okay, you get to fight pretty much everyone on the roster, we're gonna have a Sub-Zero fight and a Noob Saibot fight.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that could be a fun bit if we have a Noob and a Sub-Zero working together at some point. That could be fun. But it's
I guess so.
It's just.
I will say, like, if you go to the intro dialogues to like Sub-Zero and Noob Saibot like fighting each other, I actually it's kind of interesting because there's some that's like one's from the future, one's from the past, and there's some that just feels like he's talking to himself, like in his mind, kind of a situation. And many of them, Sub-Zero kind of despises Noob. It's like, I don't want to be like this, though. You must embrace it and stuff like that. So those are kind of fun. Like if you go look at those intro dialogues, it's a bit unique in that aspect.
Yeah.
Sure. What'd you? I had a great time when it was like Noob Saibot fighting the alternate versions of Scorpion and Sub-Zero, and then he's like, now time. Oh wait, he says like a low tier god quote. I don't know if you remember that. It's like your I gotta find that line. It's so funny. But basically, he like rips him to shred, and it's like Kuai Liang is like, brother, wait, that was completely unnecessary or some shit like that. I was just thinking like, dude. Every one of you fucking kill people, like all the time.
I got mad too. We had the same reaction to that scene. Like, what the fuck? I was
Do you remember in the Melina chapter where all of them like assassinated all like General Shao's like soldiers?
Yeah.
They didn't hesitate at all for that.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta hesitate for the Titan Havik timeline, like messed up versions of those characters. Oh, you gotta say that was unnecessary to those guys.
Imagine if Noob
really
Saibot just said, "Fuck you! I finally want to fight. I'm gonna kill him. I never get to win."
The funniest thing is also it's like Liu Kang saying or Kuai Liang saying we could have asked them for questions. And I'm just like,
Yes.
that is the dumbass. Look behind you. There's still like 5 fucking minions you can ask that are still fighting.
It's really
Not
sad
to mention
that,
they're chaos people. They're not going to be very trustworthy to interrogate.
Yeah. So Noob Saibot was like, yeah, I bet they wouldn't be able to say anything anyways. Snake, what were you gonna say?
It's really sad that I think Chaos Sub-Zero is the first time we've actually seen the ice clone use in a cutscene, and it's a really good use as well. The way he traps Noob's hand in it.
I was thinking like, damn, he got hit by his own move there. Very cute.
Yep, he's like, fuck, that's how that feels. It's not fun when it happens.
So that's
to
what
me.
that feels like.
That's also,
Here is the,
you know what? That's also a clever.
There is no.
That could be a clever detail of the
You
writers.
see a
like,
snake?
There is no reason your lives should continue.
That's what he says before he kills them. It's like fucking low tier god quote right there.
You should kill yourself now. You have the worth of a summer ant. I was gonna say that could be a subtle reference to how Sub-Zero no longer has cryomancy powers in that form, which I guess should be implied. But it is interesting, like, because he can't undo the freezing; it's like just be held there until he gets punched. It's like, oh, he like has completely lost all cryomancy in his noob form.
We get to the final like ending part, and it's like, oh, like Titan Havik is gonna infect the entire realm because of the portals that will lead to the other realms, like Outworld and Netherrealm. Period. And then we get the. I heard people say this is the "We are Mortal Kombat" pose. Basically, all of them standing in their victory poses and stuff.
Yep. I'm more fucking jaded than that. I was like, oh look, it's Endgame.
Oh, just Endgame. True.
The portal's even the same fucking color. Like, look, it's Endgame.
On your
I mean,
left.
to be fair, the orange portals have been a thing in MK since 1993. So it's
True.
True.
But it is in fact very funny.
I really want to defend NRS by being like, it's not like all Marvel, and then they just keep proving me wrong. It's just like it's starting to really get like,
I know the portal's not actually made of fire, and I guess that Johnny Cage lit his cigarette before walking through the portal. But in my headcanon, it's fun to imagine he lit the cigarette on the fire of the portal as he passed through. Like, yeah,
that would be funny.
Because I mean, they're Mortal
insane to me
Kombat
that,
characters. They're
like-
pretty fire tolerant. You know, they can probably survive that for a split second.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me that like World War II Johnny Cage and Empress Tanya don't get like an epilogue or any resolution after that. Like, what happened to them? Like,
It's one thing I think it was a shame that I think it would have been cool if certain characters got new arcade endings. Like you make a
True.
like you make like a secondary tower theme where you're going up against Havik, and like it's more geared towards. So you'll see like Sektor and Cyrax more often here, for example, and the idea is that you take out Titan Havik. I mean, it would require a new fancy animation for his defeat, similar to what we get with Quan Chi and Shang Tsung, but
true.
But like, the idea of like, here's Johnny's ending. He goes home and he gets to be with Sonya. Then you can see like Cassie in the 70s, and it's like keeping things going. Maybe even hint towards like Johnny's grandkids or something. Maybe he gets like a Kong Skull Island type ending where he's reunited with Sonya. Then you have we still don't know how Geras' ending from the base game connects to this. Like, is that before or after this? We still don't know.
I know. I was thinking like I thought he was captured because this is the Keeper of Time now. He's like the ultimate Geras. He knows all timelines, and they don't bring that up at all. So it's like,
yeah. But then you could do endings for Tanya. Maybe one for Rain, just to be like, delve into the backstory a bit or something.
yeah.
Then you just do like here's one for Scorpion and or Smoke about here's where things are going to go from here for them. Just a small selection, nothing major.
Yeah, because you do make a point. The only info we have of future MK games is Cyrax's ending, which doesn't fucking matter, and then Sektor and Noob Saibot's ending, which is literally just telling the audience. So yeah, they just went back to they just went back to like point one. They just went back to like the last step, which is like Lin Kuei's evil, except now Bihan is, instead of being Sub-Zero, he's Noob Saibot. That's it. We're just back to square one, back to like how it was.
Yeah,
I guess
not
we
much
should
has
mention,
really changed.
Should we finally? Where are we at now in the chapters?
The last chapter, like we're almost at the end, basically.
Can I take
Basically,
a
we're up to the
bathroom
final
break?
boss fight.
Sure. Yeah, I want to get water, and then we can just finish off this podcast.
We finish him.
Finish him.
So I guess we'll talk invasions and stuff next time. But for now, we're just going to wrap up the main story because this has been going on for 3.5 hours just about the story. So next time we'll get into the invasions and Dog can talk gameplay with the new characters then, and we can also have discussions of the fact that invasions is over. A bit more maybe. I think by the time of the next episode, I think MK Onslaught will be still going, just basically on its way out. We'll be able to talk animalities. We didn't get to talk that. There's not much to say, but still. And also the costumes that are going to be coming out. Although they'll probably be out by the time that the next episode happens, because if this has been about 4 hours, this will probably get split up and be 2 separate episodes. So who knows? But either way, yeah, it's going to be a while before we record again, I think. So we'll probably have seen some Ghostface stuff by then. He's not coming out for another 2 months, but I can imagine they might show him off in like a month's time. So we might have Ghostface to talk about, and we will never, ever, ever on this podcast escape from the constant, non-stop discussions of Mortal Kombat. I want to talk about some stuff. I played Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. I want to talk about that game. That's a fun game. Unfortunately, we never get to talk about that. It's just MK constantly, and I don't like it. It annoys me. I got a cool figure. Come on. I want to talk about stuff I want to talk about fun stuff. Like my cool Marin Kitagawa figure. She's cute and she's fun, and I like her. She's a great character. Fun little figure. I've been reading some cool manga recently/lately, which got merged into one. Like Havik's timeline should have been about merging people and words into one. That could be a funny little gimmick. 2 words that mean the same thing. He's like, revenge, vengeance, same thing, revengeance. That's the word in my timeline. I'm gonna do shit like that because I'm a weirdo. My name's Havik and I'm a weirdo. I just do weird stuff. And that's what he should have been doing. We want to get some guests on as well in the near future, because we've not had one of those in a while. It's just been difficult with all this other shit that's been going on in the lead up to Khaos Reigns. So, but probably won't be the next episode, because the next episode's probably going to be, like I said, all the other
True
stuff from the
Underdog
expansion.
and Sonic XD aren't together in the same room. Allegations beaten.
Actually, we came back at the exact same time.
A little
Yeah,
sus.
bitch.
A little pre-recorded.
Are you talking to the audience without us again, Snake? You silly goose.
And you missed my fun little thing. You have to watch the episode to find out who and what it is, guys.
Ooh, excited. I'll be seeing
this
the editing room.
podcast so much.
Yeah.
So, damn it. I definitely don't watch it to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Gamer subs. Use code UNDERDOG to get 10% off.
And one last thing is that hopefully we will be able to do another episode in about 2 weeks' time, which should be fun. Talk about all the other stuff from the expansion and
The good stuff.
And like directly in between this episode and that one, I'm going to be transforming into my old Snake persona. For I am going to be transforming into a goddamn 33-year-old. I'm going to cry. So
Hey,
you'll never see me again in this 32-year-old form, this spry young form who only has a few white hairs in his beard. I'll be like really ancient and old. I'll look like Deadpool with a toupee, and that's what I'm going to look like next time. And I'm going to cry. Speaking of looking like Deadpool, have you noticed that Noob Saibot with the stark white eyes around the black skin kind of looks like Deadpool's eyes?
He does.
Didn't think about it that way.
I've also noticed I'm not sure if they established this in the first story or not, but if not, they're totally copying Deadpool Wolverine, because they bring up the whole key character in a timeline. They're like, you can't kill Havik because he might be essential to the timeline. Like, if you get rid of him, it may...
That's huge, but that's before we get to that, talk about something smaller. Kenshi Takeda.
Takeda he calls him father.
Yes,
Which
when I
is really
heard that,
funny.
I'm like,
they've gone to the extent
thank
of changing the law for the DLC. The DLC one don't even show up, so it's theoretically possible that the DLC version isn't even canon, because he doesn't show up or get mentioned at all. So it's really funny to think that could be the case, while the first actual story appearance of Kenshi within this Takeda in this new timeline is this alternate version. But so it's like the one thing Havik didn't steal from Liu Kang when building his own timeline. He was like, they can stay father and son, that's fine. I'm not gonna turned them into like weird incest bait for True Underdog.
What
like
the
Liu Kang
fuck?
did.
Why would you say that?
Oh yeah. They're cousins. Not incest, they're cousins.
Oh, that's true. You remember you said that a while ago. He's a cute fan art. I would say out of every single little tiny minion that does not give a shit, like does not matter in the universe, at least I could see Kenshi just being somewhat important to Havik. Be like, you're very useful to me, Kenshi. Here, do this and do that for me. And so it's like, there's at least that usefulness to him that I think it's so funny when it's like, damn it, they're going to the Citadel. Kenshi, warn my new minion. Yes, sir.
I know.
I'm like, from that far? It's so useful.
It's not just that. It's the concept that Havik made Noob Saibot to be a glorified bodyguard of his like Citadel when he's not there. That's
well,
it.
it's a new Well, he did say he's toying. He's like, this is my new project, So that's the place where he's toying with it with Geras. So he happened to also be there to be his guard there. So it's okay, warn my new minion. I'm not done with him. I'm not done with this project yet. Just activate him or something like that.
Imagine getting destroyed by your own minion who like was so unimpressive you didn't even take him with you to the, the Coliseum. Like initially you just like left him there to be a door guard pretty much, and that's it.
That would have been way better. It would have been a way better time to introduce Noob. Is like he's at the Coliseum and he's the one who kills Quan Chi and kills Li Mei and kills Movado, and he's just wrecking house. And the characters see him and he's like,
who is that?
Then you do like one of those throwback lines, recognize me, little brother, and everyone's like, Bihan, no. and then various points he's chasing them. He's chasing them at various points, and then perhaps anyone who loses to the heroes, they're like, I will get you next time. Then Bihan walks in, rips out the spine. It's like, you have failed, Lord Havik, and he's just like. And like in the 2021 movie, he's an absolute monster, and he's just killing everybody. And it's like, if he catches up to the good guys, it's over. And like the one thing that's any kind of threat to him is Orin, the dragon. But then even that is like killed by Noob.
Oh,
it's like really like big him up as a big deal, as opposed to he's here because we wanted Noob Saibot on the roster, so we had to justify it in the narrative. So instead of just an alternate universe version of him, we decided this was the best option. You silly nannies.
Snake, now that I think about it, NRS really has this big issue. They really like turning characters from 0 to 100. It's like, this guy is weak as fuck, completely pathetic, and all of a sudden, Noob Saibot can defeat the fucking Titan Havik now because it's his chapter.
And it's his free will, I guess you could argue, but that was still dumb. I had to
Free
mention
will?
that. I was like, let me guess. That's going to be now that he's like not mind controlled by chaos. He's actually a good fighter. Like the potential was always there, but maybe he's weaker as a dumb slave than he is being free. But it's still stupid.
I mean, that is kind of the way
he does that every fight too, not just with Havik. He does that against like the Scorpion and Sub-Zero Havik, like the Chaos versions too. Like he's losing, and then suddenly, fuck this, and just speed blitzes them in like 3 hits. You're like, oh shit.
It's super like anime style writing for how the fights play out. Yeah, it's not like it's not like a proper back and forth. Or the two are evenly matched until this one thing happened. It's one character's losing. Oh no, I'm losing. It's like, power up. I mean, it's literally how Cole wins it against Goro in 2021. But at least there he was unlocking a new power. This is just Noob just decides to stop losing and wins.
Oh, how do you feel about Noob Saibot every time when he's supposed to be the cameo fighter in a fight, just like bumps away the person to become the main fighter? I'll handle this. No, I'm not gonna be your shadow.
You know what that
Scorpion's like, your ego is taking over. And then like,
what that is it's Noob Saibot being aware through his Deadpool eyes of the fourth wall, and he realizes that Noob Saibot has never won a fight canonically other than against Goro in like 2003 or 2, depending on when Tournament Edition came out. And so he beat Sub-Zero in 2006. So he's not won a fight since 2000, almost 20 years. And so he's like, I'm not going to let you take this away from me, brother. I'm going to have my chapter as Noob Saibot. I've already proven myself as Sub-Zero. I'm going to prove myself as Noob Saibot, and I'm going to win. You can't stop me! Yeah!
Snake, you literally remind me of my joke and what I said in the Mortal Kombat vs. DC video, where it's like, Joker found out that this is his chapter, so he just wants to beat the shit out of everybody, and at the end he literally gets like an appointment with Batman, be like, it's my fucking chapter, I can defeat Batman now!
I mean, and to be fair, I don't think the idea of him beating Havik is terrible. The problem is that it's explained away so flippantly, and it's like, it's just an ass pull, like, I understand. We've shared a mind. I understand his chaos, and it's like, okay. But he clapped Liu Kang's cheeks earlier, so he's pretty fucking strong. Even if you know how he fights, like, I can study how a boxer fights and still get my ass kicked because I'm not a boxer. You know, I'm just not at that level. Like, he can still clown your ass.
I mean, he's literally doing a Kano from the 95 movie. I've studied all your moves. And he still loses. Well, Noob wins, actually, but Kano still lost. So it's like, it's not a great strategy to copy 95 movie Kano. That's a free joke for you, Sonic, when you make your video on this expansion in like a year.
Understood, yes. Here's the thing also, it's not just about like Noob being able to defeat Havik. It's the fact that Havik just gives up. He just doesn't grow any more limbs. He just like,
I have a theory for why this is. It's a dumb one, but I have a theory for why this is. He already tuckered himself out earlier by tearing off all of his limbs to make more clones, and he's just exhausted.
The thing is,
because he did a lot. To be fair, he threw off like 30 limbs there making those dudes. But
yeah, but it's like, I love that idea. And the thing is, he tears off a limb, then he tears off the limb of the other guy.
Yeah, because they can clone each other too. Yeah.
He could literally do infinite, and that's what made it like, oh, this is like a Titan's power. This is interesting. Like literally an army of people, one scene, and that's it. They're all just handled.
Yeah, so it raises the question: are all those other Haviks that appear in the Colosseum, are they other timeline Haviks, or are they just his limbs that he's split off? And if that's what it is, it's like that implies then that they aren't just weird flesh pits monsters. They can become other Haviks. And yet, in the entire expansion that has this army of Haviks, we fight one of them. We fight one Havik. The rest of them, the rest don't even show up for the final battle. It's just the monsters.
Yeah.
What was the point of the Council of Haviks if it's not going to go anywhere? See, at least Marvel has the excuse that the actor got in major trouble, so they have to cancel all that. This is just, we planned it, and we just did nothing with it. Because we're NetherRealm Studios, is how we do things.
They just want an audience. Havik just wants an audience, and literally the audience is his own people cheering for him. It's kind of narcissistic, but I kind of...
I did think it was kind of a cool reveal, though, because I thought they were from different timelines. Then to see him just make a clone, I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool reveal that they were just him all along. But
we don't know.
I do have a theory about content though, because remember how one of the Titans one of the other Haviks has the headgear from Deception?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that is a sign that we are going to get Deception Havik as a costume. It's just not in the game yet.
Snake, you played the Invasions mode. You saw the intro, right, of Liu Kang?
Yes.
You saw Liu Kang basically beating up a bunch of the classic characters?
Yeah.
So I thought that was a bit of a hint of saying what we could get, because you see classic Shang Tsung, I think MK9 Kenshi, and Deception Havik, like he's killing them, and it's their costume there. So I'm thinking, ooh, wonder if we're gonna get those.
Cool.
So yeah, you might be right about that.
Well, it could be, but I don't think we're ever going to get MK2 Shang Tsung again, because it's just not a costume anyone gives a shit about.
Really?
To be fair, it was a very ugly outfit.
From a reference perspective, it's funny. It's like, interesting.
Yeah, I feel like they probably go MK3 if they're going to do a classic Shang Tsung, because like the only time they ever brought that costume back was in Shaolin Monks, and that was because it was redoing MK2.
It was loosely kind of referenced in Deadly
Scorpion's
Alliance,
Revenge.
right? His alternate looks kind of like it. It's not the same color, but it's like the two straps and the lines. Yeah.
That costume was based on what he wore in the prequel comic. It's the exact same outfit. It's possible that outfit inspired what he wore in MK2.
Okay.
But,
yeah. Sorry, my bad. MK3. Yes, the arcade, the Invasions intro had MK3, which is the one that's more classic. Now I forgot. Yeah, I got MK2 and MK3 confused. I'm looking back at MK2. It is kind of boring.
You stupid baka.
I corrected myself at the end there. Come on now. How did you guys feel about the ending? Like literally, that's it. Because I thought there was going to be more. Yep. I thought there was going to be like one more chapter or something. I was ready for phases. Phase 2. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm like, we're showcasing this awesome, like, weird ability that Havik has. What's next? That's it?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy how the Titan boss fight Havik, like this that happened months earlier, was way more interesting than the actual story mode final boss.
It wasn't more interesting, but it was also more bullshitty, so,
Yeah, it was one of the worst ones they ever did.
Oh, yeah. He had, like, the phase where he does, like...
I cheated.
He had, like, the phase where he has, like, all those heads and legs all flying around on the screen and shit. That's more clever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He has more moves, yeah.
I also find it clever how you beat him the same way by just outlasting him, and eventually he doesn't have any more parts, so he's just dead.
That's a funny way
Which
to
is
think
what
of it.
happens in the story mode too. He
it
just
would
gets
be-
so
it would-
exhausted he
wouldn't
can't
be
make any
cool.
more limbs.
It would be cool to give him like a special unique cameo where he just summons in like a random Havik to run at you and attack you. Like I don't know, something you might see in like
He
the challenge tower.
Oh
That would've been
yeah,
cool.
the
So
zombie.
So he's
middle
like
of the
he's
fight.
like throws one in, like one comes running like I'm gonna get you, or he'll swing one round doing some of Darius's moves like to attack you with other Haviks, or he'll just grab one and like throw him and like, hit you and like split in two or something like. But his cameo meter is like refills really quickly, or it doesn't take so much energy from it, and so you can just keep doing it to convey he's throwing his army at you. I mean, granted, that would make the Noob Saibot stuff way more bullshit. Like, oh yeah, he fights the army too.
Yeah.
I think the
True.
takeaway is supposed to be that because Liu Kang's backing him, that's why he's able to win. 'Cause it's supposed to be a 2-on-1.
There was like an intro dialogue that basically Noob Saibot's like to like come along. He's like, "You dare face me, the one who defeated the Titan?" And Kalal's like, "Bitch, we all helped you." So maybe, but it really does feel like it's because of Noob Saibot, like the game at least. But like, yeah, there was like a dialogue like that.
And it
like
really is just WWE rules. Like he's popular, so he gets the win, and then they had to find a throwaway line, so they gave him that "I have been in his head," and it's so annoying because again, they could have just had like a tiny addition to that scene to make it actually cool, where maybe like Liu Kang says, "No, your ego is too strong," and he goes, "Fine, you do it." And then when Liu Kang loses again or has a tough time, then he steps up and helps, and then it's like, okay, now we're actually getting somewhere. Like little changes like that would be great, but oh well. No development.
Yeah,
no one
they needed-
changes.
they needed
No
like a
one
kryptonite.
grows. Nobody learns.
A reason for Noob Saibot to be like a kryptonite, like a reasoning. Yeah, it's funny because like even Sektor,
he's
the
green.
character, I wouldn't say like I'm a big I love Cyrax or Sektor. I think they're fine, but the thing I do find interesting about Sektor's character is she's obviously a villain, but
Yeah.
she's like forced to work with a good guy throughout the entire story, and even like saves them, like saves Chameleon, saves Empress Tanya and stuff. So I find it interesting, like for that aspect about her character. So up to the very end, she kept just being like a good guy, even though she's a bad guy. She does good things, even though she's a bad guy. So I was wondering if that ending of her being the temporary Grandmaster was gonna like, is she gonna find any conflict in like what she's done throughout her journey? No, she just continued to suck like Bihan's D and be super evil.
You know what it is? This is basically because she's a woman. She's more of an anti-hero than an actual villain.
Mm.
And so it's like this is just what DC does with like, oh, here's our female anti-heroes, super female villains in Batman. Now they're anti-heroes and they're also bisexual. Literally, all
I don't
three
know
of the
if
Gotham
Sektor's
City
gonna-
Sirens had that happen. They all became anti-heroes and bisexual.
We'll see though. Sektor's gonna
It
be
is the way.
bisexual.
So she's gonna be like, yeah. She's like, oh yeah, Cyrax kind of cute. I'm really to
Yeah.
Serena right now.
Oh! Imagine if Sektor Bihan don't work out and she goes to Serena. Oh
man.
my gosh, dude.
Oh, the tea. Oh, the tea, sis.
the T.
It's also so dumb how like they're trying to foreshadow it by Liu Kang being like, "Hey, don't do anything as the temporary Grand Master. Like, no
Yeah.
more infractions will be tolerated." And it's like, well, she's like, "I'm gonna make a cyborg now," and just like goes in the portal, like, "I'm gonna make me some cyborgs." Like, it's clearly gonna happen, but it also just makes Liu Kang seem like a bumbling idiot. Like, he keeps putting the worst people in charge of everything.
Well, he keeps
Yeah.
believing the good in humanity a little too much.
I mean,
Oh,
But even a
actually,
regular
we
human
have
knows
seen,
better than
we've seen
that.
some good in Sektor, so maybe he's justified this time.
That's what I mean. It's like she actually has done like so much good stuff to the point where it's like, is she gonna have a change? Nope. You just watch the arcade ending. She literally doesn't.
Oh, and also, by the way, don't forget about Garrus's ability that they just pull out of their ass too, where he can just freeze people in place again. That would have been useful at multiple points in the story, huh? He could have definitely helped with that.
Yep. Like I said earlier, it's like Titan's like fucking power scalings, you know? When Garrus was grabbed by those tentacle things, I guess maybe he lost his powers, but I mean, he could totally like, oh shit, time stop. Okay. But I guess maybe the tentacles made him, I can't use my powers. Garrus was a damsel in distress in this
He
entire
always
like,
is.
story.
He's the MacGuffin. Garrus is always the MacGuffin.
He's like the one that people complain. It's like, you know, the Princess Peach, like these characters, like they just get captured. They don't have any agency. Like that's Garrus. That's literally
It's
Garrus.
really, it's really funny
story.
to think that MK11 Garrus shows up and he's like, oh, he's the Terminator. He's the guy who keeps coming back, but he's actually not intimidating. He's just that he keeps getting his ass kicked, but he's able to come back. So the next game brings him back onto the roster. The one holdover from the NetherRealm era they brought back, and the way they decided to make him cool, hopefully, is that he just doesn't fucking do anything, ever.
He just hangs out with Liu Kang. Sup, baby.
But Geras needs a story chapter. They need to do something with him in the next expansion.
Yeah,
because this is pointless.
Okay, but let's end all the story mode first. But basically, Bihan in his rage wants to kill Titan Havik, and Liu Kang's like, do not. If you kill him, it might just erase his entire timeline, which will kill millions. And I agree. Which is really funny
because he says millions, and it's like there are more people than that on Earth in the real world, let alone multiple realms. What are you talking about? It's billions, maybe trillions.
Yes,
exactly.
Not millions, you fool.
On one hand, I agree. It's like, who cares? It's like that we haven't established like there are literally no like Chaos Realm like who live there that we care about. The only characters that we care about would be like Empress Tanya and World War II Johnny, who I wonder if it's implying if they erase like that timeline because like Empress Tanya's realm
they're
merged
tied to
with it,
so they'll go away too.
Like, and maybe they'll die. I guess Orin is still there. Oh no, Orin. We don't want Orin to die, right? Right, guys? Right? We don't want Orin to die. But that's like they never showed any character in the Chaos Realm worth caring about, or like we don't. Guys, I know it. I hear it is. We cannot have Katanya and Quan Zero be killed off. We gotta save them. We gotta save them for the next expansion, right, guys?
Also, what would have
been a really a better character to put in the Resistance compared to an alternate Johnny?
Hotaru.
No, but someone who's already in the game.
Serena.
Darius.
Oh yeah, Darius would have been better. Yeah, Order Realm.
Oh my gosh, especially because he's like his best friend in this universe.
Yeah, so you have that fun little contrast, which could even be a thing where have the main Havik show up in this story, and then he's like fighting Darius, and he's like, "What's happening, Darius? We're friends." And Darius is like, "You're Havik. What are you talking about?" And Havik's like, "Am I the anomaly?"
Guys, we missed over the most important moment in this scene when Sektor goes, "No, Bihan, this isn't you." And tries to stop him.
Not this fight.
All salty.
It's not this fight.
It's like Bihan being this huge prick for no reason. It's like she knew he let his father die, and she's like, "This isn't you, Bihan." It's like you're the one person who's known for the longest time.
Okay, no, she doesn't say that. She says, "Not this fight." That's like this isn't worth a fight for our like benefit. Like she's thinking logically. In that scene.
I know, but
and even then,
no,
still rejects.
This isn't you. I just love that meme. This isn't you. Stop. No, you know that same meme of her crying and like Bihan doing his thing. It's like, no, you can't just attack the fire, God. Do what I want.
There was a video I saw where someone was just like they're playing like multiplayer Mario Kart, and then it's like someone hits them with like a red shell. How could you do like no? How could you do this to me? This isn't you. And it's like, what are you going to start singing like a Steven Universe song? Let's go to Evo in Street Fighter, and when you start losing, and be like, you just look at the opponent. This isn't you.
The other thing, ever. Oh my god.
The other thing I will like kind of defend Liu Kang on is people are saying it's like, well, you killed Shang Tsung, you erased him, and then that messed up that entire timeline apparently, and killed all the people there apparently. But I will say though, it's like. He didn't know that. Like, he was like, when he erased Shang Tsung, he's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh shit, what did I do? So maybe he regrets doing that.
Yeah.
And it's also really funny because he kills so many fucking Titans in Invasion seasons. Which.
What's also funny is the fact that he didn't erase Titan Shang Tsung's timeline.
Yes.
Because the Havik post-credit scene that sets up this very expansion couldn't happen otherwise. Yeah. That's why I theorized that it was a different timeline altogether. Like it was just Havik or something. But it's just an excuse to not. I don't know why they even bothered with it, because like, what, they're gonna bring this Havik back?
Now they have to, since they set this shit up. Now it's like everyone's asking the question, where is he? It's
Well,
what do they do with him?
No, here's the actual reason. It's so cringe. Here's the actual reason. They needed an excuse for Liu Kang to revert him back to Sub-Zero. So they had them like beef so that he could capture, Noob Saibot, and then now he's currently making him turn back into Sub-Zero, I guess.
They need a reasoning for Noob Saibot to be like the bad guy here. Yeah, go ahead.
They're not setting up a return to Sub-Zero. It will happen, of course, because you can't go a game without Sub-Zero. And I doubt they're just going to pluck a Sub-Zero from the multiverse, because that would be incredibly lame. And I don't think even NetherRealm would go that far. But so Noob is put into this coffin. and taken to the Temple of the Elements.
The Snow White coffin. I couldn't help
By the
but
way,
the Snow
Snake.
White reference.
The one that's very similar
yeah.
to what Sindel had in
Oh, that's
MK11.
Okay, fair
Yes, but Snake, did you notice like the bald ass like looking Noob
Bald,
Saibot?
Which is funny. This is the thing I wanted to point out is the fact that I think the last gear piece you get for him is the Sub-Zero mask with the hair.
Yep.
But they designed it in such a way, I guess, where the mask is part of that, so they can't take the mask off and keep the hair. So what they did was they kept it as this is the default version, the default gear, but without the gear, rather the default face without the gear.
Yep.
As it is in cinematic moves when it just disappears, so that you can see his face. So they made him bald not as a creative choice, but because it's easy to put masks on a bald head. And then here's a costume where is a gear piece where he has hair. But it would have looked way better if that was the case. He'd look more recognizable as Bihan. But it's still really funny that we see him unmasked in blackface. They did it. They really did it.
It's true.
I'm proud of you guys.
You're proud.
I'm just still laughing. They put him in a pretty little Snow White coffin. It still makes me laugh.
That is funny.
I get for Sindel, it's like she is like a queen.
Oh yeah.
So it's like,
So the point I was making was that leads into Sektor's ending.
Oh yeah, Dog. You probably don't know the arcade endings, huh?
No, but it's okay. You can talk about it.
Go ahead, Snake. Explain it.
I'm guessing
so in
Sektor frees him because that's everyone's ending. Is like, oh, I escaped prison.
Yeah, well, her ending is that Quan Chi sends her to the Temple of the Elements on a mission. So it's a nod to MK mythologies. Because like this expansion is basically an amalgamation of Deception, the MKX comic, and MK mythologies for some reason. And so she goes there to retrieve the Kamidogu, I think it was.
No, Shinnok's amulet.
Oh, yeah. It's just there. And then, which I guess maybe they're setting up Shinnok as the next thing to add to the game. But so he goes for she goes for the amulet and she finds Bihan there, and she maybe disregards the rest of that mission to free Bihan.
She does, because intro dialogues, Quan Chi will be like, "Where the fuck is my amulet?" And she's like, "I had to save Bihan." So yes. And also, there later on, it's like Quan Chi's like, "Go get the freaking amulet back," and she's like, "No, now the temple is completely locked down. Like I actually have no way to get in anymore."
Yeah, so she frees Bihan, and then he returned. His ending is following that, where he returns to the Lin Kuei as the Grandmaster again, and that's where the whole idea of the power couple comes in. And then it's like we're gonna go fight all Liu Kang's champions. So the Lin Kuei is just a force of evil again.
We're just back to square one. We're literally just back to square one. Nothing changed.
The sad part is the better endings than Cyrax's, because Cyrax's ending is, when I joined the Shirai Ryu, no one liked me, and then Scorpion kicked all those guys who attacked me out. But then I said, no, bring them back. Give them a second chance. Humility and forgiveness and all this shit. And then everyone started liking me because they thought, wow, that's a really nice thing to do.
Well, like, she's trying to make amends. Or she's trying
that's
to,
her ending.
Yeah. Yep, that's her.
I was not accepted, and now I am. That's it.
That's why I said it's pointless. We don't need to talk about
ending.
it. Yeah. It's just like, okay, cute. Bye. We don't care. That doesn't progress anything, but thanks. There is a cute thing though. Cyrax like says to like an intro dialogue with Ashra, she's like, yeah, like some of the shit you like they don't accept me. Like she talks about her arcade ending. Ashra was like, I had a similar thing too. I was like, oh, okay, that's a cute little bonding moment there. Yeah, that was it. Before we get to like a final review, do you guys want to like predict the third expansion if they're ever gonna get it?
I think it depends on what characters they're going to add is the thing, because I feel like there's going to be a bit of a focus on them because we don't have a villain setup, but the only setup I can see so far is either the rise of General Shao, which
that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I feel is more likely just going to be used as an excuse to keep the Outworlders out of the plot rather than setting up a thing for this game. I honestly feel like the Shinnok thing will probably be more likely just because we have no idea where Shinnok is, what his thing is.
True.
So
because
and they mentioned the Temple of the Elements. I feel like that's going to be a thing. We'll get Temple of the Elements stage. We can see it's guarded by, as well as those guardians already. Raiden's sister, who might be Fujin.
We have like the remember like when you play Raiden Sub-Zero and like Scorpion, you get the fire elemental friends. Like maybe they'll be like there to fight and stuff.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably get Fujin, Shinnok, and maybe Cetrion. I mean, I think it'd be way
Cetrion.
I said it before, but I think Cetrion as Raiden's sister is way cooler an idea than Fujin. Just although Fujin is
I do like that.
Although Fujin is technically gender fluid now because in his MK11 ending he mentions living many lives and some were women and whatnot. So,
oh really? Oh okay. I kind of forgot.
Pretty sure
about
that was the case. So, but I think that Cetrion would be way better because it shows the idea of second chances, and then let Cetrion be in a game with Shinnok. It just becomes a question of, is Shinnok connected to them in this timeline? How's this all working? It could be interesting, I guess, if Shinnok was Raiden's father in this timeline somehow.
Oh, some interesting ideas here.
The other possibility is that, you know how I've said that because of the way the multiverse was set up, there has to be a version of events where Kronika survives.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could maybe see that. I mean, Kronika is here, and it's like Jennifer Hale isn't playing anyone else. She's just playing this, playing Damashi. Yeah, so I could see them bringing her back as a full character, and making her like the antagonist here. It's too early for that, but I could see them doing it.
What do you mean it's too early for that, dude? There's been too many things that's too early for. That's been happening already in the story.
I could see Shinnok being a threat. Maybe a Titan Shinnok, maybe just a normal Shinnok, and then at the end of it, Kronika grabs him and like pulls him through a portal and he's like, "I'll get you next time, Liu Kang. Next time." That's how Jennifer Hale's going to play the character this time, and that's the setup for Mortal 2 Kombat: Kronika's Revenge.
Hey, woo! Awesome.
So I mean,
I love
Kronika would be the worst
multiverses.
possible choice because like nobody wants her to come back. They could definitely do it though for that
I don't
reason
think
because of their
NRS
sheer ineptitude.
I can see them doing it.
I don't think NRS has seen that.
I can see them doing it in the next game at least, and dropping Geras from the roster and giving her all of his gimmicks.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that
Because,
sucks.
I mean, the same way that Natara's kind of replaced Scarlet, and then the next game, obviously, because no one likes Natara anymore, they're going to drop her and bring Scarlet back.
Yep, exactly.
So
I know who it's gonna be.
Like how Reptile and Baraki used to be like, is one or the other. You couldn't have both. So that's going to be the way they're doing it now. It's like you get one or you get the other. You don't get both of them in one game, unless it's like some weird dumb bullshit where it's like, oh, we'll do it this time, but usually not.
Yeah.
I know who it's going to be. I will show you who's going to be the final villain of part 3.
Not Onaga?
I know exactly what it's going to be.
Boom.
Oh my gosh, Jade's
yes,
mom.
I was just thinking. Yeah, I was
Jade's
thinking,
mom!
yeah, it's going to be.
They finally got to talk about this
'cause
character.
They like to go back to old unresolved plot threads from the old timelines and bring it back. They're going to take that and say that resolution was stupid and made no sense. Jade is maybe a possessed Jade is going to walk into town, and like she's possessed by this weird entity. It's not her mother. We're retconning that because that was dumb bullshit, and she's going to be the next big threat. She's a Titan above the Titans.
Oh,
and she's
no.
oh
my god! Titan.
And she wants to merge all the timelines back into one. She's trying to restore balance and order to the multiverse. And so we get this multiverse team, and like Jade's here, and then some other popular characters are here, and then it's going to be the worst thing ever, and then they're going to reboot again.
Oh, this is gonna be the reboot. This is gonna be the reasoning for the reboot right here. Not because of like Kronika or some shit.
Not because of planning, but because everyone will hate it and they'll say, "We need to start fresh. We can't keep doing this."
We're gonna do Mortal Kombat 1.
Too, but they're gonna save Onaga for a sequel. They have to. They're not gonna shove him into this game.
You think so?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, even just from a gameplay standpoint, it would be tough to do because they don't even give us like Goro can't even be big.
Yeah.
He's shorter
than
dudes.
Kintaro. Kintaro is going to be the villain of part 3.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would genuinely love
size and
Kintaro
everything.
to come back.
You know what?
Thing is, I don't see Kintaro being a cameo or Shiva being a cameo because we've got Goro, so he just does what they do. But I could imagine them bringing back Kintaro as a playable character.
Yeah, and Kintaro is a blank slate. Do whatever the fuck you want with him in terms of plot and lore, and give him all the changes you want to do. Because this guy really doesn't do much in the lore, so I would not care if they add stuff.
I feel like he would just be like a general in Shao Kahn's army.
That's so boring. That's what I mean. So go crazy with him. Like do something interesting. That's why I dislike Goro.
It's like the equivalent of Goro when Shang Tsung recruited him, but it's Shao recruiting Kintaro, and Kintaro's like, yeah, I'll join up with you. I'm the Tiger. Yeah, and then at some point he'll fight Kung Lao because Kung Lao has a tiger and his animality is called Tiger.
Oh, that's
And so
funny. I
they're
didn't know
gonna
that.
have a fight.
And also to
Actually,
parallel how Liu Kang
Kintaro.
defeated Goro. Yeah.
Kintaro, his design could take inspiration from the Taigor. You know those creatures that you see in the background in Khan stage. Like take that, combine it with him, and he's like now he's a Taigor man.
Hey, something like that. Yeah.
Or just have him be a freak of nature, like how Frieza, in Dragon Ball Z was a freak of nature, like way too powerful and all that weird shit. Kintaro's just born bigger, and he's got stripes. He's a mutant.
There you go. Something like that should work.
I escaped Havik's flesh pits. Look what he did to me. He fused me with a fucking tiger, and now I look like this.
It's going to be Shao Kahn's. Shao's going to be like, Shang Tsung, I've come to your island. All these flesh pits are cool. I want you to make a creature for me. And he makes Scarlet, and he makes Kintaro.
Sorry, Snake. I thought you were saying like he's gonna push him into like the flesh pits, and then Shao becomes Kintaro or some shit.
It'll be something different.
Yeah. That'd be so funny though.
And then you go back to that one intro in MK11 where Johnny Cage is like, why isn't Shao Kahn a Shokan? Is no one else bothered by this?
Oh my god!
And it's like he is now.
Funny. He is now.
I am Shao Kahn, or I am the Shao Kahn, sort of a Shao Kahn warrior, some stupid pun that even I wouldn't make in seriousness. And
all
then
right,
it's just it's gonna be AIDS. I can tell. I can just tell it's gonna be AIDS.
Yep, let's finish off this game. Let's finish off the story review because we are
the
4 hours
episode that we do. If the podcast is still going by then, the episode will be 5 hours long. There's going to be even more dumb bullshit to talk about.
No, that's ended right now. I've got too much to edit right now, anyways. So no. Any like conclusions to the story mode, basically? Like, what do you guys want to like say for like as a review, basically, or like how would you end this? I actually still have an idea I want to give the Snake. Remember I said I had like a cool idea. If you want to steal,
how we would end
I'll
the
give you
podcast, or how we'd end the story?
Our review of the story. Like, what do we think? Like in general, how do we want to end it off? Like, what do you guys think? I can start if you guys want to.
I'll just say it again. It's that it really does feel like a big budget version of the Invasions mode. It really doesn't do anything substantial for the narrative, and like any developments are just stuff we've seen before, where you could easily predict it. Yeah, Bihan becomes Noob Saibot, Sektor gets more power in the Linkway, the Linkway and Shiraidu are going to fight, Cyrax leaves the Linkway. It's the same shit we've seen over and over again. Even the change in the characters as much as they did with this hasn't affected that. And some people will say, well, it's good that things are consistent. Of course, things staying somewhat similar is important. You don't want things to be too different. You don't want like, you don't really want Cyrax to be evil and Sektor to be like, I'm a goody two shoes now, or something like that. But we also don't want Bihan and fucking Sektor. At least the idea of Noob Saibot heading the Linkway has potential as a potential new angle. Especially if like the Cyber Initiative becomes something chaos focused, like these human experiments rather than with magic instead of cyborgs. Especially since what we were given, I still feel like that's going to happen just because, well, Noob can do that. We saw it in Armageddon. He can turn people into like wraiths, basically. But also, the setup that we got in his ending wasn't followed up on, like the Sub-Zero ending, where it's like, oh yes, these stone automatons, what a great idea. Sektor will work on this, and they made power armor, not cyber slaves.
Yeah.
So I could see it being like, no, this is where he takes inspiration from Shang Tsung and starts turning people into these wraiths, or he does both. You have cyborgs and the magic wraith people. So then the Linkway has these two aspects, and the Shiraidu were trying to catch up.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like they're only gonna do cyborgs though, but that would be a cool idea. So for me, like, even after we've shit talked the story mode for the past 4 hours, in general there is still a lot of elements that make it like a fine story mode. It's just like a character's going through a journey and they have like little arcs, lots and lots and lots of action scenes. So it's like, if you're just turning your brain off and like going through the story mode, you might still enjoy it. You might still think it's okay. And that's kind of why I'm always thinking to myself, if this was a mid story or a trash story, because like, yes, there's a lot of things we just complain about, but at the same time, a majority of this entire story mode was all just okay. Like, nothing too offensive happens and stuff. I watched my playthrough again. I seem to have been really enjoying the first hour of it, up to the point where they're all at the night market. I was enjoying my playthrough of it. After that, you really start to see me slowly, like, I even apologize, being like, sorry, I'm not commentating much, because I'm starting to feel a little zoned out and stuff. So, yeah, like... Yeah. I'm still contemplating whether or not I think this is the worst thing ever, or if it's just okay. That's sort of how I feel about this in general. Go on, Snake.
My view is that it's very middle of the road. We've said a lot of issues with it, but like it just come to think of, it's not just us saying this thing is bad, I would do it completely differently. It's this thing has potential and it could have been so much better. It is, as Dog said, feels like a first draft. They should have gone back to some revisions. And imagine a version of this game, the story, with all those ideas we came out with. This could have been a really good thing. I think something that's also holding it back is the fact that everyone's going to be comparing it to Aftermath. Yeah, because Aftermath did so many cool. It did so many cool new things. It brought over mechanics like the tags and the endurance matches from other modes and brought those over. Gameplay wise, this does nothing new. Like we could have had some gimmicks like we mentioned before, but they didn't do anything new gameplay wise.
Only Titan Havik.
Yeah, it's just more of the same, just the same thing again, and there are a lot of parts where it drags and whatnot. And yes, Aftermath had huge issues, of course, but Aftermath generally had some of the best stuff. I've said before that Fujin's chapter is the best chapter of that game. Shang Tsung is a joy to watch, and this is doing the same thing. It's instead of being this broad thing, it's a small group of characters go on a mission.
Yes.
And the problem is, well, some of these are characters that don't get to do anything because we've played as them already. Which were Quan Chi and Ermac would have been, and Takeda would have been really useful for this expansion.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's so many things about the execution of it that just didn't really work. And so it does make me worry. I mean, I've said M1K's story was actually really good up until it's the
Chapter 12.
all the multiverse stuff, and it kind of fell off there. So I had hoped that there'd be some good writing here, and there isn't really that much here, unfortunately. A lot of it is just very mid, but there is potential here. So it's not offensively bad like MK11, but it's not like the Aftermath we were hoping it would be. So that's always going to hold it back for a lot of people. Maybe views will change once we've had more time to think on it in the coming months. But as it currently, so we're distance away from the expectations and whatnot. But as it currently stands, I'd say it's mid, and there's not really much more to say about it.
Anything you want to say, Trinidad?
I said there's not much more to say about it. Man,
it's only you. Come on, don't be a hypocrite like Titan Havik.
I pulled my punches a lot in my own video because I didn't want to come off as super negative, but I was very disappointed because if it was bad because it did like dumb choices but still actually really put effort into it, I would respect it more than how safe, lame, and anticlimactic it was, like overall. You know what I mean? Like even when they killed somebody off, they brought over someone from a different like timeline to do it. You know, like no balls. Yeah. Not gonna kill anybody.
Yep.
Why couldn't it be Darius making the sacrifice and getting squished? Done any number of things. You could have killed off a cameo who you know is not going to be back in the sequel. Like, you know, you're not going to bring back Darius. Might as well just kill him. Yeah. And Havik as the boss, or as like the main villain, is such a fun idea that we're never going to get again. And they did nothing with it, really. Yeah. They just made him Shao Kahn again. Like, it was fine when I first played it. I was like, that was over way too fast. Like you said, budget, time restraints, something maybe. But it's like, how much more time did you need? You've had a lot of time to write this, and it's not long. But there was cute stuff too. I loved the little Havik minions doing their goofy bullshit. I liked that he could clone himself. That was interesting. Is there like some rule at NetherRealm that the characters aren't allowed to have depth? They're not allowed to be anything but black and white. I have an honest question. Like, they're not allowed to have any gray at all. You just got to be a Paragon or a Renegade. You can't be in the middle somewhere.
It's like in my collab video, I said it's like every NRS game the ending is just good versus evil, which is a little bit why I liked Injustice 2, because like, yes, Superman is evil, but there is more depth to that fight instead of just good versus evil.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it. I don't think it's terrible either, but man, that was quite a letdown, especially after all the build-up. Whoever makes the trailers, give that man a raise, because he gave me hope again. I've been tricked several times.
Snake, you dodged a bullet. You were completely right in your assessment of doing this, because you never saw a single trailer. They spoiled everything. Basically, they showed everything in the trailers. It's like, so I was thinking, that's why when I thought after Titan Havik there's gonna be something else. There's like, okay, so what's this? What's the final chapter? Nope. You can go back and look at the trailer, Snake. Everything is there. Nothing is off the tables. They just show everything.
The trailer designer even understands what we want better than the actual writers do, because he purposely in the Noob Saibot trailer teases that line, which if you watch just the story mode, probably feels like a throwaway line, but they make it a big part of the trailer where like they're fighting, action stops, and it's Liu Kang and him back to back, and it's like, your goals were never the problem. It was your means for achieving them. And like he looks like he's like reflecting on it, and it's like, oh, he's gonna turn good. Oh my god, he's got
redemption. Oh my gosh.
And you hear like, and while he's beating people up, it's like, I know his thoughts. I've been in his head. So they're building up him versus Havik, like even in the trailer a little bit. You're like, oh shit. So teaming up with Liu Kang, reflecting on himself, and gonna beat Havik. No.
Also, in the trailer for Empress Tanya's like chapter, it made it seem like Noob Saibot was going to fight Sektor, Cyrax, and Empress Tanya and beat the shit out of them in that trailer.
Oh yeah.
It's like, we're gonna stop you, and then Noob Saibot beats them up. So I thought we were gonna play Noob Saibot and beat them all up.
It's pretty funny watching him beat the brakes off fucking Sektor in that gameplay trailer. It's like, damn, dude. Poor Sektor. Oh yeah, he beats the fuck out of Tanya in the trailer too, and then she beats him. That was such a damn. See, the trailer people know what we want more than the actual writers do. Sorry. Stop doing Logan Paul. Yep, I was doing that. Yep. Like, I think this story mode either should have done two things. It either should have really commit to the Titan Havik, to the Chaos Realm, to the all that shenanigans. Give us an experience as big as it was in Chapter 15, which they didn't. It's surprisingly tame. So instead, go with the second route, which is make it a much more of an actual tame story. Yeah. Like, this is how I imagine the story could have been. Erase everything multiverse related and still have it let it be Sektor and Cyrax going on a journey to recover Bihan. And the funny thing is, this theory is a little supported with some of the intro dialogues. You can look into the game with like Shang Tsung and Quan Chi interacting with Sektor and like Bihan, and they will say things like Bihan is captured, or like I sent Sektor and stuff, and it's like, is this like cut content? What the fuck are they saying here? They literally are talking about something that never even happened in the story mode. So it's like, imagine it's just a simple journey with, I don't know, Shang Tsung Quan Chi related, and it's like Bihan was like thrown into the temple of like elements, and Sektor Cyrax have to go retrieve him. I would not mind if it's a simple and easy journey, because a lot of people say this fucking story mode is so tame, it's so boring, and it's like, I wouldn't mind that if multiverse wasn't related. But you have multiverse shenanigans, so you better fucking like blow my mind with all these multiverse shenanigans, and they don't. So scale it down. Just do simple chapters.
I do feel like overall this game's story would have worked a lot better if, like, we stopped Shao and then it's like one more chapter afterwards, Liu Kang versus Shang Tsung or whatever, and like, so the bad guys are beaten. There's no multiverse stuff. It's just the normal Shang Tsung. He's beaten. Shao is beaten. That's it. Then we move on, and then that's the end of the main origin story. Now we're going to do some small stories about certain groups of characters to set stuff up for the sequel, which is going to raise the stakes a bit. So first we're going to do this one about the Lin Kuei and Shiraidu conflict, because that's something that got a lot of setup in the main story. And we're bringing in Sektor and Cyrax. Here we go, we're going to explore that conflict. And so that's the focus. Sub-Zero becomes Noob Saibot somehow. Maybe Quan Chi or Shang Tsung is involved in it here, without killing him. Similar to what Havik does, but for different reasons. And then we do another story. Like maybe this one's gonna, I wouldn't say special forces, just because you have to introduce all bunch of those characters. I'd rather leave those out. But you could have say, this one's gonna bring. Oh well, it could be, here's a time travel plot, bringing in the combat kids.
Not again.
Really? No, it'd be something like. Expanded the Outworld characters this time, I think. Expanded on those guys. Like, here's some more Outworld characters, focusing on Melina's reign. So, like, we get to have Tanya going off on a quest to do
Give
stuff
Katana
on
a chapter.
Yeah, Katana
like,
and Tanya the focus. It's like those two and pick Borai Cho or something.
Jade.
It probably would be Jade. And so
what do they call her in the intro dialogue? Something
Countess Jade.
Countess Jade, right?
So it'd be them and like probably Kotal and maybe Borai Cho, and it's like that's focused on the Shao's rebellion. It's like, well, Shao's got a new general. Ooh, who's that? Oh, it's General Kintaro. Ooh, that guy looks tough. And then that's the focus of that expansion. And we're just doing little stories here and there. I mean, That's why Invasions probably would have been better as, rather than multiverse shit. Here's just a small story about these characters.
Side stories, yeah.
Well, don't forget this game was originally like when they had high hopes for it and didn't expect it to turn out this way. They wanted this to be the longest supporting Mortal Kombat game. So maybe that's why the Havik story is so underwhelming, because they wanted to do like 5 of these or something nuts like that.
It still might be the
you
longest
imagine?
supported one. So we shall see.
I honestly though, I do honestly think the fact that we don't have a setup for the next one, which remember they've been doing in every single MK game since 9. Every single one has been, here's some setup for where things are going to go. Aftermath is not quite as much, but like they have been setting up. Here's like
Great Kung Lao still, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Here's stuff we're going to do with each one. We're going to do some. Oh, that could have been a cool expansion, little short story. Great Kung Lao, and then against some like Outworld fighters. Like here's him in the tournament and stuff.
Just copy some of the movesets to some of the other characters, so it's like some other random like friend Great Kung Lao had. It just has like Smoke's moveset or something. Johnny's moveset, but instead it's like a completely different character.
Yeah. So it's stuff like that, and then we don't get a setup for this one. Suggests to me that they're not certain whether they're going to get to do another one, because obviously you make more money when you make a new main game, not a DLC. Even though the expansions have been selling for about as much as the main game, so
it's the same price in my damn country. Like I looked at it, like they're both the same price for me.
Wow.
So I
Does that
do
mean
honestly
your
think
first
that
game was cheaper? Or never mind.
It actually was cheaper. Yes, it was. Well, for when you change the money over here, basically. Keep going.
So I do honestly think that what they're going to be they're doing is saying we might not do a follow-up, so we're going to just not set anything up, because then if what we set up is just a little adventure that is going to bring Jade back or something, well, then we have to follow that up with the next game, and we don't want to just set something up that we might not follow up in the next game, because we want something big for the next game. So if we're not doing an expansion after this, we want to be able to jump right into something big without disappointing fans by not doing what we're going to set up. So I think they're uncertain because Warner Bros. Is in such dire straits right now, and this game has really not done well, and so I think they're like, let's just hedge our bets a bit. Let's not set stuff up that we might not be able to follow up on. Let's just focus on getting through Pack 2 and seeing how things go by the time we drop Conan.
NRS, it's time to go the Legends route. Legends movies, they did Battle of the Realms, the fucking end-all be-all fucking Mortal Kombat movie. It's time to go like Snowblind. Go a bit simpler now, guys. Come on. Rein it in. Rein it in.
King Kano's gonna be part 3, baby. Bring him here.
Yeah, I want his DLC. I want his skin.
Looking at the characters we've got, the characters that could have chapters, if we keep doing this stupid bullshit, where if they've had a chapter, they can't have another one. There's Smoke, Katana,
and then
Shao.
Everyone else doesn't really matter.
Smoke, Katana, Shao, Reiko.
Well, they're all villains,
Geras,
you know. Oh, Geras.
Natara's not getting one.
No.
Havik. Which would be really funny if Havik got one that was in the big story about Havik.
They developed Havik, yeah.
Ermac, Quan Chi, and Takeda. Which isn't
Didn't
a
they
great
also-
selection of characters.
No. Well, Smoke and Katana have to have one. Like, come on now. How expensive is Yuri Lowenthal that he just can't voice in this DLC? Like, come on, guys. But yeah, that's end it. If we can, I honestly think we can go on for more hours. Because this story mode does have a lot, but
End it.
End it. And oh, hang on a second. Chaos is unpredictable, unknowable. So like, what if I just ended the video like just right now?